Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Awakens Triforce of Courage. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The staff down on her knee, and the magnets disabled, sending two eskrima sticks spinning into the air that she caught. Tokage grinned in excitement. Right back at ya, gadget girl. Tokage's waist split down the middle, and her legs flew around Mei on either side. Her head cackled as it flew over, and Mei quickly turned on her heel, crossing her eskrima sticks to block the flying punch from the hand that had just detached from the torso. Tokage reassembled her body in the center of the arena, dropping to the ground and dashing forward to deliver another punch. The omnipositioners hissed to life, bouncing Mei to the side and out of the way. She swung at Tokage's unprotected back, but she split perpendicular to her spine, her upper half soaring skyward as her lower half dropped to the ground. Mei dodged to her left as the detached fist rocketed towards her, placing her in the center of the arena. Tokage recalled the fist and crossed her arms, before flinging them wide and sending her fists flying through the air around Mei. Tokage's feet, arms, and legs quickly joined the tornado, followed by her waist, stomach area, upper chest, and head. Cackling echoed around Mei, the omnipositioners starting to smoke as they tried to predict where the next attack was coming from. Cursing under her breath, Mei deactivated the baby and clutched her eskrima sticks. Her eyes moved frantically as they tried to make out anything through the storm of body parts. Tokage laughed. "What's wrong? Having a little trouble, are we?" Mei scoffed. "That's what you think." She crouched before jumping high, reassembling the multi-staff as she rose up. A hand emerged from the tornado, reaching out to grab her, when an explosion erupted from seemingly nowhere. The tornado dispersed, showing that one end of the staff was now blown open and smoking slightly. Mei smirked, falling through the air. "Nitroglycerin is such fun to play with." Vlad King gawked. Where the hell did she get nitroglycerin? In unison, the class turned to stare at Katsuki, including the teachers. He grunted and turned away, crossing his arms. "What? She was being annoying as F, and wouldn't leave me alone until I gave her some of my sweat, okay? I didn't think you know she'd make a weapon out of it." Deku snorted and clapped him on the back. "You keep telling yourself that, Kaken." Katsuki huffed and turned his attention back to the feed. "Alright, Dreadlocks. Let's see if you've got what it takes to be a hero like you said you wanted." Pei leaned forward in excitement, her fists clenched as she stared at the TV. "Come on, you've got this." Kin scoffed as he scratched out another check for the most recent scrap shipment. After those kids had started cleaning the beach, loads of other people had started bringing in scrap deliveries for cash from other illegal trash dumps. Kin had been less than thrilled that they were getting more deliveries than purchases, though. He'd wanted to institute a rule saying that anyone coming into the shop had to make a purchase, but Pei had put her foot down, knowing it would turn away the window shoppers. "Sometimes, I wonder why I married a man who so clearly cares more about money than anything else. Thank the stars Mayday takes after me more than him." Her husband closed another envelope and grunted. "I honestly don't know why you're still watching that stupid tournament. May's probably already done, and you have no reason to be cheering on anyone else." Pei raised an eyebrow. "And what makes you so certain she's not still in the game?" Kin let out a bark of sarcastic laughter. "Are you kidding? She'd never last a second in a real head-to-head fight. She's too fragile to be in the same room as hero brats, let alone face them head-on. We're lucky she went into support, otherwise she'd have been dead on the first day." Pei grumbled under her breath, before turning her attention back to her daughter's match. "If you really knew your daughter, you'd know better. But her happiness doesn't make a profit, so you don't give a shit. I swear, one more snide remark about how fragile she is and I'm filing for divorce." Tokage scoffed, and her body parts lifted off the ground, immediately flying in to reform the tornado. "Big whoop. You got in a lucky shot, but that doesn't mean you're sure to win." Mei smirked, wiggling her fingers. "Are you sure about that?" She crouched again, and a hiss of air sent her flying upwards. Tokage immediately sent all her body parts towards Mei, only to discover that what had launched was instead a metal shell holding the multi-staff. She glanced back down just before Mei lunged forward and delivered a appealing right hook to her face. As soon as she made contact, Mei angled the momentum of her punch downwards, sending Tokage's head slamming into the ground. The metal shell landed behind Mei with a crash, and Tokage's body parts dropped to the arena floor shortly after. Mei grabbed the multi-staff with both hands, letting the nanobots flow over the weapon and up her arms to settle back into their housing. Midnight glanced down at Tokage's limp head before tossing her arm up. Tokage has been knocked out. Our second finalist is Hatsum Mei. The crowd went nuts as the medic bots emerged from the hallway, carrying a stretcher between them. Mei helped them load all of Tokage's parts onto the fabric, before stepping back and watching them cart her opponent off to the infirmary. She took a deep breath, nodded at Midnight, and headed for her own entrance, letting out a sigh and sagging against a wall once she was out of sight. I've got this. Win or lose, I outperformed every member of 1B. If that doesn't get me into the hero course, I don't know what will. Izuku whistled in admiration. DMN. I didn't realize she was that good at fighting. Why's she come this far, though? Last I knew, she was happy in the support course. Why the change? Someone tapped his shoulder, and he glanced to see Katsuki staring at him with something unreadable in his eyes. The blonde jerked his head towards the temple doors, and Izuku glanced at Aizawa-sensei, who nodded. Izuku stood up and followed Katsuki, who opened the doors with a tap of his hand. They stopped at the top of the stairs, letting the doors shut behind them. Alright, I wouldn't feel great about saying this if all the others were listening in. But you know Dreadlocks, and she'd want you to know about this. Izuku tilted his head. Know about what? Katsuki sighed, before laying both hands on Izuku's shoulders. Dreadlocks likes making gear and being in the support course. Yeah, but all along, she's really wanted to be part of the hero course. She wants to go out into the world and use her babies to help people. Izuku frowned. So why didn't she apply for the hero course exam? I'm pretty sure her mom would have been supportive if Mei went that route. Katsuki grunted. Overalls is chill. No, it's Dreadlock's dad. The guy only does the bare minimum to be a father to her, and he's got it in his head that she's fragile and needs to stay off the front lines. Izuku scowled. Well, that's bullshit. Katsuki nodded. You know that. I know that. Overalls knows that. Dreadlocks knows that. But her dad's stubborn as sheet, so nothing short of winning the whole Diamond Festival is gonna change his mind. And maybe not even then. Izuku snarled under his breath. If she ends up winning the sports festival and he doesn't change his mind about her. Katsuki shook his head. Not our problem. We may be studying to be heroes, but this isn't something that a hero can fix. Like it or not, domestic issues are outside of our wheelhouse. Leave it for them to sort out themselves, okay? The most we can do is be supportive of Dreadlocks, let her know that her shitty dad is the only one who thinks she can't make it. Izuku nodded. That I can do. Though, how'd you find out? Katsuki sighed. It was about a week before the first day of school. After we'd altered your Quirk registry, Dreadlocks showed up at the gym we were in, the one that has Tommy dummies for people with blade quirks. You were busy with the MSTR sword, so I asked Dreadlocks why she was there if she was going into support. I noticed she was staring through the window at your training with something like jealousy, so I asked if she wanted to go in there and try it out herself. One thing led to another, and she ended up spilling the beans to me. She made me promise not to let it get back to her dad, just in case he pulled something stupid like locking her in her fucking workshop. Izuku nodded. Alright, well, let's get back out there so we don't miss out on the finals. Katsuki smirked. Agreed. Mei watched Kyu walk up into the ring as Mike announced. Coming into the ring now, it's our first finalist, the strength-sacrificing supporter from 1C, Kyu Tsuji. With quick wits, masterful application of her quirk, and an ironclad determination to win, she's made it all the way to the finals over every other hero student in the competition. Vlad King grunted, while my bias for my class wants to be annoyed that none of them are in the finals, I'm taking pride in the fact that one of them made it to the podium. Plus, I'm forced to admit it, Kyu's made an impressive showing thus far. Even with a quirk that only weakens her on paper, she's used it not once, but twice to ensure her victory. Mei rolled her shoulders and exited the tunnel, eliciting even louder cheers from the audience as she walked up the stairs. Mike continued, now entering the ring, it's the genius of gadgetry, the mother of all invention, Hatsum. With an arsenal stranger than your average day in Florida and some serious muscles to back it up, she's proven that inventors can stand alongside the elite, and even forge ahead. Vlad King hummed. It seems she's chosen to go into this without any of her gear this time. Even those patches on her shoulders are absent. What could be her game plan this time around? Mei and Kyu walked forward, stopping in the center of the arena. Both girls stepped forward and reached out with their right hands, clasping forearms. Midnight squealed, but they both tuned her out, each locking eyes with the other. Mei grinned and said, last chance to back out, muscle girl. I'm wise to your quirk, and you can't catch me off guard. Kyu snorted. I could say the same to you, gadget girl. You've left your babies behind, and you've brought yourself down to my level. But I've got more experience in fighting at that level. Surrender now, and I won't have to kick your butt. Mei let out a bark of laughter and released Kyu's arm, the other girl doing the same. They backed up a few paces each, before both going through a quick series of stretches. Midnight announced, you both know the rules, so let's not waste any time. Fighters ready? Ready! Let the sports festival finale begin. Both girls shot forward at the same time, meeting in the center of the arena. Kyu was the first to attack, lashing out with a right hook that aimed for Mei's face. Mei ducked under it and retaliated with a sweep to Kyu's legs. Kyu jumped over it and brought her left hand down in a vicious karate chop. Mei stepped to her left and aimed a right jab at Kyu's stomach. Neither girl gave the other a chance to recover, and both were going at it with everything they had. Neither one was willing to lose after they'd come this far. Izuku rocked back and forth, hands clenched nervously. Come on, Mayday, you've got this. Glanced over at the blank TV, wondering how Mayday was doing. Kin snapped his fingers in her face a couple times. Hey, eyes down here. No point wondering about which hero brats are beating the snot out of each other, we've got work to do. Pei grumbled as she turned her attention back to the files on the table that Kin was forcing her to go through. I may not be there in body, but know that in spirit, I'm out there in the stands cheering you on, kiddo. Hizashi gaped at the rapid-fire barrage of blows from each side in the arena below. He muted the mics and turned to Kan, his mouth hanging open and his eyes wide. I got nothing. How do you even commentate on whatever's going on down there? Kin grunted and leaned back in his chair. You don't. So just stay quiet, sit back and let it happen. Hizashi blinked, before glancing back at the arena, where both girls were still going ham on each other. Yeah, but, well, usually the final match of the sports festival has a lot more pizzazz to it. This is just brutal. Kin shrugged. No more brutal than most villain fights. Hizashi waved his hands wildly. Well, yeah, but those aren't organized or premeditated. The audience expects flashy quirks and a show, not this. Kin grunted again. Well, they're defying expectations. That seems to be a calling card of both fighters. At some point, society's gotta learn that heroics isn't all glitz and glamour like they think it is. Hizashi sighed and slumped in his seat. I guess. Tamura glanced around the corner at the gathered hero NPCs, grunting in satisfaction when he saw that their sightlines were locked onto the footage of the sports festival finale. Good, their aggro's drawn away. Now's our chance to sneak into the level. He ducked back behind the corner and stretched out his hand towards the wall of the ruin. However, when he was inches away from the stone, his hand stopped in midair, held back by some invisible force. Kurogyri hummed. It seems that whatever force is preventing me from warping inside is also preventing you from making contact. Tamura scowled, before backing up a pace and sighing. Well, we tried. Sensei's not gonna be happy that I came back empty-handed, but not much I could do on my own. Especially when 3 of them were able to KO the All-Might Killer at the USJ. He's just gonna have to accept that we just had really bad RNG on this mission. Kurogyri hummed in agreement, opening a warp gate just big enough for the two of them to pass through. As soon as they were gone, Nabooru stuck her head out of the wall and sighed with relief. But I thought I'd have to force them to leave. Mei breathed, each of her strikes getting slower and slower. In front of her, Kyu was tiring out just as fast. If this keeps up, we're gonna drop from exhaustion at the same time. Gotta do something unexpected. Summoning the last bit of her strength, Mei ducked, Kyu's roundhouse kick hissing over her head. She crouched as low as she could, before leaping at Kyu's face with as much force as she could muster. Kyu was caught off guard, stumbling back even as Mei locked her right arm around the taller girl's neck. Gravity took hold, and Kyu came down with her, the Gen Ed girl slamming to the floor mere moments before Mei hit the ground. The last of Kyu's breath was driven from her lungs in an explosive WF, and she lay there on the ground, gasping for breath. Mei let go of Kyu's neck and backed up a couple paces, also drawing in huge lungfuls of air. The arena stood still for a few seconds, before Midnight took a cautious step forward. Kyu? Are you still able to fight? There was a pause, then Kyu groaned and slapped her palm against the ground. I'm done. Midnight threw her arm up. Kyu Tsuji is unable to continue. The winner of the first-year sports festival is Hatsum Mei. The crowd went feral as Mei plopped down on the concrete, breathing heavily as she leaned back on one arm. Phew. That was a damn good fight, Muscles. Kyu grinned weakly as the medic bots rolled up. Same to you, Gadgets. Same to you. Mei glanced over as a second pair of medic bots rolled up to her with a stretcher. What? I don't dash. She suddenly tipped backwards, and the closest bot quickly grabbed her and set her upright. All right, maybe I do. Midnight smiled softly. Get a good rest, both of you. We can delay the ceremony for as long as it takes for you to recover. Mei grinned weakly, before falling back on the stretcher and slipping into sweet unconsciousness. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as the medic bots carted Mei off to the infirmary. Katsuki laid a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Hey, she's gonna be okay. Izuku nodded. I know. She gave that fight everything she had, then dug a little deeper and gave it just a tiny bit more. Katsuki grinned. She really went plus ultra. She'd better get transferred to the hero course, or else I'm gonna give that Diamond rat a piece of my mind. Izuku smirked. Go ahead and try. I dare you. Toshinori tapped Aizawa on the shoulder and led the other teacher away from the class. Do you think you can handle the class on your own for a while? There's something I need to do. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Which finalist? Toshinori started coughing, unsure how to respond to the fact that he had been read so easily. Kyu Xiaojo. Aizawa blinked. Not Hatsum. Toshinori shook his head. No. Hatsum Xiaojo wishes to prove that she can become a hero, even with a quirk seen as useless in combat. However, Kyu Xiaojo has expressed a longing to have a more powerful quirk, one that would be useful in a head-to-head fight. And while she's more than proven that there's a niche for her own quirk in that area, I'd like to give her a chance. She's more than welcome to decline, but something in my gut tells me that she's the best choice. Aizawa hummed and glanced over at the others, who were currently celebrating with Midoriya Shounen and Bakugo Shounen. How long do you think you'll be gone? Toshinori frowned. I'm not entirely sure. If Kyu Xiaojo doesn't make her decision immediately, I'll wait however long it takes for her to make up her mind. And I'd like to wait back at UA, so that she can come to me directly with her decision, rather than risking someone overhearing a phone call. Of course, if she declines, I'll come back as soon as possible. Aizawa grunted. Fair. Plus, if she accepts, I want to be there until she gets a handle on controlling one for all. A parent is there for their child while they learn the ins and outs of their quirk, and this scenario isn't much different, no. Aizawa chuckled. I suppose not. Toshinori nodded. So, do you think you'll be able to handle the class on your own for the indefinite future? Aizawa nodded immediately. Definitely. They're a good group of kids. They're already forming groups and learning to work together. Much more potential than a lot of my previous students. And in terms of keeping them alive, I've got the Triforce trio to help me on that front. Toshinori smirked. Very true. In that case, I'll head out immediately. I trust you'll be able to make a valid excuse to the class for my absence. Aizawa shrugged. I'll just tell them that you had to handle a personal matter back at UA. It's not that far from the truth after all. Tashinori chuckled. Indeed it isn't. Well, I suppose I'll see you another time. He buffed up and crouched, before leaping in the direction of UA. He glanced back, seeing the geyser of sand settle back down from his jump. The canopy was already a tiny speck in the vast expanse of the desert, and Aizawa wasn't even visible anymore. Stay safe. I don't think my heart could handle failing even one more person. Mei fiddled with her hands as the podium shook, before rising up as the ceiling split open above them. They rose onto the field, met with the wild cheering of the audience. Mike announced, "And here they are, folks. Give a round of applause to the medal winners of our first-year sports festival." The crowd cheered even louder, and Mei sniffed happily, tears welling up in her eyes. I did it. I actually won. I made it. Midnight stepped up to the podium, for medals in hand. She walked over to where Shinso and Tokage were standing on the lowest shelf. Shinso Hitoshi. You've shown that, in the face of horrible odds, anyone can still rise to the occasion and match the best of the best. Shinso bowed, letting the heroine drape the medal over his head and around his neck. He stood upright, taking hold of the bronze medal and turning it over in his hands. Thank you. This means a lot to me. Tokage Setsuna. You've shown that any quirk, flashy or not, can be used to extreme effect and overcome any obstacle. Tokage smirked and detached her head, letting Midnight easily hang the medal around her neck. Thanks, sensei. Her smirk widened. I'd also like to give a shout out to my fellow 1B homies, who will now and forever be known as the guys who lost to fucking Lizard Girl. The crowd erupted into raucous laughter, and Midnight added her own chuckles before moving over to stand in front of Kyuyu. Kyuyusuji. Against all odds, you fought your way to the top, even with a quirk that many would call a hindrance or a burden. Kyuyu sniffled as the heroine slung the silver medal over her head. I don't even know what to say. Midnight smiled softly and patted her on the shoulder. Then just smile and wave. She moved over, and Mei forced herself to stand still as the heroine smiled at her. Hatsume. With nothing but your wit, your will, and your military-grade arsenal, you've overcome the odds and taken down everyone in your way. You fought your way to the top, even against terrible disadvantages. You've more than earned this. Mei held her composure only for as long as it took for the gold medal to be settled firmly around her neck. She sniffed, tears flowing freely as Midnight gave her a soft smile. Thank you. I can't even describe how much this matters to me. Midnight stepped back and to the side, bowing with an arm in front of her chest. Ladies, gentlemen, and that wonderful rainbow in between, the winners of the first-year sports festival. The cheering reached a fever pitch, and a smile broke out over Mei's face. She grabbed her gold medal with her right hand and moved it skyward, and the crowd roared in agreement. The stream of tears became a tidal wave, and she laughed as confetti floated down from the sky above. I fucking did it. Snatch was waiting outside when they got back to the agency. The muscular hero beamed and walked forward to greet them. Won it. Glad to see you all are in good health. Did you enjoy your experience of the ruins? Kaminari and Uraraka exchanged a look as Aizawa-sensei responded. It was certainly an eye-opening experience. Ashido groaned and shook some sand out of her shoe. I'd say my experience was more pore-opening. Seriously, I know it's a meme and all, but sand really is coarse and rough, and it really does get everywhere. Snatch laughed. It really does. I've actually made use of that a few times throughout my career. You'd be surprised how many doors have a gap large enough for a stream of sand to get through. Uraraka shrugged. To be fair, you kinda need a gap at the bottom to keep the door from scraping against the floor every time you open and close it. Only way to not have a gap would be to alter the door frame so that the door sits flush, while still swinging above the floor. Snatch nodded. And indeed, most villain bases are not secured in such a manner. Most often, they rely on elaborate locking mechanisms to keep the heroes at bay. Momo rubbed at her chin. I see. Aizawa-sensei grunted. By the way, I was hoping I could take a small group with me out to the dunes tonight. Some of them were asking me for practice with night work. Snatch nodded. Of course, of course. Always good to make sure as many of your skills are as up to snuff as possible. That evening, Aizawa brought Izuku, Momo, Katsuki, and Kaminari back to the temple. They could feel the sand shifting under their feet, but not once did a monster pop out from the dunes to attack. After almost half an hour of waiting, Katsuki groaned, "Come on, do something already." Lightning Chick said that they'd start moving once the sun went down. Naburu emerged from the temple doors. "Actually, you left before she could go into detail about Maldukid behavior. They seem to be staying in their dens tonight, so now seems like a good time to tell you." Aizawa grunted and pulled his sleeping bag from nowhere, setting it down on the sand before laying sideways on top of it. "By all means." The others took up sitting positions, and Naburu nodded. "Right. First and foremost, Maldukids make their dens deep below the surface. They hate sunlight, and they're nearly blind, much like moles, to be honest. Their schedule alternates between their dens and the surface. So, if they're out and about one night, they'll be in their dens the next night, and back out on the surface the night after that." Izuku frowned. "But I remember fighting Maldugas in broad daylight. Why aren't Maldukids the same?" Naburu hummed. "They're only nocturnal while they're young, when they're small enough that other monsters could prey on them. Once they grow into full-sized Maldugas, then they start being active during the day. Occasionally, a Maldukid will venture up to the surface during the day, largely out of curiosity." Kaminari snapped his fingers. "That explains the sightings being called into the agency." Naburu nodded. "Now, as for fighting them, their hunting pattern is similar to that of Maldugas. They find prey by detecting vibrations in the sand. They've got a larger range than you'd expect, but not large enough that they can detect surface vibrations while in their dens." Aizawa hummed. "So the best bet is to attack from some kind of vantage point. Only problem is that the temple is the only such point in the entire desert." Naburu huffed. "Fortunately, like most monsters, Maldukids are really stupid. They'll chase down the closest vibration, so you can distract them very easily." Izuku nodded. "My last incarnation rolled remote bombs across the sand and detonated them in a Malduga's face." Naburu blinked. "Oh, that's another thing to keep in mind. When a Maldukid strikes, it'll erupt from the sand and throw anything above it straight into the air. They emerge headfirst like a whale breaching, which puts them in a position to bite down on anything in their large mouths. But that's where you can exploit their stupidity. If something's humming against the sand, they'll think it's potential prey. But when that prey turns out to be an explosive that goes off in their face, it stuns them and leaves them floundering on the sand for several seconds. That's your opportunity to run in and finish them off." Momo smirked. "So, that's our strategy for tomorrow night. I'll set up decoy buzzers to draw out the Maldukids, then when they breach, someone else will hit them in midair. They're stunned, we finish the job." Naburu nodded. "That should work." Stain scowled, removing his serrated katana from Native's body and letting the fake's corpse drop to the ground. "And so, the world is cleansed of another fraud." Something fell to the ground, and he spun on his heel, holding his katana diagonally across his body in a defensive stance. A voice rang out, "Oh, my apologies. I hadn't realized this alley was occupied for the night, my good sir. I was simply hoping to hide away from the police for a little while before returning to my apartment. I sure hope I'm not interrupting whatever it is you're in the middle of." Stain lowered his guard slightly as a man dressed in a dark yellow overcoat emerged from the shadows, wearing an ornate theater mask over his face and covering his hands in bright red gloves. "I've heard of you. Mr. Compress, correct?" The other villain bowed deeply. "At your service. And you are no doubt the infamous hero killer, are you not?" Stain huffed. "The only name I recognize as my own is Stain. What is your business here?" Compress chuckled. "As I said, simply biding my time as this police chase wears off. I'm certain I lost them a few turns back." He snapped his fingers, and a bundle of jewelry appeared in his free hand. Stain narrowed his eyes. "I recognize that style. Those come from Kintsugi Customs, a few blocks away." Compress chuckled. I didn't take you as the type for jewelry, Stain. Why the interest? Stain huffed and sheathed his katana. The business takes large donations from the hero, Midas. There are rumors that he gives them leftover gold from his battles that they use in their jewelry. Compress tipped his hat. Ah, a fellow who recognizes the corruption in society. Well met. Kintsugi Customs caught my attention when they made a grand show of proclaiming that their garments used only the finest 24-karat gold. I did some digging and it turns out that that was a complete fabrication. In fact, a majority of the gold they use is pyrite or brass, or both. So they found themselves at the expense of my latest heist. Stain grunted. You sound like that fool gentle criminal, specifically targeting corrupt corporations. Compress chuckled, the jewelry vanishing as he stuck a brilliant blue marble into a pocket of his coat. Well, I actually steal from them, rather than putting on a show for the sake of views. Flashing red and blue lights appeared over the nearby buildings, and Compress tossed up a two-fingered salute. Oh dear, it seems that police chase has caught up after all. I do hope we see each other again, good sir. Good luck on your own crusade against the filth of society. The thief leaped up a nearby fire escape and Stain grunted, before turning and taking off into an adjacent alleyway. My mission will continue as long as necessary, until society realizes the error in idolizing these so-called heroes. Suji raised an eyebrow as the double doors to the principal's office swung open, revealing Hitoshi's foster parents, Suji's dads, and a couple that was clearly Hatsume's parents standing inside. The principal glanced up and smiled widely. Ah, you're all here. Excellent, that means we can get all three done at the same time. Please, sit. Hatsume's dad frowned as the medal winners joined their respective families in front of the desk. I thought this was about the company sponsorships that Mei earned with her inventions. Why are they here? Nedzu held up a paw. In due time, Kinsen. First of all, I must offer my congratulations, Shinsushounen. I'm well aware it must have been difficult to find clever ways to outsmart your opposition, but you did it anyway. If you'd like it, I'm more than willing to arrange a transfer to the hero course. Hitoshi blinked, even as his dad gasped and his mom squealed, pulling him into a hug. You did it, Hitoshi. You're gonna be a hero, just like you've always wanted. Hitoshi blinked numbly before eventually saying, Yeah, I'd like that. Please. Nedza smiled. Excellent. And Kyushaojo, I must say, I'm impressed with your performance. Achieving second place with a quirk that most would feel burdened by is no easy feat. The offer of a transfer is open to you as well. Dad pumped his fist in his own quiet celebration, and Pops gave Suji a quick pat on the back. Nice job, Sunshine. It's your decision. Suji nodded firmly. Of course. I'd love to be transferred to the hero course, if you can find room for me. Nedzu clapped his paws together. Wonderful. He turned to Hatsume's family, but before he could get a word in, her dad held up a hand. If companies are offering to hire her, I won't allow it. She's too young to have a job, and she needs to focus on her education. Hatsume's mom gasped and pulled Hatsume close, the girl glaring at her dad. Kin, have some respect, you're talking to the principal of UA. Don't just cut him off like that. Kin, as he was apparently called, grunted. What? It's the only reason why he would have called us here. Nedzu tilted his head curiously. Kin-san, did you watch the sports festival tournament yesterday? Kin scoffed. Of course not. It was a foregone conclusion from the beginning. Mei would advertise her babies, then step down and let the hero kids get to beating the snot out of each other. Why even bother watching when my only daughter was in it for only a single round? Suddenly, Hatsume smacked her gold medal into his face, before letting it dangle from her fist. Oh, I'm sorry, did you not see that coming? But wait, how could you not see it coming when your quirk lets you spot gold a mile away and through walls? Oh, I know, it's because you never even look at your daughter. Kin scowled and turned to her. Mei, I don't know where you found the time to make a fake medal, but he froze. That's real gold. Nedzu chuckled. And gold is not one of the materials provided to our support students for their inventions. No, your daughter won first place in the festival. Kin blinked, then scowled. But There's no way. It's impossible. She's far too fragile. He grabbed her by the collar and stood up. What did you do, huh? Bribe all the other students into letting you win so that you'd look good for your daddy? Hatsume's eyes blazed, and something on her left shoulder began to hum loudly. Kin glanced at it, only to go pale as Hatsume dropped her medal, grabbed her dad's arm with her right hand, and bodily wrenched it from her shirt. She let go, and Kin backed away to the other side of the office, clutching his wrist and staring at her in fear. Why, Dad? Why do you always think so little of me? Nedzu cleared his throat, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. I was afraid this might happen, so I took the liberty of recording the final match of the sports festival, Kin-san. Let's see how fragile your daughter is. The rodent hit a button on his keyboard, and a holographic display in his desk activated, playing video footage of the arena in midair. Suji couldn't help but grin as she watched Hatsume face her in direct head-to-head combat, and more than holding her own. Kin fell silent, staring at the video with wide eyes. Video Hatsume jumped up and snagged Video Suji's neck with her elbow, before dragging her opponent to the ground. Midnight declared Hatsume the winner, and the video ended right as the cheers of the crowd started coming through the camera. Kin sputtered, "But dash." Nedzu turned off the holographic display and steepled his paws on his desk. "Clearly you don't know your own daughter very well, Kinsan. The reason I called you, Mei Xiaozhou and Pei-san in today was to discuss if Mei would like the opportunity to transfer to the hero course." Kin blustered, but she didn't even apply for heroics. She's been happy in the support course. Why would she give that up? Hatsume scoffed. Maybe that's what you think. She stood up and walked towards Kin, who started cowering away and pressing against the wall behind him. Sure, I've got a couple friends in support, and sure, I like building my babies. But if you knew the slightest thing about me, you'd know that I've always wanted to be the one to bring them into battle. I want to share my babies with the world, and to show off what they're capable of by using them as a hero. She turned to Nedzu and nodded. I'll take that transfer, thank you very much. Pei grabbed the gold medal from the floor and stood up, wrapping her arms around her daughter protectively. It's clear to me that you don't give a rat's but about my daughter or what she wants. She reached into her bag and pulled out a sheaf of papers, moving them into Kin's shaking arms. I'm filing for divorce. You can have the money and the business, since they're clearly the only things you care about. Hell, you can have the apartment, for all I care. I just want Mei, and to never see your face again. Kin scowled. Fine. Go and starve on the street. I always knew you were a bad investment, and that brat was an even worse one. I'll see both of you in court to hash out the details, and then I'll blacklist the two of you from my property. He stormed out of the office, and Nedzu calmly pressed a button on his desk, slamming the door shut and eliciting a painful squeal. Well, I'd say that went pleasantly. Pei sighed and slumped down in her chair. Yeah. But now I gotta figure out our living situation. Sorry, Mayday, I guess I got a little heated. Nedzu chuckled. Not to worry, Pei-san. If you'd like, I'd be more than happy to set you and Mei Xiaozhou up in our new on-campus living facility. Pei blinked. Huh. Nedzu laced his paws together. You see, due to a certain villainous organization likely bearing a grudge against the members of Class 1A, their families were given housing at UA for their own safety. We have a couple openings, as many of the families have their own security, so it's of no trouble to us if you move in. Besides, Mei is a fine student, and I'm more than welcome to waive her tuition until such a time that you can pay. Pei hummed. But isn't that a waste of money? Nedzu chuckled. Pei-san, my budget, and UA's budget by extension, can best be described as, yes. Letting a single student attend for free is hardly a drain on our resources, especially since it's a temporary situation. Hatsume snorted. It's true. Greenie once told me that he caught a glimpse of Nedzu's tax returns, and he said he had a headache for a week after that. Nedzu giggled. Oh my, I must be more careful about leaving important documents where anyone can see them. Pei smiled. Well, if you're willing to accommodate us, I'd be more than happy to move in. Nedzu clapped his paws together. Wonderful. If that's all, then Shinsu Shaonin and Hatsume Xiaozhou may leave with their families. There's something I'd like to discuss with Kyushujo's family in private. Hitoshi and Hatsum glanced at each other, but said nothing as they left the office, followed by their parents shortly after. Suji wrung her hands nervously. Is there some kind of condition for being transferred? Nedzu chuckled. Oh goodness no. Regardless of what happens in this discussion, you'll join the hero course. This is just an offer being made by one of the faculty for, let's say, personal reasons. The doors swung open, and a scarecrow-thin man with gaunt eyes poked his head in. Principal Nedzu? You called for me? Nedzu gestured to the newcomer. This is Yagi Tashinori, one of our new hires. Yagi, please come in. Yagi-san walked in, closing the doors behind him, and stood next to Nedzu's desk. Dad frowned. So what's all this about? Yagi-san clasped his hands together. I must ask that what you see must not leave this room. What I am about to share with you is a very important secret that could throw Japan, maybe even the world, into chaos, should it be discovered. Do you understand? Pops nodded numbly, and Suji hummed. Why does he look familiar? Yagi-san glanced at Nedzu, and the mammal nodded silently, almost like a show of encouragement. Yagi-san took a deep breath and said, For you see, there was a burst of steam and All Might stood there. That I am here with an offer. Suji's jaw dropped as did Pop's. Dad blinked numbly, before slumping back in his chair and laying a hand on his forehead. What? All Might deflated back into Yagi-san and sat down in the offered chair. This is what I look like most of the time nowadays. The All Might that people see and look up to is little more than a facade, a brave face put on by a dying man. He lifted his shirt, and Suji gasped, her hands flying to her mouth as she saw the mangled state of Yagi-san's left side. How? When? Yagi-san lowered his shirt and clasped his hands in his lap. This injury was given to me by a very dangerous villain, about 6 years ago. The battle was never televised, because bringing attention to him would only serve to strengthen him. The villain went by the name of All for One, after his quirk. It allowed him to rob people of their quirks, and give them to other people, should he so longing. He has lived since the very beginning of the quirk era, manipulating Japan from the shadows. 6 years ago, I thought I had ended his reign of terror. His head was smashed open like a pumpkin. I had believed him dead. Suji went pale. That the USJ. The news said that one of the villains was bioengineered to hold multiple quirks. Dad and Pops gasped, and Yagi-san nodded grimly. Indeed. Pops asked, but why are you telling us this? Do you want our daughter to face him? Yagi-san reeled back. Of course not. I would never ask her to face that monster. No, my offer is a gift. What do you know of my quirk? Suji frowned. Nothing much. Most common theory on the internet is that it's a weirdly powerful strength enhancer. Yagi-san chuckled. A reasonable guess, but no. The truth is, my quirk is not actually my own. It has existed since the dawn of quirks, passed from generation to generation. It is known as One for All. Suji's eyes widened. One for all, almost like All for One. Yagi-san nodded. Here is the story that my own MSTR told me. During the dawn of quirks, there were 2 brothers. The older possessed the ability to take and give quirks. He amassed a large following, and sought to rule like a king. The younger protested against his brother, but he was very weak, and had no power of his own. At some point, the older brother forced onto his sibling a quirk with the ability to store power. However, that was when the younger brother discovered that he had a quirk all along, the ability to pass his quirk to another person. On its own, a useless power, but combined with the stockpiling quirk, it became something new. A quirk that could be passed from person to person, growing stronger with each successive wielder. That is how One for All came to be. I am the 8th person to hold it. Suji swallowed nervously. And, you want me to be the 9th? Yagi-san nodded. Only if you accept. I know it seems like a tall order, to be passed a sacred torch from the number 1 hero. But know that you do not have to accept. You may want to prove that you can be a hero, even with a quirk that seems worse than useless. If that is the case, then I will respect your dream, and search for a different successor. Suji grasped for something, anything to say, but words escaped her. She turned to Pops, who had the most serious expression she'd ever seen. He gently laid a hand on her shoulder and said, "It's your dream, kiddo. The decision's all yours." Suji turned over the pros and cons in her head. Yagi-san continued, "If you do not have an answer immediately, that's okay. This is a big decision to make, and I want you to think it through as much as you can." "Yes." Yagi-san blinked. Suji squared her shoulders and looked the hero in the eyes. "I accept. I'll carry the torch." Dad hummed. "You sure, sunshine? You did always say you wanted to show your quirk was useful, and you did earn second place in the sports festival with it." Suji smiled at him. "I know that. But this is a huge opportunity, Dad. Right now, I have the chance to do more than I ever could have otherwise. I owe it to Mom to be the best hero I can possibly be, and if One for All will help me do that, then I'll take it." Yagi-san chuckled. "A fine answer. Now, unfortunately, while you're more than mentally and emotionally ready to receive One for All, we first need to assess if you're physically ready. With the amount of power the quirk provides, an untrained body could be blown to pieces. And I'm sure nobody wants that." Suji nodded, her face pale. "You've got that right." She paused. "Wait, what exactly will One for All do?" Yagi-san hummed. "I'm told it manifests differently for each wielder. For me, it granted me a massive boost in strength. For my predecessor, it enhanced her quirk and greatly boosted her speed. From what she told me, the common thread is that it greatly enhances a holder's natural quirk. I wouldn't know for certain, since I wasn't born with one." Suji blinked. "You weren't? You're biologically quirkless." Yagi-san chuckled. "I hide it well, don't I? Granted, having such immense strength is a good red herring, though I do try to help other quirkless people whenever I can." He frowned. "Goodness, when was the last time I donated to any quirkless charities? I should get on that." Pops nodded. "You should. Quirkless people only have access to a single color, brand, and style of shoe red primordial tech sneakers." Yagi-san winced. "Oh dear. In any case, I'd like for the three of you to come by Gym Epsilon tomorrow. Recovery Girl will be present, and we'll run Q Xiaojiu through some fitness tests to determine if she's ready to receive One for All, or if she needs to build up more muscle first." Suji nodded, the enormity of the situation slamming into her with the weight of a bullet train. "I'm going to receive All Might's quirk." Izuku glanced at Momo and nodded silently. The black-haired girl tugged on a string, and 5 buzzers spaced about 5 meters from the temple entrances started vibrating intensely. The ground rumbled, and the sand rose up, forming a mound that separated into 5 trails moving across the desert floor. All of the trails reached the buzzers at around the same time, and 5 geysers of sand erupted from the dunes, revealing massive fish-like creatures. As all 5 Maldukids clamped their jaws around the buzzers, Momo pulled on another string, and the explosives contained within the devices burst, blasting the insides of the beasts' mouths. The monsters dropped to the sands, stunned, and Izuku threw his arm up. "Now!" Kaminari snapped his fingers, and 5 bolts of golden lightning crashed down from the heavens. The monsters shrieked as their bodies were racked with pain, convulsing on the desert floor. Katsuki leaped into the air, his left hand forming a circle over his right palm. AP shotgun. 5 concentrated blasts shot out, slamming into the Maldukids and tearing through the monsters' thick hides. The shrieks grew louder, before falling silent as the corpses fell limp on the sand. There was a brief moment of silence, and then the bodies disintegrated in a concerted puff of black smoke tinged with magenta. Katsuki dropped onto the roof of the temple entrance, and Izuku grunted in satisfaction. "Good. That's another monster infestation cleared out." Naburu poked her head out of the roof, making Kaminari yelp and fall backwards off of the stone construction, his landing softened by the sand below. "Thanks for your help. With the help of Lady Urbosa, Chief Riju, and Commander Bilyara, the spirits of the Gerudo will be able to defend this land from Demise's monsters." Kaminari climbed to his feet and shouted, "A little warning next time." Naburu chuckled. "He makes it too easy." Katsuki snorted. He really does. Aizawa huffed. A hero needs better situational awareness. Not to mention better self-control. Suji stretched her arms above her head as Dad opened the doors to Gym Epsilon, where Yagi-san, Nedzu, and Recovery Girl were standing by a variety of machines. As they approached, Suji frowned as she realized something. The third-year sports festival is today. Shouldn't Recovery Girl be nearby in case of an emergency? Nedzu chuckled. If it were any other year, then yes. However, by the time our students reach their third year, they've learned enough control to hopefully prevent any major injuries. And in the event that an accident occurs, our hero students have received basic medical training, so Recovery Girl isn't needed as much as she was 2 days ago. The doors opened behind her, and Suji turned to see Sir Night-Eye walking into the gym, followed by a short old guy in a white and yellow hero costume, complete with a domino mask and a cape. I recognize Night-Eye, but who's the old fart? Dad elbowed her gently, but the old guy just laughed. A real firecracker, Hatashinori. Yagi-san gave a shaky grin. It's good to see you again, sir. The old guy huffed, and suddenly was in Suji's face, inspecting her with a critical eye. A good foundation to work with, and she carries herself with the balance of a fighter. You're one tough cookie, huh, kid? Suji grunted. I try not to assume how good I am. Overconfidence is the fast lane to an early grave. Old fart let out a bark of laughter. I like her. You made a good choice, Tashinori. Yagi-san let out a sigh of relief, before walking up and laying a reassuring hand on Suji's shoulder. Kyushaojo, this is my old homeroom teacher and former mentor, Gran Torino. Officially he's retired, but he still renews his hero license in case of emergencies. Pops gasped. Gran Torino? The Fukushima fireball? The older hero raised an eyebrow. Haven't heard that name in ages. Where you from, kid? I grew up in Hanawa. When I was a kid, I watched you and Skydancer take down a hydrokinetic villain who was threatening to wash the town away using the Kuji River. Oh, what did he call himself? Gran Torino grunted. Crimson Tsunami. That guy was a real blabbermouth, I tell you. Couldn't shut up about how he deserved a higher villain ranking because he was a walking natural disaster and could turn the country into the new Atlantis at any time. Yagi-san blinked. Skydancer? Wasn't that? Gran Torino nodded. Yeah. He shook himself, then puffed his chest out. But enough about the past. It's done, it's gone, get over it. So, Z, you think you're a big shot that can carry this sacred torch, eh? Let's see you put your money where your mouth is. He immediately jumped back, tossing the cane aside as Suji's foot flashed up towards where his family jewels had just been. Sir Night-Eye groaned and rubbed at his forehead. Do we really have to do this now? Gran Torino cackled. Not afraid to go for the low blow, I see. Good instincts, ZWGT. In a real fight, there's no rules, no clean or dirty. You do what you have to do to stay alive. Suji cracked her knuckles and bounced on the ball of her feet. Come on, old geezer. Show me what gave you the right to mentor the #1 hero. Gran Torino cackled louder, before disappearing. A gust of wind shot past Suji's face, and suddenly the old man's laughter was behind her. Then to her right. Now above her on her left. Suddenly in front of her and slightly to the side. He's launching himself around the room, never staying in one place for more than a split second. Flighty old bestiardi. A massive impact slammed into her side, sending her stumbling as a blast of wind signaled the geezer's presence. Come on, ye. Pick up the pace, or you'll be left in the dust. Villains won't give you all day to figure out a plan of attack. Suji said nothing, her eyes darting back and forth. She couldn't see the older hero, but she could pick up on the clouds of dust he kicked up whenever he launched off a surface. The directions and intervals between attacks were practically random as he bombarded her with flying kicks from all sides, bouncing back out of range the second he landed a hit. Gran Torino slammed into her back and shot off, and Suji grinned. Got you. She waited a second, before focusing on the hero's signature and injecting him with a 75% boost of Force Loan. As expected, he launched from the ceiling significantly faster than he'd planned, and the geezer crashed into the floor face first, a few feet in front of her. Yagi-san went white as a ghost, and Dad's hands flew to his mouth. Pops and Recovery Girl, on the other hand, just started chuckling. After a few seconds, Gran Torino climbed out of the newly made hole in the floor and dusted himself off, cracking his nose back into place. Not bad, girl. Not bad at all. Sir Night-Eye cleared his throat. If we're done destroying this gym, perhaps now we can move on to what we originally came here to do? Gran Torino laughed and casually walked over to the younger hero, patting him on the leg. You're way too stiff, kid. Besides, I just wanted to see for myself what made Toshinori think she was a good successor. Now that I've fought her, I'm convinced. She's just gotta figure out how to launch her own attacks, instead of forcing her opponent to overextend. Suji huffed. I can fight head-to-head, you know. Won silver in the sports festival the other day, even. It's just that I know when I can and can't land a blow myself. You move way too fast for me to hit you. Gran Torino grinned. Smart. Not a bad choice, Toshinori. Yagi-san chuckled, the relief evident in his voice. I'm glad you think so, sir. Sir Night-Eye coughed into his fist. In any case, I believe the goal was to determine her current level of fitness and decide if she's physically ready to receive one for all, correct? Yagi-san nodded. Of course. Suji rolled her shoulders and flexed her joints, feeling them pop in quick succession. All right, let's do this. Sensei sighed in disappointment. For shame, Tamura. I ask you to complete a simple task, and yet you come back with nothing to show for it. Tamura scowled. I told you, Sensei, there was something keeping Kurogyari from warping in, and the same thing kept me from making contact. Even if those hero brats weren't camping the level entrance, it probably would have kept me from starting the mission. I bet only the hero factions allowed inside. Sensei, at least, the Nomu that Sensei was speaking through, sighed again. Even still, you could have at least reduced their numbers. But you didn't even try to attack them. Tamura scoffed. Their levels are way higher than mine. 3 of their units took down the All Might killer at the USJ, and I'm pretty sure each of them could have done it on their own. Plus, All Might had his sight line covering their party, so there's no way I'd be able to pull off a sneak attack and get away. Sensei huffed. All Might is no longer an issue. That boy with the sword is a significant threat to our plans. He must be stopped before he makes himself a nuisance. Suddenly, Gairahim appeared in a burst of diamond-shaped sparkles. You need not worry, my lord. I clashed blades with him in a frozen temple, and I can assure you that his edge has dulled considerably. He will be of no risk to your great conquest. Sensei grunted in approval. I see. It's good that at least one of you knows how to get things done. Gairahim, track down the remaining temples. Infest them with hordes of monsters. If this hero wishes to defy us, his life must be made torturous as punishment. Gairahim bowed. As you wish, The demon disappeared in another burst of sparkles, and Sensei turned his glare to Tamura. Since it seems you are incapable of following orders, you will remain here at the bar. Kurogyari, ensure that he does not leave. Perhaps being confined in one place will make sure he thinks twice about disappointing me in the future. The Nomo fell limp in its booth as Tamura felt the blood drain from his face. Sensei's never been like this. He always said that I was allowed to make mistakes, and he'd always be there to support me. Why is he suddenly so upset with me? Kurogyari sighed. If MSTR says you're to stay here, then you'll stay. Kurogyari. The bartender blinked at his charge's unusually passive tone. Tamura? Why is Sensei so mad at me? He always said that he'd support me, even if I made mistakes. He said that I'd take his place as the symbol of evil, that I was a player in a world of NPCs, but now he's treating me like I'm some disposable C-rank unit. Why? Kurogyari frowned. I cannot say I am certain as to his motivations. I will say, I do find it odd that his attitude has shifted so drastically. Perhaps the doctor has an answer. I will go to his lab sometime soon to ask him. Tamura nodded numbly. Please. I don't want Sensei to be mad at me. I want to know how I can please him. Recovery Girl called out. All right, that's enough. Suji gratefully set the barbell down on the floor, sighing in relief as she wiped the sweat from her brow. I genuinely hope that's the last test. Gran Torino scoffed. If it wasn't, we just put him off until later. Can't exactly gauge your limits when you're exhausted. Suji nodded. That's fair. Recovery Girl tapped away at her tablet, before nodding and lowering the device to her side, walking up to the student. Well, I think we can be reasonably certain your limbs won't explode the second you receive the quirk. Properly using it is another matter entirely, but there's really no way to gauge that ahead of time, is there? Nedzu chuckled. There certainly isn't. Yagi-san walked over and gently laid a hand on Suji's shoulder. Are you still certain about your choice, Kyushujo? If you change your mind, I won't hold it against you. I just want you to make sure you're comfortable with this before we make it final. For all we know, one for all can't be returned to a previous wielder. Suji nodded firmly. I'm certain. If this quirk doesn't listen to me at first, then I'm going to find a way to beat it into SB Amson. I refuse to let this opportunity go to waste. The blonde man smiled. Well, if you're certain, then I won't object. Pops frowned. So, how does the transfer work? Gran Torino grunted. Easiest option is for her to eat one of his hairs. He'll still be able to use the last embers of one for all, but she'll have the whole quirk. Suji frowned. Do I have to? Recovery Girl interjected. It doesn't necessarily have to be hair, but you have to take in Tashinori's DNA somehow for the transfer to work. Another option would be a blood transfusion, but that runs the risk of incompatible blood types. There is the possibility of saliva, but... Suji winced. I'll take the hair, thanks. Yagi-san nodded and reached up, easily plucking out one of his hairs and holding it out to her. All right then, Kyushujo. If you're ready, then eat this. Surprisingly, it went down fairly easily, but the feeling of it against her tongue still made her GG. As Pops patted her on the back, Gran Torino mentioned, it'll take a while to settle, so take it easy for now. And let us know the instant you feel something unusual. Suji was about 30 minutes into jogging laps around the gym when it happened. There was a massive surge of energy through her body, almost like the inverse of how it felt when she used her quirk. She stumbled a bit, but managed to save herself from falling on her face. Her dads rushed to her side, Dad giving her a gentle hand as she walked over to where the heroes were standing. Nedzu hummed excitedly. Judging by your reaction, I'm guessing it's integrated? Suji nodded, feeling the energy move from the tips of her toes, up her legs, through her chest, down her arms and into her fingers, up her neck, around her head, and down her spine. She watched as a red glow moved along her veins and arteries, a warm feeling in the exact same position. After a bit, it settled inside her ribcage, humming like a car engine. So much power. Yagi-san grinned. Now, let's see if you can use it, shall we? Suji nodded, and Nedzu pressed a button on a remote. A metallic figure rose from the floor over by the wall, with padding over the chest. Suji cracked her knuckles and walked over, reaching for that pool of energy and directing it into her arm. Suddenly she paused. That doesn't feel good. Yagi-san paled. Is something wrong? Suji hummed. That's too much power. Even just holding it there is making my bones ache. If I punch now, it'll overflow. Can I only portion out part of the energy? She dismissed it, then reached for it again, thinking of how she could give out a portion of her strength and trying to recreate that with one for all. She managed to draw part of the energy into her arm, which felt much safer, but the rest of it needed to be actively held back. Yeah, no, not gonna be able to keep that up in the middle of a fight. I need a different strategy. A thought crossed her mind. When I focus force alone on a single person, it's difficult to keep it from giving away all of my strength, but when I distribute it among a lot of others, it's more manageable. What if one for all follows a similar principle? She called on the power again, this time spreading the energy to all the parts of her body instead of just her arm. Pops gasped, and she suddenly noticed that she was coated in crackling orange lightning. Okay, that's really FNG cool. Gran Torino chuckled. So, you think you can attack like that? Suji locked her eyes on the target dummy. Let's find out. She stomped forward, her fist shooting towards the padded chest. She locked her feet in place and twisted her hips, and the blow slammed into the padding. The training dummy ripped off its metal post and went flying into the rear wall. Tsuji blinked in shock, before staring down at her electricity-coated fist. Nedzu clapped slowly. A marvelous first performance, indeed. And the only thing broken is easily replaceable. Yagi-san walked up. Q Xiaojo, are you alright? She corralled the strength back into the reservoir within her ribs, flexing her hand experimentally. A grin slowly stretched across her face. Yeah, I think I can work with this. Izuku glanced up as Snatch walked through the front doors of the agency, scratching his head as a small group of his sidekicks followed him inside. The hero glanced around, before catching Aizawa-sensei's attention and walking over to the teacher. We were doing a routine sweep of the desert today, and the sand around the ruins had sunk. Almost like there was a tunnel underneath that had collapsed. Or several tunnels. I know you and a few of your students were out there last night. Was it like that when you were around? Aizawa-sensei grunted. We happened to find out what was causing your weird sightings. Turns out, there was an unregistered quirked pangolin with some kind of aquatic mutation. It could swim through the sand as if it were water. It had made its den near the ruins, and it was occasionally venturing out during the day, probably in search of food. It didn't look much like a pangolin at first glance, which is why the tourists didn't recognize it as one. Izuku quickly hid a smirk. That's one way to hide that we dealt with the Maldukid infestation. Snatch beamed. Oh, well, that means we can safely allow tourists back onto the dunes again. Where is the little critter, anyhow? Nedzu sent over a co-worker to bring it back to UA. Supposedly, he'd set up a temporary habitat for it until researchers could collect it for study. Quirked animals are a rarity, you know, and one of this kind is even rarer. It'll be safe, so don't worry about it. Snatch chuckled and patted the younger hero on the back. Well, it's a load off my mind to know that there weren't any unknown villains looking to cause trouble out in the dunes. And I'm certain the locals will be happy to have their favorite hiking area open again. Izuku surreptitiously held out a hand, and the other two Triforce wielders quickly gave him a low five. Sir Night-Eye loudly cleared his throat. That's enough. Tsuji and Gran Torino disengaged, leaping back to their assigned starting points on either side of the gym. The old hero grinned, wiping at a red line on his face where Tsuji had landed a glancing blow. For her part, the ninth bearer of One for All was breathing heavily, covered in light bruises, yet still grinning widely. Gran Torino chuckled, before catching the cane tossed his way and clacking over towards the student. Not bad, kid. Been a long time since someone even scratched me. You're a real natural with One for All. Tsuji shrugged and accepted the offered handshake. Well, it's a little disappointing that I'm not capable of a full-power Texas smash. She shot a glance at Nedzu. But I bet you're glad I'm not throwing weather-changing punches all the time, huh? Nedzu chuckled. Well, I'm certain Cementos would be grateful about not having as much work to do, if he were told. The mammal suddenly pulled out a large packet and started flipping through it. Now, if you're comfortable with One for All, I'd like to discuss a few things pertaining to your transfer into the hero course. Tsuji blinked, barely even flinching as a towel suddenly wrapped itself around her face. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and slung the towel around her shoulders as Dad walked up and patted her on the back. Sure. Can I change into casual clothing first, though? Nedzu smirked. Of course, of course. They reconvened in Nedzu's office, this time without Recovery Girl, Gran Torino, Sir Night-Eye, or Yagi-san present. The mammal tapped at his keyboard, before lacing his paws together and looking across the desk at Tsuji. Now then, Kyuyu Xiaojo. Due to the unusual circumstances surrounding this school year, you and Shinsu will be assigned to 1B, while Hatsum Xiaojo will be added to 1A. Tsuji frowned. Isn't 1A somewhere out in Japan? How's she gonna get to them? Nedzu chuckled. I have my ways. Still, this is about your transfer. While our classes can fit more than 20 students in a pinch, the school board prefers to move students out to make room for transfers. As such, I'm required to ask if there's anyone you'd like to take the place of. Tsuji winced. There's really only one guy who comes to mind, but I don't want to force him out just because of a difference of opinion. Nedzu frowned. May I ask who? Suji sighed. Don't know his name, but he's got blonde hair. Oh, and he's always got a pompous smirk on his face. Nedzu hummed. Unfortunately, that's more than enough of a description for me to know exactly who you mean. Monoma Nito, Seat Vlad King, has already made comments about his competitive nature, and he apparently holds an obsession with proving 1BS superiority. To be honest, I was already planning on sending him to Hound Dog, but perhaps being demoted to general education might give him a wake-up call. Suji nodded. So, Monoma will be kicked out, I'll take his place, and Hitoshi will tag along for the ride? Nedza smiled. That is correct, Kyuu Xiaojo. Welcome to UA's esteemed heroics course. I look forward to seeing what you'll accomplish with our guidance. Inko glanced up as the elevator dinged, the doors opening to reveal a familiar pink-haired woman hauling a suitcase into the hallway. Oh, Faison, it's good to see you again. The scrap shop owner looked up and grinned. Hey, Midoriya-san. Let me guess, you're here because your kid is in 1A. Inko chuckled and moved forward, grabbing hold of the other woman's suitcase. That's one way to put it. Though why are you here? The last time I saw you, you had a perfectly serviceable apartment over your scrap shop. Pei-san scowled and dragged her suitcase across the floor with renewed vigor. You know Kin? Inko frowned. Your husband who handled the management and finances of your business? What about him? Pei's scowl deepened. Former husband, now. Inko gasped, and Pei nodded. Yeah. Turns out, he didn't really give a DMN about Mayday. Just wanted to make a profit off her babies. That BS dude only ever cared about money, so I divorced him when May transferred. Inko hummed. Let me guess, she applied for support because her father didn't want her getting hurt? Pei blinked, then smirked. I guess your son gets his brains from you. Inko blushed and set Pei's suitcase upright. Well, I just know how it feels when you hear that your only child wants to go into a dangerous and often lethal occupation. Of course, I could never sacrifice Izuku's happiness for his safety. She glanced at the elevator. So, if Mei-chan is in the hero course now, why isn't she here? Pei smirked. Take a wild guess. Izuku's head shot up as the front doors of the agency slammed open. Villain attack? A loud and very familiar voice crowed, Guess who, beaches? Izuku beamed and launched himself off the couch, immediately swinging his hand out. As expected, May matched him, and they grabbed each other by the forearm. May, you absolute beauty. May's grin widened. Greenie, you absolute Chad. Ezawa-sensei groaned as he walked past, a hand already pinching the bridge of his nose. My hero license for a drink, I swear. Katsuki chuckled as he walked up. So, you transferred into our class? About DMN time. Momo frowned. But aren't all the rooms on the Sky Conqueror already occupied? Where will she sleep? Aizawa-sensei plopped down on the couch with a bone-weary sigh. Somehow, Nedzu had an extension ready that serves as a combination bedroom and workshop. She'll access it through a hatch in the ceiling of the central room. And before you ask, he either had it ready ahead of time or built it within the span of a day, and I don't want to know which. Uraraka grinned. Well, it's good to have you on board. May cackled. It is indeed. Kurojiri sighed as he locked the door to the bar, glancing over at where young Tamura was cleaning one of the tables. Kurojiri had found an old pair of gloves in one of the rooms upstairs, and had cut off the pinky and ring fingers to prevent Tamura from using his quirk through them. The young villain had taken surprisingly well to helping run the bar, though it was possible his mind had simply been in a haze recently. Kurojiri couldn't blame him. Having MST or suddenly be so cross with him would certainly be a shock to his system. Nodding resolutely, he walked over and laid a gentle hand on the young man's shoulder. I will go to the doctor's lab and ask him about MSDR's shift in tone. Tamura nodded silently. Wincing underneath the smoke covering his face, Kurojiri stepped back and allowed Warp Gate to cover him, soon finding himself among the glowing purple machinery of the doctor's private laboratory. He quietly maneuvered around the pods of Nomu and unidentifiable equipment, only to pause when he heard muttering. Silently, he stopped at a junction and poked his head around the corner, seeing the doctor conversing with a blue middle-tier Nomu. And his current threat of failure is disappointing. Not unexpected, but still disappointing. The doctor sighed. It is indeed a shame, my lord. He was doing so well at following your orders, up until his assault on Yue. I had hoped that, given time, he would have served as a suitable vessel. Kurogiri froze. Vessel? MSTR grunted. I have no need to possess his body. Before, I needed a new body that was undamaged by that oaf, one that could fully use my stockpile of quirks. But now that Demise has restored my original body and enhanced it beyond what it was before, destroying Shigaraki's mind and dominating his will are no longer necessary. To be frank, the only reason I have kept him around thus far is that he could potentially be used as an emotional blow against All Might. And even then, his usefulness is quickly growing smaller. My new strength is more than a match for the 8th wielder of One for All, and I will have no need to shatter his will. Shimura Tenko is no more than a simple pawn on my chessboard. Kurogiri silently ducked back behind the corner, his breath caught in his throat. It can't be. Surely MSTR truly cares for Tamura. The doctor huffed. And what of Kurogiri? MSTR scoffed. Little more than a babysitter. His warp gate may have been useful once upon a time, but Demise's abilities make him, quite frankly, obsolete. We may as well cut contact with those two entirely, they are of little use to me. The doctor hummed. Are you not concerned that they could inform the heroes? All for One chuckled. Please, Garaki. The heroes are of no concern. Once I have fully acclimated to my new form, nothing will stand against my conquest of the world. The brace on Kurogiri's neck maintains his mental conditioning, correct? You may as well deactivate it entirely. Kurogiri scowled and warped back to the bar. Tamura, go up to your room and gather your things. All for One has hung us out to dry. Tamura paled. Really? But why? Kurogiri warped behind the bar, quickly retrieving his favorite wines and setting the bottles on the counter. I overheard a conversation between him and the doctor. Apparently, he originally intended to possess your body as a means of overcoming the damage done to him by All Might. Now that his body is restored, he no longer has any use for you. Nor does he require my services. Tamura frowned. Are you sure? Maybe it was just the guy he fused with, Demise, or whatever. Kurogiri shook his head sadly. I could hear him speak through a middle-tier Nomu. It was clearly All for One, with barely any hint of the demon that has merged with him. Suddenly, the brace on his neck sparked, before disconnecting from his spinal cord and clattering to the ground. Kurogiri gasped, leaning heavily on the counter and clutching his head with his hands. Tamura shot forward, casting the cleaning rag aside. Kurogiri! Kurogiri held out a hand, the smoke over his face receding. For the first time in years, he saw the world as it was, not through a haze that clouded his vision, both literally and figuratively. He glanced at his reflection in the closest wine bottle, running a pale hand along his cheek. He took in his brilliant golden eyes and purple wavy hair that swayed as though it was underwater. Memories rushed through his head, images that had been held back by the device that had restricted his personality for so long without his knowing. He glanced down at his hands, seeing purple smoke recede to reveal the scars that covered his fingers and wrists. His hands clenched into fists, and he raised his head to meet Tamura's gaze. Grab what you can carry in a backpack. We need to leave here as soon as we can. Tamura nodded and rushed up the stairs, his feet pounding against the floor above. Kurogiri, no. Oboro walked over to the door, unlocking it before snapping the key in half and tossing the split pieces onto the bar. He glanced at the Nomu sitting in a corner booth, and his expression hardened. He held out his right hand, and a warp gate appeared underneath it, dropping the monster into a hidden corner of the doctor's lab. Hopefully, by the time All for One or the doctor discovered it, he and Tamura would be unreachable via warping. As he turned off the lights, Tamura hurried down the stairs, a backpack slung over his shoulders. Where are we going? The only place where we might have a chance of surviving, should All for One choose to come after us. Nedzu glanced up as the security system pinged, skiing in a breath as he saw a distinct purple cloud appear in midair outside the main gate. He moved a paw over to the button that would activate the defense systems, only to pause when Shigaraki and one other person stepped out of the portal. The former glanced around in confusion, only to go pale when he recognized that he was at Yu. The latter walked up to the gate, pulling something out of their messenger bag. They held a tiny plastic card up to the sensor, and Nedzu's computer displayed the ID that had just been scanned. He immediately moved his paw over to the intercom button and announced, "Present Mike and Midnight, please report to the principal's office. Someone has arrived at the front gate to see you." Shirakumo Oboro leaned over and peered at the sensor, along with the small camera installed over it. "Hello? Is someone there?" Nedzu grabbed the microphone on his desk and cleared his throat. "I must admit, I find myself shocked to see you here, Shirakumo-kun." Shirakumo brightened. "Oh, Nedzu-sensei. Perfect, I was hoping I could talk to you. Do you mind if we come inside?" Nedzu hummed. "That depends. What did you wish to talk about?" Shirakumo grunted. "Turns out, All for One doesn't actually care about Tamura. Or me. So we're walking out on him. Figured we'd at least stand a chance if we came here." Nedzu's eyes widened. After a few seconds, he sighed. "Very well. I've temporarily deactivated the security system. Bring Shigaraki to the principal's office. I made sure not to move it since you were last here." Shirakumo nodded, and a purple cloud formed by the gate at the same time that an identical one appeared in front of Nedzu's desk. Closing the feed from the cameras, he set his keyboard aside and steepled his paws on his desk as the two apparently former villains entered the room. Shirakumo glanced around and chuckled. "Man, you got promoted from homeroom teacher to principal? Just how long has it been?" Nedzu smiled. "Slightly over 15 years, if memory serves. On that topic, how much do you remember?" Shirakumo hummed and smacked the side of his head a couple times. "Not much at the moment, but stuff's coming back. Most of my memories right now are from when I was Kurogiri, but even those are fuzzy because of the mind control brace. But I do remember one thing. Our Sho, Zashi, and Murioke." Nedzu chuckled as the door of his office swung open. The two heroes immediately tensed when they saw Shigaraki, only to freeze entirely when they noticed the other occupant. The blonde's hand slowly rose to his gaping jaw. "Kumo." Shirakumo chuckled. "Hey, Zashi. Sorry for leaving my fellow Dumbaigos out to dry. Not like I had much choice in the matter, though." Midnight broke out into sobs and launched herself at Shirakumo, clinging to him like a baby koala. After a few seconds, Shigaraki cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. "While I'm sure this is a great reunion, didn't we come here for a reason?" Shirakumo immediately sobered up, gently pushing Midnight off. Long story short, All for One planned on possessing Tamura and using him as, essentially, a newer, healthier body that wouldn't have the damage from his fight against All Might. But after he fused with some kind of ancient mind demon or whatever, that damage was healed, so he didn't have a use for Tamura or me anymore. He ordered the doctor to deactivate my neck brace, which made me remember my original identity and persuaded me to cut ties with both of them and bring Tamura here. Nedzu swore under his breath. "Ancient mind demon. That settles it. All for One and Demise have merged mind and body, and the latter has likely dramatically strengthened the former." Out loud, he asked, "Can you give us information on their whereabouts?" Shirakumo hummed. "Couldn't tell you where All for One is. Last I checked, he'd holed up in some kind of pocket dimension to get acclimated to his new body and power. He's untouchable at the current moment. Although, the doctor is a little more reachable. His real name is Garaki Kyudai, and his secret laboratory is located underneath Jaku General Hospital, normally only accessed via warping quirks." Nedzu frowned. Garaki Kyudai. He authored the Quirk singularity theory about 70 years ago. His theory was dismissed as ridiculous, and he was shunned by all of society. He was officially quirkless, but it's possible that Ejiko Daruma is simply a fake identity for him. Shirakumo nodded. "That's right." Nedzu scowled. "Yamada, Kayama, return to your classes. After the school day ends, round up the other teachers and bring them to the conference room for a war meeting. The two heroes nodded, all business. They left the office and the door swung shut behind them. Nezu turned his attention to his former student. What do you know about this mind demon that fused with All for One? Shirakumo frowned. Not much. I only heard All for One's side of the conversation before they fused. All I know is that some kind of magenta, tar-like goop covered his body for a bit, then got absorbed into his body after it was healed. His new eyes have black sclera with glowing orange irises, and his veins have that same magenta glow. Nezu swore under his breath again. You'd better come to the conference room after classes today. As for lodging, we have a few fully furnished buildings in ground beta, in the event that someone needs emergency housing. Shirakumo nodded. Understood. And by the way, it's great to see you again, sir. Nezu smirked. I will admit, it is wonderful to see you alive and well, my old student. When the bell rang to signal the start of the heroics PRD, Ken-sensei grunted and moved to the podium. For starters, good work at the sports festival, all of you. Everyone in this room put in their best effort, and many of you impressed a great many pros watching. Now, for the two of you who weren't here a week ago, I said then that your main purpose in the sports festival was to put on a good showing. And you all certainly achieved that. He pulled out a remote and pressed a button, and the chalkboard seemingly magically filled with names and numbers. After a few seconds, the girl with the horns, Tsunami, gasped and pointed. Internship offers. Ken-sensei nodded. Precisely. The class looked at the board with renewed interest. Suji scanned the list, grunting in satisfaction as she saw a nice, round 100 next to her name. Looking down the list, she frowned as she noticed that Hitoshi had only received a measly. She raised her hand and said, Sir? How come Shinso only has 27, even though he made it to the semifinals? Ken-sensei sighed. Unfortunately, personal bias plays a lot into these internship offers. My guess is that most pros watching saw Shinso's quirk and were put off by it. Hitoshi pouted slightly, only to brighten when the teacher snarled under his breath, a stupid way of thinking if you ask me, but whatever. Kendo, the class rep, humped. I'm guessing that those who aren't on the board didn't receive any offers from the pros watching? Ken-sensei nodded. That's correct. However, if you didn't get any offers, don't be too worried, you'll all be going on internships, regardless. UA partners with 40 agencies around Japan that'll take on any student for internship week, no matter how many offers that student got. As a result, those of you with no offers still have choices, and those who did get scouted have a little extra breathing room. Just in case you don't think any of your offers would make a good fit. Hitoshi sighed and leaned back in his seat, sending Suji a small grin. She reciprocated, a feeling of satisfaction blooming in her chest. They see us as potential heroes already. Ken-sensei clapped his hands, drawing their attention. Now, in order for you to participate in these internships, you'll first need. The classroom door slammed open, and Midnight strutted in without a care in the world. Code names. The class muttered excitedly as the heroine strode over to the podium. When you go out into the field, civilians need a name to call you by. And for security reasons, they obviously can't use your real name. When you're on an internship, you're effectively being a temporary sidekick at that agency, so you need a code name in order to go out on patrols. Keep in mind, these names will likely stick for your entire career, so choose wisely, or they'll be hell to pay later. Ken-sensei tossed a stack of whiteboards into the air, and Yanagi caught them with her quirk, easily distributing them around the room along with the bundle of markers that soon followed. You'll each be writing your proposed hero name down on these whiteboards, then presenting them to the class one at a time. Midnight and I will offer feedback on each one, and we will veto any name that probably wouldn't sit well with the public or the media. The room was immediately filled with the squeaking of markers, and Suji grinned. She'd already known what she wanted to be called for years, and she quickly wrote down her choice on her board. She glanced back at Hitoshi, who was setting down his own marker. The insomniac met her gaze and nodded once. Her grin widened, and she returned her attention to the front of the room. After a little bit, everyone had finished writing, and Midnight nodded. All right, To make things simple, we'll go in order of seat number. Awakens walked up to the podium and proudly displayed his board. Welder. Suji winced, and a few similar reactions went through the class. Midnight frowned. A little basic, don't you think? The guy sighed. Yeah, but I couldn't really think of anything better. Suji frowned. What about Vulcan? The class turned to her, and she soldiered on. You know, god of blacksmiths? Roman counterpart to Hephaestus. Awakens whistled. Okay, that's way better. I'm going with that. Ken-sensei nodded. Definitely an improvement. Let that be a lesson to all of you. A hero tends to look better in the eyes of the public if their name is more than a basic description of their abilities. I mean, could you imagine how lame I'd sound if I named myself Bleeder? The class winced in unison, and the hero nodded. Exactly. Kaibara frowned and glanced down at his board, before hastily wiping it off and scribbling something else before walking up to the podium. I was originally gonna go with Spiral, but after a ways, I'm switching over to Driver. I know, not exactly an improvement, but it's what I've got. Midnight giggled. On the contrary, it's a good red herring. Not a lot of villains would assume it's short for screwdriver, and they'd likely think you'd have something to do with automobiles. Kaibara blinked. Hadn't exactly considered that angle, but if you think it's good, then I'm going with it. Kamakiri grunted and moved up to the podium, proudly displaying his chosen name. I'm gonna be Jack Mantis. Ken-sensei grunted in approval. Very good. Not an XPLCT reference to your quirk, but enough of a connection to be thematically appropriate. Kuwaro slowly walked to the front. Vantablack. Suji whistled. Isn't that the name for that super dark coating? Something like the blackest paint? The guy nodded. That's what I was going for. Midnight gave a thumbs up. Excellent. Kendo quickly walked up and displayed her board with a smidge of trepidation in her expression. Battle Fist. Ken-sensei nodded. Good. Basic but good. Kodai silently walked up and displayed her name with a blank expression. Pim. Midnight chuckled. A fan of pre-Quirk comics, I see. Well, the copyright's lapsed, so you should be fine. And not a lot of villains nowadays are familiar with Marvel, so you should be able to take a good number by surprise, but don't count on it all the time. The student nodded. Komori walked up to the podium, her bangs covering her eyes. Shemage. Kan-sensei straightened. I think I've heard of a kind of mushroom called shimeji that's often used in cooking. But, like with Kodai's name, it's not exactly common knowledge. That's a good name for you. Ibra walked to the front of the room, the picture of Grace. The Briar heroine, apostle. Midnight shrugged. Far be it from me to deny you your religion, so I'll allow it. I wish you luck dealing with the media. Christianity isn't exactly the most popular around here. Shishida cautiously walked to the podium, taking care not to shove any desks. Gavaudin. Midnight hummed. Bit brutal for those who know that old legend, but otherwise it should be fine. Shota walked up, sweat beading on his neck. I wanted to go with mines, but I'm not certain about that one. Hitoshi cautiously raised his hand. What about operator? Short for strike operator. After all, your whole thing is setting up a trap and then springing it on someone out of nowhere. He glanced around the room and shrugged. Am I wrong? A small grin appeared on Shota's face. No, I think that's excellent. Operator it is. Midnight nodded. And I approve. Tsunatori cautiously walked up to the podium, giving a nervous smile as she displayed her board. Rocketti? Midnight squealed. Oh, that's adorable. And thematic. Approved. The horned girl gave a sigh of relief as she walked back to her seat. Tsuburaba sighed, walked up to the front, and displayed an empty board for a few seconds, before letting it fall onto the podium. Yeah, I couldn't come up with anything. If anyone's got suggestions, I'm more than happy to hear you out. Kendo hummed. I've noticed that you particularly enjoy setting up invisible mazes to trap and confuse opponents. How about architect? Tsuburaba snapped his fingers and pointed at her. Sold. He quickly pulled out a marker and scribbled on his board, before tilting it up to reveal his chosen name of the creative hero, architect. Midnight nodded. Approved. Tetsu confidently walked up to the front of the room and slammed his board down on the podium. Real steel. Ken-sensei hummed. Normally I'd nix it for naming your quirk so explicitly, but in this case, I think I can let it slide. Midnight nodded her approval, and Tetsu pumped his fist in triumph. Hell yeah. Tokage walked up with a toothy grin. Plestiodon. Kendo nodded. A genus of skinks known for the ability to detach their tails. An excellent choice, but obscure enough for not too many to know what it means. Midnight grinned. And thus, it's approved. Fukidashi walked to the front, his speech bubble head betraying his anxiety by displaying the kanji for nervous. I was originally going to propose Comic Man, but I decided to go with Echo instead. Ken-sensei nodded. A wise choice. And most people would assume that it means you echo other people's sounds, when really the world echoes what you say. A good red herring. Hananuki walked up to the podium, confidence carried in every line of his body. Maleescent. Midnight hummed. A fairly obscure synonym for softening. Decent. Bondo walked up and displayed his board. Epoxy. Ken-sensei nodded. A form of adhesive. A little too descriptive for my tastes, but again, obscure enough that most people won't make the connection right off the bat. Good enough for me. Sudge stood up from her desk, holding her board under her arm. She dimly felt everyone's eyes on her as she walked up to the podium, and she snorted internally. Guess I'd better get used to that, huh? Especially if I'm gonna be anywhere close to All Might's level. She stepped behind the podium and scanned the room, catching Hitoshi's gaze and grinning before revealing her board. I'll be the keystone that supports this class and holds it together. Tokage snorted. Bold words, little lady. Can you back it up? Suji smirked. I think my silver medal does that for me. A round of laughter went around the room, and Midnight chuckled. Works for me. Approved. Suji walked back to her chair, internally sighing with relief. She glanced back at Hitoshi, who gave her an encouraging thumbs up. She grinned back at him, before turning her attention forward. All right. I've cemented my hero name. I'll do what I've set out to do. Yanagi walked to the podium, holding up her board with her usual raptor claw hand. Ouija. Midnight shivered. You mean like those boards people claim can communicate with spirits? The girl nodded. Well, it definitely fits your aesthetic, that's for sure. Ken-sensei added, plus, the idea is that the ghosts move the planchette around the board, which is a lot like what you do with your quirk, so it fits even more. I'm fine with it. Midnight nodded. Agreed. Approved. Rin walked up and displayed his board, and Ken-sensei frowned. Is that Chinese? I'm not sure I can read that. Rin blinked. Oh, my apologies. The direct pronunciation is long-wazy, but I suppose in Japanese it could be read as Dragon Shroud. Midnight smiled. Dragon Shroud it is. Rin sighed. Very well. I suppose having a Japanese hero name will make it easier for people to refer to me, or catch my attention in a fight. Ken-sensei nodded. That's another thing to consider. Most hero names need to be short enough to be called out mid-battle to get that hero's attention. Of course, some heroes will have a longer hero name and an abbreviation that they respond to. For instance, I respond to Vlad, and Yamada responds to Mike. Rin took his seat, and Hitoshi walked up to the front, eyeing the teachers warily. Suji caught his gaze and gave a nod of encouragement, and he squared his shoulders, displaying his board. Hypnos. Ken-sensei frowned. Isn't your quirk officially named brainwashing, though? I was expecting something like puppeteer. Midnight smacked the other teacher upside the head, before turning to Hitoshi with an encouraging smile. Before she could get a word in, Hitoshi grunted. Well, my quirk counselor saw that I could control minds and just slapped brainwashing on the forms, even though it's not exactly the most accurate term for it. What I'm doing is putting someone under an enhanced hypnotic state, which makes them extremely susceptible to follow my commands. It's not direct control, it's just that to their brain at that moment, my commands sound like a really good idea. If I tried to order them to do something they would never do normally, there's a good chance the hypnosis would break. It's not total domination, even if it seems like it at first glance. Therefore, hypnos. Ken-sensei nodded. Makes sense. And if you want to change the official name of your quirk, there is a form you can fill out for that. Sometimes it takes a while, but I'm pretty sure Nedzu wouldn't mind fast-tracking something like that. Hitoshi nodded. Thank you, sir. Once he took his seat, Midnight moved behind the podium and scanned the room, before grinning. That went well. I must say, it's not often that we get everyone's names squared away in the span of a single PRD. More often than not, I have to invite a few people to talk with me in my office one-on-one after school hours to figure something out. Anyway, now that you have your hero names squared away, my job is done. See you all tomorrow for art history. And just like that, she was out the door. Kan-sensei sighed, before stepping behind the podium. Now that you've all decided on your hero names, a little more on the internships next week. Your offers were made because the pros saw potential in you. However, that interest can wane and potentially die out before graduation, so stay on your toes. In terms of next week specifically, you have until Friday to submit your choice. And remember, if you don't like any of the offers you received, you can go with one of the 40 agencies partnered with UA. He reached under the podium and pulled out a stack of papers. Reps, hand these out. As Kendo and Shota moved around the room, it became clear that the packets contained their internship offers. None of them were all that thick, containing 10 to 15 offers a page, and the most anyone had gotten was Tokeage at a whopping 200, with 20 pages of offers. Suji's own packet was 10 pages thick, and Hitoshi's packet was only 3 pages. Suji opened up her packet and immediately blinked. Right there at the top of the list was a name she recognized. And right off the bat, she knew who she was choosing for internships. Who better to help her with All Might's quirk than the man who had worked with All Might himself for years? Izuku glanced up as Aizawa-sensei clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the entire class. At the beginning of the year, we had planned on doing this after the sports festival. And since said sports festival is over, now feels like a good time to get it over with. If you're going to be heroes, then you'll need to decide on your code names. Excited muttering rose up, and Izuku couldn't blame them. This was the final threshold before they could finally feel like true heroes. A hero name was the cornerstone of a hero's identity, and the title they carried would become synonymous with themselves. Aizawa-sensei continued, it's important to decide on a good name early on. Most of the time, your first name tends to stick, and changing it afterwards becomes a huge pain. So make sure you choose wisely, or you could be stuck with a name you hate. Remember, your hero names will be a brief summary of who you are, as both a pro and a human being. Granted, I'm absolutely terrible at coming up with names, but I'll see what feedback I can give. Take a few minutes to think about it, then head to the conference room on the 3rd floor. Once everyone's arrived, you'll propose your hero names to the class. About 10 minutes later, everyone had gathered in the designated room, sitting around the massive table. As soon as Mineta took his seat, Aizawa-sensei nodded. We'll present in order of seat number. And don't be afraid to make comments. Feedback is key in any field. Aoyama beamed. I cannot stop twinkling. Uraraka coughed. We know that, but what's your hero name? Izuku sighed. That was his hero name. But it was also a full sentence. I wouldn't recommend it. As Izuku was a known hero nerd, nobody argued with his opinion. Aoyama sighed and asked, What do you suggest, monsieur? Izuku frowned and scratched at his chin. How about Polaris? Not only is it the brightest star in the Ursa Minor constellation, it could be argued that Earth rotates around it. In essence, it's the center of attention for the planet's axis. Aoyama brightened. Appealing. I will accept that name with pride. Aizawa-sensei nodded. Acceptable. Ashido piped up, the acid heroine, alien queen. Momo frowned. The copyright has lapsed, but drawing attention to your differences could, mind the pun, alienate you from many. While it's fine on its own, is there something else you could use? Uraraka spoke up. Well, how about a different angle? Instead of going with alien, which has negative connotations, we lean on space? Did you know that it actually rains acid on Venus? Ashido gasped. Oh, that's way cooler. The acid heroine, Venus. Tsu nodded. I've been sitting on this one since I was a kid. The rainy season hero, Froppy. Aizawa-sensei nodded in approval. Excellent. Ida straightened. I will be the nitro hero, Ignition. Aizawa-sensei grunted. Acceptable. Uraraka blushed. Uravity. Ashido squealed, and Aizawa-sensei chuckled. Very good. Ojiro hummed. The simian hero, Martial Ape. Katsuki whistled. Not bad. Aizawa-sensei nodded his approval, glancing at Kaminari. The blonde straightened and announced, the storm hero, Gigawatt. Jairu raised an eyebrow. You said something about charge bolt when we were brainstorming downstairs. Kaminari sighed. Doubling up on the electricity terms felt like giving people too much of a hint. Sure, Gigawatt is also kinda obvious, but it's not as obvious as charge bolt, you know. Aizawa-sensei nodded. Completely fair. Kirishima grinned. The sturdy hero, Red Riot. Izuku blinked. Are you a Crimson Riot fan? The redhead beamed. Yeah. He's been my inspiration for years, and I wanna show that off with my hero name. Aizawa-sensei grunted. Acceptable. Kuda tapped his fingers together. The petting hero, Anima. Ashido cooed, and Aizawa-sensei nodded. Good. Sato went next. The sugar hero, Baker's Dozen. Aizawa-sensei grunted in approval. Not bad. Shuji turned one of his stubs into a mouth. Tentacle. Acceptable. Jairu straightened. The sound heroine, Jack Sabbath. Aizawa-sensei chuckled. Not a terrible band to play off of, in my personal opinion. Stares were directed at him, and he shrugged. Being friends with Mike for years, you pick up on American bands. Ciro grinned. Cellophane. Good. The jet black hero, Tsukuyomi. Fitting. Todoroki frowned. I'm still not entirely certain. Can we come back to mine later? Aizawa-sensei nodded. Of course. Invisible girl? The man sighed. Basic, but I'll allow it. Ground Zero. Acceptable. Izuku hummed, turning it over in his head. After a few seconds, he nodded and met Aizawa-sensei's gaze. Sword Master. The hero raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? You're a lot more than just a swordsman. Izuku smirked. Which'll make it all the more surprising when I use a bow to extreme effect. Aizawa-sensei chuckled. That's fair. Mineta grunted. Grape juice. Aizawa-sensei shrugged. Acceptable. Momo smiled. The everything heroine, Kriati. Aizawa-sensei nodded in approval. Good. Hatsum beamed. Iron Maiden. Aizawa-sensei shrugged. Reasonable. He glanced at Todoroki, who was still deep in thought. Any ideas, Todoroki? The teen glanced up and shook his head. Nothing comes to mind. Izuku frowned. Todoroki had occasionally been staring down at fire dancing across his left arm, when he thought nobody was watching. Izuku knew the other boy was capable of more than just the ice he was well known for among the class. Maybe a name that combines fire and ice, to help him feel more comfortable with his fire? He exchanged a glance with Momo, and she shrugged. One of the benefits of holding the Triforce of Wisdom was that Momo could pick up on the thoughts of other Triforce wielders and project her own. As a result, they could practically hold telepathic conversations. Maybe. I know he has fire, but he hasn't used it at all, to my knowledge. Making it part of his hero identity might make him more willing to accept it. Izuku nodded and steeled his resolve. How about Cryablaze? Todoroki seemed to consider that for a bit, before nodding. Cryablaze sounds acceptable to me. Aizawa-sensei nodded. I'm fine with it. Later that day, Aizawa pulled Izuku, Momo, and Katsuki onto the Sky Conqueror, leading them into the cockpit and closing the door. He covered the windshield and hit a button on the dashboard, pulling up what looked like a video call to the conference room at UA. Netsu glanced at the camera and tapped on the table in front of him. Can you hear us? The Triforce wielders exchanged confused glances, and Momo responded, yes, We can hear you. What is this about? Nedzu nodded at someone off-screen, and Aizawa in a breath as a tall figure with wavy purple hair walked into view. It can't be. Oboro. The figure gave a sad grin. Hey Asho. We can catch up later, but right now we've got bigger problems. Aizawa took a deep breath before schooling his expression. Nedzu, you said this is a war meeting. What's going on? Earlier today, Shirakumo and Tamura arrived at UA's gate and informed me that they have defected from the League of Villains, upon discovering that All for One no longer has any use for them. Shirakumo informed me that said villain is working alongside one Kyudai Garaki, who is disguised under the pseudonym Ujiko Daruma. Aizawa scowled. That's the director for Jaku General Hospital. Nedzu nodded. Shirakumo has informed us that the doctor's laboratory is hidden underneath the main hospital. Moreover, he has confirmed the situation that we have been dreading. Izuku swore under his breath. I take it Demise is involved? Nedzu nodded grimly. In the worst possible way. The other teachers exchanged confused glances, whereas All Might had the same grim expression as Nedzu. Vlad King opened his mouth to ask something, but Izuku cut him off. Well, we should probably start from the beginning, make sure everyone's on the same page. So, first things first, millennia before written history, there was a kingdom known as Hyrule, which we think was located where Japan is today. Hyrule experienced several ages of chaos due to a man called Dragmeier Ganondorf, though it wasn't entirely his fault. He was technically the physical manifestation of the curse of an ancient demon king called Demise. He would endlessly reincarnate alongside the goddess Hylia and her chosen hero, and the three would battle for eternity. Eventually, the latter two broke the CYCL of reincarnation, but that wasn't the end of it. See, there was this artifact that could grant wishes, called the Triforce. At some point, it split into 3 pieces, and each piece tended to reside in Ganondorf, the goddess human form Zelda, and her chosen hero Link. When they broke the CYCL, the pieces somehow disappeared from reality and ended up with myself, Yaoyorozu, and Bakugou. Unfortunately, a piece of Demise's curse persisted, and eventually infected a man that was born near the beginning of the Age of Quirks. All Might took over. The man's true name has been lost to history, but his villain name has survived alongside him, All for One. He had the ability to take quirks and give them to other people. He aimed to rule as a king, and he nearly did so, but I thought I killed him 6 years ago. Unfortunately, he apparently survived, and masterminded the actions of the League of Villains. Shirakumo took that as his cue. After the USJ attack failed, Tamura and I confronted All for One about the substance that was holding the Nomu together. Suddenly, he curled over, and seemed to hold a brief conversation with a voice in his head. Then his body was covered in the same goop, which then faded to reveal that he had been restored to his original power, and then some. As I later discovered, he had originally intended to use Tamura as a vessel to regain full use of his hoard of quirks, but after merging with Demise, he no longer needed to. Furthermore, he'd only kept Tamura around because of his true identity, which was intended to be used as an emotional blow against All Might. All Might paused. Apparently he wasn't aware of that. And what is his true identity? Shimura Tenko. The hero immediately deflated and began spitting up blood, quickly turning aside as Present Mike shot up with a handkerchief. Nedzu hummed. So, in short, we're dealing with a man who has thousands of quirks at his beck and call, not to mention hordes of mindless beasts, dangerous monsters, and a minion that can best be described as a living weapon. Midnight frowned. Sounds to me like we should be taking measures to prepare for a huge battle. Izuku smirked. We already are. When we found out that Malice, that weird goop, was involved, we immediately sent out a team to scour Japan for additional weapons against him in temples from the Age of Hyrule. Of course, we wanted to keep this hush-hush, so there had to be a cover story. I'm guessing you can figure out what. Vlad King smacked a fist into his palm. Want it? That's why you're going on a massive road trip. Partially, it's because the League might assault UA to get to you, but also so you can loot these temples with the public and All for One being none the wiser. The hero sighed. I guess I can tolerate 1B losing out on that experience if that's the reasoning behind it. Netsu scanned the room. Even still, we must make preparations here as well. Power Loader, you and I will develop upgrades to UA's defense systems to hold off a potential attack from All for One. Vlad King and Aizawa, you will train your classes to be able to handle Demise's monsters. Lunch Rush, begin stockpiling non-perishable foods in the event of a siege. We will offer the non-hero students optional extracurricular training exercises under the guise of searching for potential that may have fallen under the radar. Or perhaps, closing the gap between yourselves and the hero course. All of you must keep your ears even closer to the ground than usual. We must be aware of when All for One finally acclimates to his restored body. Naturally, we cannot spread word of this anywhere outside of those already in the know. If this were made public, there would no doubt be mass panic. Shigaraki frowned. And what do Shirakumo and I do while all this is going down? Katsuki grunted. If you want my input, I say they should try to gather a bunch of people using the less than legal channels. We're gonna need as much help as we can get to fight the King of Demons, so all of humanity is gonna need to be on roughly the same page. Netsu nodded. With the right wording, that just might work. Most villains would hesitate to throw in with someone who might wipe the entire country off the map. Still, we must play our cards carefully. One wrong move, and this could end disastrously for not only Japan, but the entire human race. 1 week later, Suji stared up at the 5-story building looming over her. The agency sat on the corner of an intersection a few blocks away from Might Tower, deep in the heart of Tokyo. After a few seconds, she took a deep breath, before steeling her resolve and swinging the front doors open. As she walked inside, the guy with the bug head behind the front desk glanced up at her with an investigative stare. "State your business." Suji huffed. "I'm the UA student that your boss requested for internship week. You'd think All Might's former sidekick would keep his paperwork in better order." The sidekick shuffled the files on his desk and grunted. "Kyu Suji, correct?" Suji gave a grunt of confirmation. "Sir Night Eye is waiting for you in his office on the 5th floor." Suji briefly inclined her head. "Thanks." She headed straight for the stairs, noting that the agency seemed pretty empty for having 5 floors. Weird. You'd think that Night Eye would have a lot more sidekicks employed, being both a top-tier investigative hero and All Might's only sidekick. She reached the 5th floor, seeing that the hero's office was at the end of a short hallway, presumably taking up most of the 5th floor. A plaque beside the door displayed the hero's name and category, but it was otherwise bare. She walked up to it, only to pause as she heard raucous giggling on the other side. "IIP promise, sir. I'll be as sure to give my reports with a smile from now on." Suji grunted and knocked on the door, and the noises from inside suddenly ceased. The hero's voice rang out, "Who is it?" Suji responded, "Your temporary intern from UA. Surely you haven't already forgotten me, have you? I thought I was more memorable than that, sir. You wound me." There was a quick snort, followed by a pause that seemed to stretch for longer than it should have. After a bit, the hero called, "Please enter." Suji walked inside, tossing a quick glance at the skimpily dressed, blue-skinned heroine who was clearly doing her best not to laugh. She raised an eyebrow, and then she noticed the sheer volume of All Might merchandise spread around the room. Posters, figurines, comics, manga volumes, even a life-size cutout. In the corner, which was actually not quite the man's full height, which Suji could corroborate after meeting him. She turned her gaze to the stony-faced hero who was sitting behind the desk, and gradually raised an eyebrow. "You really allowed that cutout? It claims to be life-size, but it's a full foot shorter than his actual height. A true fan would be up in arms about it." Night Eye froze, and the sidekick cautiously glanced at him, sweat running down her neck. Suji kept her own expression impassive. Suddenly, the man lowered his head, and his shoulders started shaking. The sidekick went pale, only to pause as low chuckling could be heard. It soon grew louder, before transitioning into full-on laughter as Night Eye threw his head back. "I was wondering if you had noticed that. Indeed, its inaccuracy irks me as well, but the manufacturer continues to insist that it is a full-scale model, despite my numerous complaints. They think they know better than me, the man who worked alongside him for years." The sidekick heaved a sigh of relief, before raising her head high. If that's all, sir, I'll make like a tree and leave you to your next meeting. She hurried out the door, and Suji smirked as she walked up to the man's desk. He devolved into a coughing fit as he composed himself, before meeting her gaze with a smirk. While I normally reserve the laugh test for work studies, it pleases me to know you'd have succeeded. A true hero is able to save both the bodies and hearts of those they meet, and inciting laughter is a major component of that. Suji nodded. I understand completely, sir. Now, let's get down to business, shall we? This quirk isn't going to learn to use itself. Night Eye nodded with a grin. Of course, the changing rooms are next to the main gym on the 3rd floor. Change into your hero costume and meet me there. Suji threw open the double doors of the gym with a massive grin on her face. When she transferred to the hero course, she and Hitoshi had met with Midnight and Power Loader to design their hero costumes. Finally wearing it left a warm feeling in her chest. For the first time, she really felt like a hero. Her hero costume consisted of 2 main pieces. The first was a royal blue cheerleading top that covered her upper arms and cut off just above her belly button. White lines ran down the outsides of the sleeves, with red lines bordering them in an imitation of UA's gym uniform. A white fist decal, also outlined in red, was set in the center of her chest. The second piece was a combination of a skirt and leggings, in the same royal blue. A white line ran along the hem of the skirt, again with a red border. The leggings covered the entirety of her legs, and sat tight against her skin. Completing the outfit were royal blue sneakers with white soles and red laces. She also wore skin-tight white gloves with red lines running down her fingers that converged on the back, forming a single line that ran down to the cuff. Of course, her costume wouldn't be truly complete if it didn't in some way honor her primary motivation for being a hero. She didn't make a big deal out of it, but her biological mother was the support hero guardian angel, Kyuyu Kenku. Her mom was able to heal other people at the cost of taking on the patient's ailments. She'd always prioritized others' well-being over her own, and that had resulted in her straining her quirk too thin, resulting in her death. Guardian Angel had always been Suji's idol, and her mom's sacrifice motivated her to follow in mom's footsteps and be a hero herself. In memoriam of the fallen healer, Suji's back bore a stylization of a golden halo and 2 white feathery wings between her shoulder blades. Underneath were the kanji for "Catch the Fallen," which had been the signature catchphrase of Guardian Angel. As Suji strutted into the gym, Sir Night Eye scanned her costume and nodded in satisfaction. An excellent costume, fitting of both your persona and your abilities. While the exposed midsection is less than ideal, it's a minor issue and one I'm willing to overlook. Suji snorted. I figured, considering the sidekick who was in your office earlier. The other one in the gym, the tall guy with blonde hair, grinned at her. Well, nice to meet ya, Kohai. The name's Togata Mirio, but professionally, I go by Lemillion. Suji grinned. Oh, I know exactly who you are, Pantless Wonder. To his credit, Togata simply laughed wildly. I guess that's my legacy at UA now. Rest assured, you won't be seeing any issues with that while you're here for the week. Suji chuckled. Good to know. So, what are we doing? Night Eye nodded, immediately becoming all business. Our current objective is discerning your current capabilities in a spar with someone who's at least somewhat close to your own skill level. You'll have a brief sparring session with Togata, and we'll go from there. Suji thought about that for a second, then cleared her throat and gave Night Eye a look that hopefully conveyed her thought process. So, should I stick to what I'm familiar with, or do I go for something new? Apparently, Night Eye caught her drift, because the hero hummed and placed a hand on his chin. After a second or two, he answered, I think it would be best if you expanded your arsenal. Having as many tools as possible is always good for a hero. Suji nodded and called on One for All, spreading the energy throughout her body and summoning an aura of orange lightning. Togata whistled in admiration, before grinning and settling into a combative stance. Impressive, Kohai. Let's see what you can do. Snatch grasped Aizawa-sensei's forearm in a handshake as the class loaded up onto the Sky Conqueror. It was wonderful to have your students at my agency for these past couple weeks, Eraserhead. They're a fine bunch, and I look forward to seeing them graduate as full heroes. Aizawa-sensei grinned. You were a gracious host. I'm certain they all took something important away from their time here. Kaminari gave Izuku a knowing smirk as he stepped onto the ramp, and the Triforce wielder rolled his eyes, propelling his classmate onto the ship with a well-placed boot to the rear. Momo bowed to Snatch, before heading up the ramp herself, followed closely by Katsuki and Izuku. Aizawa was the last to board, hitting the button that brought the ramp up behind him. They watched through the portholes as Snatch and his sidekicks waved, the ship humming to life and lifting off the ground. As soon as they were above the roof of the agency, the reflective panels engaged, and the heroes on the ground walked back inside. Izuku leaned against the wall of the cockpit as Aizawa walked inside and shut the door, before turning to the dashboard. So, where to next? The hero frowned and tapped at the keyboard, pulling up the digital list of temples and marking the one in the Tottori sand dunes as complete. For now, we're keeping our operations to semi-remote locations, or at least ones where attacks could be redirected to uninhabited areas. Mount Tokachi was a decent start, and the dunes served somewhat well. Izuku hummed, then tapped on the dot in the northeastern section of the mainland. Sounds to me like Mount Bandai is the logical next step. It's fairly remote, far enough from any major settlements that endangering civilians won't be an issue. Aizawa grunted. Works for me. I'll let All Might know to meet us at Backdraft's agency. Night Eye called out, all right, that's enough. Tsuji and Togata split off, jumping back to their respective starting positions in the gym. They quickly stood upright and bowed to each other. Tsuji lifted her head with a grin. Not bad, Lemillion. I see why you were named as part of the Big Three. Togata grinned back. Not bad yourself, Keystone. I see how you won second place in the sports festival this year. He hummed and laid a hand on his chin. Though the orange lightning is new. How come you didn't use it during the tournament, or the cavalry battle, or the obstacle race? Tsuji grunted. Recent development. She took a moment to recall the cover story that Night Eye and Nedzu had developed for her. As it turns out, my Quirk's been building up a secondary stockpile of physical energy to pull from. However, I couldn't access it consciously until Monoma copied my Quirk and supplemented it with his strength, making me aware of the stockpile. Now that I know it's there, I can share it with myself to increase my own strength. Togata nodded. Okay, that makes sense. He kept nodding as he walked up to her, then grinned conspiratorially and laid a hand on her shoulder, leaning in close. But I know that it's not the truth. You're the 9th holder, aren't you? Tsuji leapt back, assuming a defensive position and shoving aside her exhaustion in favor of mild panic, spreading one for all through her body. How did you dash? Night Eye chuckled and calmly laid a hand on Togata's shoulder. You didn't think you were the first student given the chance, were you? All Might made the same offer to Togata about 5 months before the school year started, but he declined. Togata laughed. Yeah, my Quirk is already finicky enough on its own. I didn't want to throw an entirely new one on top of that. And besides, I'm already a halfway decent hero. I didn't want to take away someone else's chance to join the industry. Tsuji let out a sigh and released one for all, the orange lightning fading as she walked over. Well, now I just feel silly for dancing around what I thought was the elephant in the room. Togata chuckled. To be fair, it's good practice for when someone inevitably asks you about it and doesn't know the secret. And for the record, it's a good cover story. Tsuji grinned. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Night Eye chuckled, before schooling his expression. Well, you're certainly no novice when it comes to fighting, but I think your current fighting style doesn't make the best use of your new power. Tsuji hummed, grabbing her left elbow with her right hand and setting her left hand against her chin. Explain. You tend to play defensively, either dodging or blocking an opponent's attacks and letting them wear themselves out, only striking when you see an opening. Not to say that it isn't a terrible strategy, far from it. And since One for All also increases your durability, it's not a terrible modus operandi. However, a good hero has multiple tools in their kit, and using more aggressive tactics can be more effective than an endurance trial. Tsuji nodded. Makes sense. But at this point, My instincts are trained to go on the defensive, and trying to add more offensive options might not be worth the trouble. Maybe a demonstration to prove your point. Night Eye chuckled. My thoughts exactly. Tagata, if you would. The older student nodded and dropped into the floor, before rocketing upward with a fist aimed at the hero's jaw. Night Eye stepped back to avoid the blow, and Togata's feet hit the ceiling, immediately leaping behind his mentor and aiming for his unprotected back. Night Eye blocked, and Togata aimed his other fist at the hero's face. Another dodge, and Togata phased through Night Eye's grip, jumping towards the edge of the gym and sliding along the floor. The intern launched an onslaught of various blows from just about every angle imaginable, and Night Eye was forced to defend and evade constantly with no respite. As it went on, the hero started moving slower and slower, until eventually Togata's fist connected with Night Eye's back, and the man slid across the floor. Suji hummed, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. So, if I come across an opponent with more stamina than I have, they'll wear me out first by forcing me to waste energy on blocking or dodging. My defense will become my weakness and I'll lose. Night Eye nodded. Precisely. Now, let's run that simulation again, but this time, you go for a more aggressive tactic. Togata shot across the gym at his mentor, once again falling through the floor and rocketing upwards with an uppercut. Night Eye stepped back, like before, but this time slammed a fist into the intern's side, sending him reeling and catching his breath, though Suji suspected it was for show. Night Eye gestured to where Togata was curled on the floor and breathing heavily. You see? The same opponent, the same situation, but victory assured by prioritizing offense over defense. Granted, this scenario is somewhat exaggerated, but I'm sure you get the point. Suji nodded. Yeah, it makes sense. So, since I've already got a good handle on defense, we'll use the week to work on my offense. Togata popped up with a grin. Exactly. And remember, you don't always have to start on the defensive. Sometimes, you've got to take the fight to them. Stain grabbed his katana from where it was leaning against the wall, assuming a defensive stance as a cloud of dark purple fog appeared in the middle of his apartment. What is this? A single man walked through, wearing a blue karate gi underneath an aviator jacket, his purple hair swaying in an invisible breeze. Hero killer Stain, I presume? Stain huffed. State your business. How did you find this place? The stranger chuckled. You're not as hard to track down as you might think. Still, despite what the outfit might imply, I'm no hero. Not even a commercial Quirk usage license. Stain narrowed his eyes. My question stands. What is your business with me? The stranger crossed his arms. You've heard the rumors of All for One, I assume? Stain raised an eyebrow. The Quirk dealer? What of him? The League of Villains was under his employ. He had planned to use them to sow fear and chaos, before attempting to conquer Japan as he did in ages long past. However, due to an unfortunate circumstance, he now poses a threat to the entire country and both sides of society. Stain scoffed. And what reason do I have to believe you? Purple fog flowed from the stranger's neck, covering his face and making his eyes glow yellow. Stain grunted as he recognized the description of Kurogyri, the League's warper. If this is not enough, I can bring Shigaraki Tamura to you to corroborate this. Stain lowered his katana. No need. If the League's prized warper is working against All for One, the situation must be quite dire. What do you want from me? The fog vanished, leaving Kurogyri's true face visible. Though it may not have been your intention, you still have quite the reputation and following among the underbelly of Japan. If you speak, they will listen. Where you go, they will follow. I have met with the principal of UA, and he has concluded that All for One's return must be met from both sides. For that, we need multiple voices on both ends that will be followed. This will need all the manpower we can get. Are you willing to help? Stain huffed. Of course, slaying heroes was only ever a means to an end, that being a better, more altruistic society. I cannot see that society born if All for One tears it down entirely. Kurogyri smirked. Good to hear. The other villain glanced around Stain's bare apartment and winced. Well, you don't have very pleasant living conditions, do you? Stain grunted. Do you have an alternative? Kurojiri grinned. Only if you trust me. I'll understand if you don't agree to our proposal. Stain raised an eyebrow. Our? Kurojiri waved his hand, and a smaller purple cloud formed by the floor. Stain raised his katana again as Nedzu walked out. So, as my associate has so explicitly stated, we need all the firepower we can lay our hands, or paws on. It simply wouldn't do if said firepower was to die on account of poor living arrangements. I've taken the liberty of converting one of UA's testing sites into a furnished residential district to house anyone willing to assist in the coming conflict. UA will provide rooms, heating, electricity, food, and internet, and a few gyms and other training facilities have been included. You'll understand if we prohibit you from leaving the area during the day, I hope. Stain slowly lowered his katana. Why go so far with this, if you're just going to begin hunting the villains down once the battle is over? If anything, you would have us trapped ahead of time for easy capture. Nedzu chuckled. Well, I'll of course promise a 5-day head start for anyone who survives and still wishes to continue villainy, but I've also called in some favors. In the time beforehand, UA will do its best to offer other avenues for those who only descended to villainy out of necessity. I've always been a firm believer in rehabilitation over incarceration. Stain considered that for a few seconds, before grunting and sheathing his katana. I will follow this arrangement for a week as a trial PRD of sorts. If I find that the conditions are not preferable to my current arrangements, I will leave and continue on my own. Nedzu chuckled. And we will make no attempt to stop you, should you choose the independent route. Dabi looked up from his glass of whiskey, grunting as he saw Jiren slide into the booth across from him. Rare to see you around here without a client, old man. What's the deal? Jiren huffed, taking a cigar out of his pocket. Bad news. Word on the street is that there's something big coming. Dabi raised an eyebrow. What, like some kind of big hero team-up? Betcha I could incinerate a good 20 or 30 before I go down. Jiren grunted. Nah, even worse. This is bad news on both sides of the equation. Supposedly, All for One is gonna destroy Japan and upend society as we know it. Total chaos, none of it good for anyone. Dabi scoffed. Yeah, right. Where'd you hear that bull? Straight from the mouth of UA's principal. Dabi paused. You serious? You, a criminal broker, holding civil conversation with a goddamn hero? You gonna sell us out, fogey? Jiren snorted, taking a drag of his cigar. If selling you out would do anything to change this, I would. Unfortunately, what we're gonna be dealing with is gonna be on a scale nobody's seen before. At least, that's what the rat says. Kinda wish he'd given me more concrete details on what's gonna go down. Told me he didn't want mass panic. If anything, the fact that he's being so hush-hush is making me more worried. Dabi grunted. Wonderful. So what do we do? Go find All for One and kill his but before he does anything? Jiren scoffed. Good luck with that. Word is he's gone off the grid completely. Entirely untouchable. No, the best course of action right now is preparation. Nedzu already took the first step. He's offering room and board to anyone in the underground willing to listen. Dabi raised an eyebrow. You're joking, right? This is totally just a ploy to get as many villains arrested as possible. Well, count this villain out. I'm not gonna play that rat's game. If he wants me behind bars, he can come try to slap the cuffs on me himself. Jiren shook his head. It's no ploy. Stain's actually taken the offer on a trial basis. Dabi blinked. Seriously? Jiren nodded. Seriously. And get this, he's been lodged there for the past 2 days, with no hint of any of UA's staff attempting an arrest. Lunch Rush has even been supplying him with ingredients. Dabi scoffed. I'll believe it when I see it. Jiren smirked. That can be arranged. Purple smoke appeared next to the booth, and Dabi summoned blue flames in his hands, ignoring his burning flesh. A lone man stepped out, staring at Dabi's fire impassively. I imagine the owner of this bar would be quite displeased if you burned down their establishment. Said owner called from behind the counter, Yergdimin right. The stranger nodded in the bartender's direction, before turning back to Dabi. Would you care to see the proposed living arrangements for yourself? I can promise you a swift exit if you so longing. Dabi grunted and extinguished his flames, closing his fingers on his burned palms. Fine. I'll at least case the joint. If I don't like what I see, I'm out of there, and no hero is gonna stop me. The newcomer chuckled. Of course not. Overhaul scoffed. Ridiculous. As if those diseased heroes would ever truthfully extend a hand to those that society has cast aside. The glove on his right hand shredded into atoms. Now leave before I am angered any further. The intruder sighed. Your loss, Chisaki Kai. Purple fog surrounded him, and when it faded, the man was nowhere to be seen. Huffing, Overhaul reassembled his glove and turned to Chronostasis, who was standing by impassively. Fortify the underground maze and install a system of security cameras. We cannot be caught off guard by warpers. His assistant bowed his head. By your command, Overhaul. Rikia huffed. We have no need for Nedzu's facilities. Daika City already has housing for a population of 500,000 people. Furthermore, we have nothing to gain from assisting the mammal in this supposed coming battle. If All for One destroys society, the Meta Liberation Army will simply rebuild it. Kurogyri hummed. Maybe you didn't hear me the first time. I'm telling you, All for One will raise all of Japan to the ground if given the chance. All of it. Even if Daika had 500,000 people, all with combative quirks, it still wouldn't stand a chance. We're talking about a man with thousands of quirks built up over several dozen years of villainy. He could wipe Tokyo off the map in a single move if he wanted. That's not something you can hope to outlast. We have to fight him head-on when he appears if we want to survive this. Rikia scoffed. And what do we have to gain from this? If All for One is defeated, society will continue on as before, with meta abilities oppressed by the government as usual. Unless Nedzu can promise a step towards free usage of meta abilities, the Meta Liberation Army will not move to assist him. Skeptic, SART Kurogyri from the city. The villain sighed as a portal appeared behind him. You're making a big mistake, Yatsubashi. Pray that you live long enough to realize it. Danjuro glanced up at the knock at the door, pausing his attempts to pour tea from above his head into a cup by his waist. Now, who could that be? And right as I was practicing my gimmick for our next video. He walked to the door of the scant apartment and swung it open, raising an eyebrow at the attire of the man who greeted him. A hero? In this neighborhood? How rare. What business do you have with a simple citizen such as myself? The man chuckled. You're hardly a simple citizen, Tabita-san. But in the same vein, I'm hardly a hero. May I come in? Danjuro chuckled. Of course. Would you care for a quick cup of tea? The newcomer smirked. It'd be rude to refuse. Danjuro smiled and turned on his heel. La brava. Tea for our guest, if you please. Not the gold tips imperial, though that one must be saved for a critical venture. As his short partner bustled around the apartment, the newcomer sat down at the dining room table with a slight grin on his face. My gentle criminal, I was entirely unaware that you had an assistant. Then again, I suppose someone had to be recording you in all of your videos. Danjuro gasped. You're a viewer. Oh, how delightful. Tell me, what do you think of my work? The newcomer rolled his hand. Fine entertainment, but hardly something that will cement your name in history. You simply aim too low. Calling out hidden expiration dates or fraudulent rewards programs may bring a few seconds of appreciation, but that's about the extent of it. Now, if you were to say, bring forth proof that a ranked hero was pocketing their reported charity donations, that would bring the views rolling in. Danjuro sighed. I do wish I could set my sights higher, but sadly, I could not invite that risk upon La Brava. She is largely responsible for my online presence, and I could not forgive myself if she were to be harmed. The guest hummed and leaned back in his chair, accepting the teacup from La Brava and sipping slowly. I see. You care for her deeply. Despite your criminal behavior, you are a gentleman through and through. In fact, one might go so far as to call you a hero in villain's rags. Danjuro scoffed. Spare me your praises. Heroism has evaded my grasp for decades. No, my path is set in stone, so I will simply do what I can with the hand fate has dealt me. The man raised an eyebrow as he lifted the teacup to his lips. But what if you could shuffle the deck? Denjiro paused. I beg your pardon? Their guest set his teacup down on its saucer, laying both items on the table and clasping his hands together. I came here with an offer for you and anyone you were affiliated with. You see, my associates and I have caught wind of a plot that could tear Japan to the ground, with both heroes and villains at the mercy of a terrible evil. We plan to assemble as many able bodies as possible from both sides of society. Nedzu, the principal of UA, is extending an open invitation of room and board for anyone who offers to lend their aid. And a man of your talents would be quite appreciated, Tabita Denjiro. Denjiro scowled. I see. And who did you say you were, again? The man chuckled. I don't believe I did say, in fact. My apologies. My legal name is Shirakumo Oboro, though you would probably better recognize my villain name, Kurogyri. Denjiro blinked. The warper of the League of Villains? Kurogyri smirked. Former, actually. All for one no longer needed my talents, and so I was cast aside along with Shigaraki Tamura. La Brava gasped. All for one? The Quirk dealer. Kurogyri nodded. The one and only. Denjiro hummed. For him to discard such a rare ability. His own powers must be truly horrifying. Kurogyri chuckled. They are indeed. However, we have a fortunate window of opportunity to prepare. His recent surge in power has forced him to hide away, acclimating to his new strength. We are using that time to gather allies and fortify our defenses so that we might stand against him when the time comes. And from what I've seen, you are quite adept at fortifying defenses. Denjiro frowned. What benefit does this have for us? For all we know, Nedzu could turn on the gathered villains as soon as the conflict is over, trapping them in one place for the heroes to arrest at their leisure. Kurogyri smirked. I've encountered that sentiment from several in the past few days. Would it ease your worries to know that the hero killer himself has agreed to the arrangement? Denjiro blinked. Stain has taken up residence on UA's campus? Kurogyri nodded. Indeed he has. He initially moved in on a trial basis, knowing that he had the option to back out if he found the conditions unsatisfactory. But after spending the past week at UA, he's chosen to extend his stay. I believe many of his fans have joined him, including the arsonist Dabi, the bloodletter Toga Himiko, the robber Twice, and the serial murderer Magna. If memory serves, they have also been joined by the expert thief Mr. Compress. There are a few others that have accepted, but they are the ones that come to mind. Denjiro hummed. So many known villains, and the heroes have done nothing to try and arrest them thus far. Kurogyri smirked. Not at all. Lunch Rush has provided ingredients and, in the case of those unable to cook, entire meals. Hound Dog has held an open office after school hours for anyone wishing to talk. Midnight has helped out with a few cases of chronic insomnia. All of the staff is willing to lend a hand. Nothing illegal, of course, but nothing that the HPSC would consider hero work. And I must say, the apartments there are far more comfortable than your current lodgings. What do you say? Denjiro stroked his beard for a bit before meeting Kurogyri's gaze. I will accept, but on one condition, La Brava must be granted the utmost protection while on UA's grounds. I consider her life to be far more valuable than my own meager existence. Kurogyri chuckled. A reasonable request, and one that I'm certain Nedzu would be more than happy to honor. Suji waved goodbye as she jogged away from the Night Eye Agency. Mirio-senpai and Sir Night Eye waved back from where they stood by the entrance to the building, flanked by Bubble Girl and Centipede. Once the agency was out of sight around a corner, Suji turned to run forwards, reflecting on everything that had happened that week. A wide grin stretched across her face. Hitoshi's gonna be so surprised. Hitoshi groaned as he fell backwards onto the mat, breathing as he lay there with his limbs splayed out. Present Mike chuckled, snagging a grape soda from the mini fridge and tossing it at the student. Hitoshi caught the drink with a grateful popping the tab and immediately guzzling down the fizzy beverage. The hero grabbed a throat lozenge from his pocket and sat down on the mat next to Hitoshi, chuckling. Man, you're out of shape. You've got to seriously toughen up if you want to compete with the other hero kids. Hitoshi groaned. Don't remind me. I swear, if Suji comes back from her internship with another inch on me, I'm gonna riot. Mike snorted. As someone who wasn't always built like a banana tree, I completely understand where she's coming from. When you're not always the tallest in the room, you take as many opportunities as you can to lord your height over the dwarves. Hitoshi and weakly punched the hero in the arm. Come on, don't take her side, you're supposed to support your intern. Mike snickered. Okay. But seriously though, don't feel too bad about not being as tall. Height doesn't really determine who wins in a fight, you dig? Sure, it's a factor, but it isn't what decides the winner. Remember the finale of your sports festival. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Yeah, rub it in that I didn't win. Mike pouted. That's not where I was going with that, and you know it, little listener. Hatsum wasn't as tall as Kyu, and she still pulled out a victory against what most would call unfair odds. Hitoshi sighed. Look, can we just stop talking about that? I just keep feeling like I have to measure up to them, and then when I compare it to what I'm doing right now, it feels like I'm not cut out for hero work. Mike frowned. Well, that's unfair to yourself. You don't compare your progress to someone else's, listener. You're the only person who you have to beat, and if you're better than you were yesterday, then that's a win. Hitoshi groaned. Yeah, I know. But I still feel like other people can do what I can, and with less effort. Makes me feel unnecessary, redundant. Mike hummed. In some sense, I guess that's true. Lots of folks will be able to throw a punch way better than you can, and that's life. But that's a pattern with successful heroes. They do something way better than anyone else can. Lots of heroes have a gimmick, something that makes them stand out. And while it's good to have other tricks to fall back on, a signature trick that you can pull in almost any situation is a good baseline to work from. So while you might not be able to throw a solid punch, the fact is that you don't need to. And that's something that nobody in your year can claim. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. Really? Just in my year? Not gonna say, nobody else you know, or something like that? Mike chuckled. Well, I'd be lying if I did, 'cause I know Nemuri. Hitoshi snorted. Yeah, that's fair. He sat up and groaned, laying a head on his forehead. My head's on fire. Mike patted him on the back. Take a break, kid. You've been working yourself hard all week, and none of that progress is gonna stick if you don't take some time to rest. Hitoshi nodded and slowly stood, limping over to the rest area set in the corner of the gym. Here's hoping Suji's internship worked out okay. Chushin Wakeru, more commonly known as the pro-hero Backdraft, sighed wearily as he walked into his single-story agency, unfastening his back-mounted water cannon and setting it on its hook. Contrary to popular belief, his hands weren't actually spigots. That was just part of his carefully designed costume. While he didn't make it known, Wakeru's quirk, named Water Pump, constantly produced water from all parts of his body. While most people's sweat glands would only open when their body temperature rose, Wakeru's were always open. He considered himself lucky that he could manipulate the water he leaked, otherwise he'd have to wear customized absorbent clothing all hours of the day. As it stood, his costume was still designed to help redirect his output into his cannon or the storage tanks in his spigots. Wakeru groaned in exhaustion as he slumped into the chair next to the hook for his cannon, using a tendril of water to take off the spigot from his left hand. Also contrary to popular belief, he was left-handed. He didn't know why this area seemed to have a stigma against left-handedness, but he supposed it had something to do with the dislike of otherness. In rural areas like his home prefecture of Fukushima, anti-mutant sentiment was far more prominent than in the cities. With it came a hatred of anything else that deviated from the norm. Sure, he could have moved to Mizudafu permanently and kept his original costume, but his heart would always belong to his birthplace, even if they hated how he looked. A low humming shook Wakeru out of his thoughts, and he immediately glanced out the closest front window. The man quietly swore under his breath as he saw a mass of black metal shimmer into existence in the clearing outside the agency, settling to the grass below. Sheet, I forgot they were expecting to arrive today. Serves me right for getting comfy. He quickly refastened his gauntlets over his hands and stood upright, forming hands made of water on the ends of the spigots and pressing them into his spine, curling backwards as his vertebrae popped. After a few seconds, he straightened and pushed open the front doors, striding across the ground as the ramp of the Sky Conqueror, as he was told it was called, hissed open and dropped down. Greetings, Class 1A. Welcome to the unofficially named Tsunami Agency. The green-haired girl walking down the ramp raised a finger to her chin. I thought it was the firefighter agency, Karo? Wakadaru slumped. Yeah, I keep trying to requisition a name change from the HPSC, but they keep ignoring the forms I send in. And with all the volcanic activity recently, I haven't been free to go in person. He shrugged. Ah well, what ya gonna do? He paused, recognizing two of the students stepping down onto the grass. Hey, you're the kids from that sludge villain incident about a year ago, aren't you? The green-haired one raised an eyebrow. You still remember that? Wakadaru winced under his mask and rubbed at the back of his helmet with his left spigot. Yeah, it's been bugging me for a while that I wasn't able to do anything faster. I keep thinking of ways I could have approached it better, but didn't. The blonde grunted. Don't beat yourself up about it. You were at least keeping the crowd out of the blast zone, whereas Deaf Idiot was standing around like a moron doing absolutely nothing. The black-dressed man bringing up the rear snorted into his scarf. Deaf Idiot? I'm using that next time he complains about arrest stealing on one of his few night patrols. At the same time, the tall one with the 6 arms and the face mask was considering Wakadaru carefully. The hero met the student's gaze for a bit, before turning to the man that was clearly Aizawa Shoyuda. In any case, we should probably head inside. It's not much, but I've got a few conference tables sprinkled around the inside. The man nodded and headed towards the agency, calling for the class to follow him. The 6-armed one obliged, only to stop in front of Wakadaru and give him a careful look. After a few awkward seconds, one of his hands turned into a mouth and muttered, "You don't need to keep the mask on around them. They won't judge like people around here do." Wakadaru hummed. I'll consider it. His gaze flicked to the teen's face mask. What's the reason behind yours? The teen grunted. My mouth. You. Wakadaru huffed. My head in general. The teen extended a thick hand. Shuji Mezu. Wakadaru chuckled and undid the clasp on his right spigot, accepting the handshake with his real hand. Chushin Wakadaru. The Tsunami Agency was incredibly bare, especially in comparison to the Sandcastle Agency they'd left only a week ago. The entirety of the interior was one large room, with only a few pillars spaced around to hold up the roof. The doors opened into a sort of reception area with a desk and a few padded chairs. Behind the desk was a single office chair, and the nameplate on the top indicated that Backdraft was its usual occupant. The lack of additional workspaces anywhere else seemed to indicate that Backdraft was the only person who ever worked in the building. Before Izuku could voice the thought, Ashido beat him to it by musing aloud, Wow, this place is kinda lonely, isn't it? Backdraft grunted. I guess. I'm not really here a lot, considering I do a lot of work with the Mizudafu Fire Department. The only reason the agency is here and not in Mizudafu is 'cause I wanted some kinda connection to my hometown. I was born here in Inawashiro, halfway between Mount Bandai and the lake. My family likes to joke that I have a split soul, half belongs to the water, and half belongs to the volcano. Todoroki barely concealed a snort. Izuku gave the split-haired teen a cautious glance, before accepting that his classmate wasn't choking. Backdraft continued, In any case, since I'm not here often, people aren't exactly chomping at the bit to get hired by me. And I don't blame them. Would you want to work at a place where the boss is gone 70% of the time? A chorus of dissent rose up, and he nodded. I figured. So, that's why the place is only furnished for a single person. The agency line barely ever gets called, and even if it does, I have it routed to my own cell phone, just in case someone needs me here. He sighed. Granted, with the recent surge in volcanic activity, I've been picking up a lot more hours here than Mizudafu recently. Just today, there was a minor eruption that set a memorial hall on fire. Nobody was really that upset about it, just a relic from before Quirk's, but I still got called in to put it out. The fire was a lot worse than I was expecting, so I was just about ready to take a break when you guys showed up. Aizawa-sensei grunted. Understandable. There are rooms on the ship, so we'll let you have some time to yourself. Momo rose to her feet, and the class joined her, filing out the front doors and ambling back towards the ship. Izuku glanced over his shoulder and noticed that Shuji was still sitting. Shuji, what are you doing? Backdraft raised a watery hand placatingly. It's cool. If it's just the one kid, I'm fine with it. Izuku nodded his head once. If you say so, sir. Mezu waited until Midoriya had closed the doors behind him, before turning to Chushin-san and raising an eyebrow. So, I take it people around here aren't the biggest fans of your real face. Chushin-san grunted, tendrils of water unfastening his spigots and hanging them on the rack next to his back-mounted cannon. You could say that. Funny story, when I first graduated from Ketsubutsu, my costume didn't have the giant spigots over my hands. I just wore gloves and my knee pads had valves on the sides. But for some reason, people around here didn't like the idea of the weirdo trying to fit in with the normals. Eventually, public opinion forced me to capitalize on my mutations, and I started advertising the hand spigots as part of my body. Mezu hummed. That SCKS, that you can't wear the costume you want because people knock you for it. The hero nodded, reaching up and removing his helmet to hang it next to the other parts of his costume. The man's head resembled an old-fashioned water pump, being a cylinder of light gray metal jutting straight up from his collarbone. In place of a mouth or nose, he had a short pipe sticking out from his head, and a large orange sphere set above it that was clearly his eye. 2 more short pipes stuck out from the sides of his head, obviously serving as his ears. Lastly, the man had sleek silvery hair running down the back of his head, his mullet forming an imitation of a water pump's handle. Chushin-san seemed to notice Mezu's interest in his hair, and chuckled, running a hand along it. Kinda ironic, huh? I don't style it this way, it just does that naturally. Mezu grunted, lowering his gaze to Chushin-san's hands. The fingers were the same light gray metal as the man's head, but the hands seemed to be regular flesh, save for the water gushing out from his pores. Are you alright? You seem to be sweating excessively. Chushin-san glanced down at his hands and sighed. Yeah, I'm fine. Just my quirk doing its thing. Contrary to what my marketing department tells people, I don't actually control whether or not I produce water, my body just does it on its own, constantly. Thankfully, I can redirect it into the hyperabsorbent sponges in my knee pads. Well, most of it still needs some ammunition for hero work. Mezu hummed. After a moment of silence, he reached up and grabbed his mask, lowering it down to the base of his neck. Since you feel comfortable sharing your face with me, I suppose it's only fair that I show you mine. Chushin-san hummed, his single eye taking in Mezu's abnormally long head and mouth, including the scar running along his left cheek. Mind if I ask what happened there? Mezu winced, subconsciously lifting his mask back up over his face. In my hometown, there are very extreme anti-mutant ideologies. It was at least palatable when I was younger. My mom tells me I had a cute face. At one point, a little girl started crying when she saw my mouth, which is when I started wearing face masks. But her mother still held a grudge against me for it, and it boiled over when a chapter of the Creature Rejection clan took up worship in an old church near the town. She talked about how my face had scared her daughter, and some of the acolytes took it upon themselves to fix me. By their standards, that meant taking me off the street, tying me to an altar, and trying to cut off my jaw. Chushin-san winced. Well, Mezu figured he did. Yeesh. That's rough, kid. Sure, anti-mutant sentiment is bad around here, but not that bad. Then again, I could be biased, 'cause it's my hometown. Obviously you live to tell the tale, so what happened next? Mezu grunted. Luckily, the heroes didn't take too long to show up. Turns out, the woman's daughter called them, 'cause she didn't trust her mom. Eel Boy used his quirk to bite through my restraints while Shishido fought off the cultists. I remember Mom invited them to join us for dinner at our house as thanks. He snorted. Did you know that Eel Boy's favorite food is actually calamari? Chushin-san blinked, which was a curious sight, seeing gray metal slide down over his eye. No kidding. Mezu chuckled. Nope. Dad joked that he and I were a pair of cannibals, and that it was fate that we'd met. Look, don't blame me for takoyaki being really good, okay? Chushin-san snorted. You're not wrong. At Mezu's incredulous look, the hero chuckled. Hey, don't look at me weird. I've got a jaw behind this pipe, I can eat solid foods. Mezu grinned and raised his hands in mock surrender. Hey, I didn't say anything. 3 days later, Izuku hummed as he peered down into the crater of Mount Bandai, squinting to just barely make out the stone structure standing in the center of the lake of bubbling lava. Ish. Talk about a drop. How are we even supposed to get to that without breaking our legs? Todoroki, who had offered to come along, hummed, and made a sweeping motion with his right arm. Ice jutted out from the cliffside, aiming for the small rocky outlet in front of the temple doors. Unfortunately, the ice melted before it could fully solidify, dripping into the lava below. It's too hot for any of my ice to hold its shape. This could be tricky. Kirishima, who had also volunteered to join, rubbed at his chin. You know, I've never tested if I could withstand lava while hardened. You think maybe Dash? The other 4 turned withering stares on him. He wilted immediately. Izuku grunted, that is a terrible idea, and you should feel sorry for even suggesting it. Kirishima hung his head. I know. Katsuki grunted and turned back to the bubbling lake. Still, we don't have a lot of options here. Momo, think you could go first and create some kind of landing site for us? Momo frowned. I think the more pressing concern is protection from the heat. A structure made of tungsten would likely withstand the heat, but the same can't be said for us. She tapped her chin with her left hand for a few seconds, before nodding and holding out her right arm. Pink and blue sparkles appeared over her palm, and a stack of 5 red tunics fell into her outstretched hand. There we go. 5 Goron tunics. Thank goodness one of the Zeldas took the time to note the materials used in their creation. These should protect us from the heat in the crater. And in the temple if the heat persists. Todoroki grunted. I don't need one. I can cool myself with my ice. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Do you really think that goes far enough to counteract the heat of lava? We just saw it melt your ice from all the way up here. I doubt you'll fare that well when you're a few feet away from it. Todoroki rolled his eyes, but accepted the tunic nonetheless. Momo nodded and turned towards the crater, breathing deeply before leaping off the cliff. She dropped through the air like a rock, seemingly about to plunge into the boiling lake. At the last second, she created a paraglider over her head and gently floated over towards the outcropping, settling down on the lone rocky island surrounded by a sea of lava. There was a bright golden flash, and suddenly there was a massive half-pipe of metal extending from the rock outcropping all the way up to the edge of the cliff. Izuku waited a few seconds, then grunted when the structure didn't collapse. Alright, Katsuki, you go first, just in case it breaks under the weight of a person and you need to bail. The blonde nodded and stepped forward, sitting down and quickly sliding towards the temple entrance below. Thankfully, the half-pipe held strong, and Katsuki reached Momo with no issues. Kirishima went next, followed by Todoroki, with Izuku bringing up the rear. Izuku stepped forward, when ethereal turquoise fire erupted from the doors, sending the group stumbling back in shock. The spirit boomed, I have guarded this temple for thousands of millennia, and I will not let some puny wimps just waltz in here. Izuku snorted. Waltz? We were hoping to be in and out a little faster than that, brother. The Goron paused, before peering closely at Izuku. After a few seconds, he straightened and threw his head back, his booming laughter shaking the crater. Ah, brother. I almost didn't recognize you. It is good to see you again, even if you've changed how you look. Izuku grinned. Good to see you as well, brother Darunia. Darunia turned to Momo with a grin. I see the princess is with you. I am disappointed I never got to meet her in life, but I suppose this is not half bad either. Momo giggled. A pleasure to meet you. Darunia turned to Katsuki, and his face fell into a scowl. This one feels like that Gerudo thief who nearly starved my people, then later almost fed them to that dragon. Katsuki raised his hands placatingly. Oh, not that guy. Chill. Darunia huffed. Gorons do not chill. We hold a fiery spirit that burns through all but the toughest stones. He thumped a fist against his chest, and Kirishima grinned. I like this guy. So manly. Darunia chuckled. This one carries the fiery spirit of a Goron as well. Good. One must be as tough as stone to tread the paths in this temple. Todoroki rolled his eyes. Let's just get this over with. The tunic is all right, but it's still unbearably hot. Darunia huffed. This one is less fun. No fiery passion. He sighed. But I suppose I cannot be choosy. If evil is afoot once again, then brothers must be found wherever possible. Izuku bowed his head. Indeed. With any luck, we won't be intruding very long. The Goron nodded his head once, before sinking into the rocky ground underfoot. Izuku stepped forward and pressed his right hand to the stone doors. The symbol of the Triforce briefly glowed over the Goron emblem, before the doors rumbled open, releasing a relatively cool breeze from the staircase leading down. Shoyuta glanced up as Backdraft walked over, glancing around curiously. Can't help but notice that 5 of the kids are missing. What are they up to? The underground hero curtly responded, optional extra credit training session with All Might. They're up by the crater. With how common fire-based quirks are, learning to deal with extreme heat is good to establish early on. Backdraft shrugged. Well, as long as they're with All Might. Now, I think you wanted me to work with the Ashido girl a bit. Shoyuta nodded. Yeah. She doesn't control her acid like you do with your water, but she could still benefit from your experience. Izuku hauled another stone door up into the ceiling, cursing under his breath at the wall of darkness in the corridor. Sheet. Kirishima grunted as he peered into the darkness. That's not natural, is it? What does it mean, though? Katsuki huffed. Enemy encounter. Based on how long we've spent here, most likely the mid-boss. Todoroki raised an eyebrow. Are all these temples really that predictable that you can tell what's going to happen? Momo sighed. Yes. Due to Demise's curse, the pieces of the Triforce have been locked in a CYCL of conflict. With any luck, we'll be able to break that CYCL at some point, but for now, the repetition makes it harder to be caught off guard. Phi popped out of the Emistar sword, ignoring Kirishima's startled yelp. I am sensing extreme levels of heat and highly concentrated monster essence on the other end. This likely means that the next room holds a substantially stronger monster than the ones faced thus far. Caution is definitely advised moving forward. The spirit returned to the sword's hilt, and Izuku grunted. You heard her. Tread carefully. We don't know for certain what we're dealing with yet. The quintet strode through the darkness, Izuku and Kirishima taking the lead with Katsuki and Todoroki watching the rear. They emerged from the corridor into a large, circular room, lava resting underneath the metal grate that served as the floor. The grate covered the circumference of the room, about 2 meters wide, with an open circle in the middle. Spaced along the walls were bomb flowers, and Izuku took a moment to marvel at how the flora could apparently survive for millennia on their own. As the stone door fell down behind them, metal bars suddenly shot up from the floor, sealing them inside. At the same time, the ground began to rumble, and the lava in the middle started bubbling ominously. A geyser erupted from the pool, and an enormous figure landed on the grate opposite the quintet. As the lava dripped off its body, they saw that it was a massive humanoid, its body rough like stone. Standing upright at about 8 feet in height, it towered over the 5 students. Kirishima hardened his arms and slammed his fists together, producing a shower of sparks. That looks like a mid-boss, all right. Come on, let's take it down. The beast turned towards them, and Izuku narrowed his eyes at the massive warhammer in its right hand. The head was a massive cone of volcanic rock with glowing lines running through it, and the Goron emblem was etched on its side. Stay alert, guys. That hammer looks dangerous. Darunia suddenly emerged from the wall behind them. You bet your bottoms it does. That's my old hammer. This thief probably found it in my cache in the lava down here. Take it down fast. It doesn't deserve to wield the mighty heirloom of the proud Goron race. Izuku grunted and drew the Imsar's sword from its sheath on his back, spinning it in his grip. You got it, brother. The Hulk lumbered across the grate, its footsteps shaking the room. As it got within striking range of the group, it stopped and slowly raised its right arm, lifting the hammer high over its head. Kirishima, not one for standing still, shot forward and slammed a fist into the beast's stomach, actually sending it stumbling back. The hammer wobbled, then fell from its grip, landing on the monster's head. It let out a roar of pain and fell on its butt, its head lolling around dizzily. Todoroki stomped, his right foot, ice erupting from the grate and encasing the beast. Unfortunately, it didn't hold as the monster quickly regained its senses and flexed, shattering its prison with ease. The group backed up, Todoroki scowling. Impossible. Nothing is strong enough to break my ice. Katsuki retorted, well, clearly this thing is, so ice isn't gonna work. The beast raised the hammer again, and the group scattered, Momo and Todoroki running in the opposite direction along the grate, while Katsuki took flight, and Izuku and Kirishima slid underneath its legs. The hammer came down where the kids had been standing, and fire burst to life at the point of impact, consuming the Leviathan and detonating the nearby bomb flower. The beast recoiled from the explosion, stumbling off the grate and into the lava. Izuku hummed. The bomb flowers get it off balance. Lure it close to one, then detonate it however you can. Kirishima blinked. Dude, it just fell in lava? I don't think it's coming back anytime soon. Izuku leveled the redhead with a glare. It came out of that lava less than a minute ago. Do you really think falling back in would hurt it? Another geyser, and the beast landed on the grate again, this time facing the two of them. Kirishima blinked. You know, I forgot that detail. Well, now I feel stupid. Fi appeared behind them. This monster closely resembles a Goron. However, its mind is entirely inactive, as though the body is moving without conscious input. I am also detecting no signs of life from it. Izuku hummed, noticing the purple glow of its dead eyes. My guess is that it's a Goron corpse being puppeteered by malice. Fi nodded. That does seem to be the case. Darunia scowled. Great. So not only is it a thief, it's a desecration of the body of one of my blood brothers. This thing needs to go down. Kirishima huffed. We're working on it, bro. Have a little faith. Katsuki flew in, a blast from his palms slamming into the Goron's side. Unfortunately, its hammer swung out of the cloud of smoke, catching Katsuki on the chest and sending him flying into the opposite wall. Izuku swore under his breath and sheathed the sword, backing up slowly. CRP. If Katsuki couldn't phase it, there's no way I could even scratch it. The hammer lifted up again, and Kirishima darted forward, catching the downward swing with his arms crossed. The impact drove him down, his feet bursting through the metal grate and leaving him dangling over the bubbling pool of lava. Momo winced and shouted, Todoroki, do something. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. I swore an oath dash. Izuku interrupted, Oath, schmoth. When you're fighting for your life, which we're doing right now, you don't worry about personal preferences. You use whatever you have available to you, no matter how distasteful it might feel. Honor doesn't mean squat when you're about to die. The Goron lumbered towards him, raising the hammer once again. Now, are you gonna let petty personal issues get in the way, or are you gonna be a goddamn hero? Todoroki's eyes widened, and his left side burst into flames. Darunia whistled in admiration, and the puppet Goron turned to the teen. A jet of flame shot forward, washing over the rocky figure and forcing it against the wall. The nearby bomb flowers detonated from proximity to the heat, and Izuku grinned, reaching out and snagging the closest flower, hefting it over his head, and throwing it into the Goron's face. The Goron pressed its back to the wall, dropping the hammer to hold both hands against the unrelenting stream of fire roaring in its face. Kirishima pulled himself out of the grate and kicked the hammer in Izuku's direction, before backing away himself. Katsuki regained his senses and sent another bomb flying across the room and into the Goron's stomach. The four free students quickly began chucking bomb flowers at the trapped Goron, while Todoroki kept it occupied with his fire. Explosion after explosion rocked the area, and rubble began falling from the ceiling. Izuku tossed a bomb flower straight up, before spinning on his heel and kicking it across the room. Todoroki cut off the fire just in time for the Goron to see the explosive hurtling into its face. There was a massive boom, and a cloud of smoke obscured the beast. There were a few seconds of silence, before the Goron dropped to its knees, then falling forward onto its stomach, revealing that it no longer had a head. Kirishima curled over, clutching his stomach with one arm and holding the other hand over his mouth. Todoroki also looked shocked, but he recovered quickly, instead choosing to stare at his left hand with an incredulous expression. Izuku walked forward and knelt by the Goron's body, watching the malice ooze out of its neck and fall into the lava, hissing and burning. He placed his palms together and bowed his head in a silent prayer, before getting to his feet and glancing at Darunia. "Sorry, but it had to be done." The ghost huffed. "I understand, brother." He was already dead. Ganondorf's evil was simply controlling his body. "You did what was needed, and I can't fault you for that." He grinned. "More importantly, it looks like you could use a little extra striking power, at least until you bulk up a bit." He gestured towards the abandoned hammer, and Izuku watched the stone shatter. The hammer now had a head of black metal, with a red spike on top and at the back, along with a solid red circle on the front. The grip on the handle was a similar bright red, and the Goron emblem was inlaid in ruby on the side of the head. Guess the millennia in lava made it build up a coating of volcanic rock. Still, as the chief of the Gorons, I hold no qualms in giving this to you, brother. Wield this inferno hammer with all the pride and fury of the mountains. Stain walked along the streets of the converted testing site, eyes silently roving over the area. When he had first taken up residence here, the district had been cold and lifeless. But as time passed and more villains accepted Ned's offer, it had turned into a bustling neighborhood, teeming with activity. Stain hummed under his breath, nodding a silent greeting to Compress as the two passed each other on the sidewalk. When he'd first heard that known villains would be taking up lodging in the same apartment building he lived in, he'd been disgusted. He had spent years cutting down similar villains as the vigilante Stendhal, up until his fateful encounter with Knuckle Duster. Even as the hero killer, he'd never been very welcoming of society's dark underbelly. But as more villains moved in, Stain found himself realizing just how many people were forced underground by the very society he wished to eventually protect. Toga Himiko, a teenage girl whose quirk required her to drink blood, and was demonized by her parents as a consequence. Himiko was forced to suppress her natural urges, eventually going insane and exsanguinating a classmate before disappearing. Several months later, she attacked a passerby from an alleyway and drained the poor civilian dry, before going on to repeat the crime many times afterward. Iguchi Shuichi, a college-aged man whose quirk gave him a reptilian appearance. While he'd initially tried to stay on the straight and narrow, constant discrimination and the inability to hold a job for more than a few weeks eventually forced Shuichi to turn to petty theft for survival. Hikishi Kenji, a middle-aged transgender woman. Born a man, she had always felt as though she was in the wrong body, and eventually saved up the money to pay for a medical transition and herm therapy. Society shunned and ridiculed Kenji for trying to make herself feel right, until she broke under the pressure and murdered her old employers in a fit of revenge. Babaigawara-jin, a middle-aged man who seemed to embrace his villainy, but had been forced into it, regardless. He had once accidentally hit someone with his motorcycle, and while that should have been the end of it, the situation spiraled into him being fired and evicted. From there, Jin turned to petty theft using his quirk, only for it to backfire when something happened. Stain still hadn't learned exactly what had occurred, but he knew that it had left Jin with a permanent scar on his psyche, resulting in extreme mood swings that seemed like a split personality. Seiko Atsuhiro, a longtime thief that also stemmed from a tragic past. From a young age, he had been instructed to never sit back and let injustice thrive, and he had attempted to hold to that principle for many years. But when Adashiro discovered that the theater he worked for would frequently and knowingly scam their customers, and that management was in on it, he left behind his quiet life for one of crime. Tabita Danjuro, a middle-aged man who once had aspirations of being a hero, but turned to crime in the wake of his many failures. Many years ago, a young and wide-eyed Danjuro had attended a lesser-known hero school, only to constantly fail to earn a provisional license. Several months after dropping out, he attempted to save a falling window cleaner, only to accidentally impede a hero and cause more harm than help. Society turned on him for his noble intentions, driving him deeper and deeper towards the underground. Iba Manami, a younger woman who preferred the solitude of a computer room or the isolation of a rooftop to a busy street. Though she had once been full of life, a cruel rejection by a longtime crush had driven her to depression, and further ridicule drove her even deeper. She only became animated when in the presence of Danjuro, her one light, otherwise remaining cold and dark. There were many more that Stain did not know by name, but all shared a common theme. They had initially led normal, harmless lives, but that had changed when society turned on them for reasons outside their control. Only a few months ago, if a hero had asked Stain why ordinary people turned to villainy, he would have coldly replied, "Their reasons are unimportant. Only their actions matter." Now, however, his eyes had been opened once again. His high school classmates had shown him that most heroes cared not for the safety of civilians, but rather fame and fortune. Knuckleduster had shown him that villains could pose as heroes without consequence. All Might had shown him that there were those few that were truly heroes, people who placed the needs of others above their own. And this arrangement, his time living among other villains, had shown him that his work would do little to stem the tides of darkness that threatened to sweep over Japan. Culling heroes would never be enough. Initially, Stain had believed that most people only looked at the symptoms, whereas he looked to destroy the root cause. Now, he was certain that he was only hacking away at the skin of this rotten apple, doing very little to even scratch its mutilated core. When this business with All for One has concluded, I must find a way to reinvent myself. Stain will never serve the purpose he was intended to fulfill. A serial killer cannot create a just society. I will have to attack this problem from a new angle. Akaguro Kaizome nodded to himself and headed towards his apartment building, already mentally cataloging his collection of blades to destroy once All for One was finished. Stain may not be a tool of justice, but he will make an excellent weapon in this war against the ultimate evil. Izuku tossed the cubic chunk of volcanic rock in the air, letting it spin before catching it again. You'd think the boss key would be a bit more special than this. I mean, the one at Mount Tokachi was at least patterned after a snowflake, and the one in the dunes was a golden skull. But this is just a hunk of rock. Momo snatched the rock out of his hand and turned it over, humming before nodding and tapping it with a finger. Well, it does have the Goron crest engraved in it on this face. But I agree that it's not as iconic compared to the last two keys. Kirishima frowned and laid a hand on his chin. Wonder why that is. Todoroki huffed. Somehow, I don't think it's all that important. Katsuki grunted and crossed his arms. For once, we agree, icy hot. Taking the rock back, Izuku turned it over in his hands, before realizing that the glowing red lines on it matched up with the ones on the lock. Stepping forward, he slotted it into the gap, nodding in satisfaction when it clicked loudly. The lock snapped open, crashing to the floor and shattering into thousands of tiny pieces. On the other side of the corridor sat a rather spacious room, though it noticeably lacked a man-made floor. Instead, a lake of bubbling lava was surrounded by a ring of reddish volcanic rock, about 3 meters at its widest point and 2 meters at its thinnest. Bomb flowers grew on the walls at regular intervals. Momo dropped into a crouch, running a finger along the smooth floor. The ground here appears to be solid granite, with especially high levels of quartz and silicon. She pointed to where white lines occasionally cut through the red. There also appear to be veins of diorite, likely where the silica levels were lower during formation. Izuku hummed as he idly listened to her musings, scanning the room just as a precaution. Suddenly, a diamond-patterned barrier appeared in the doorway as iron bars shot up from the floor, trapping the group inside. Low chuckling echoed throughout the room, and a burst of diamond sparkles announced the arrival of a familiar demon, standing atop an arch on the other side of the room. My, how very knowledgeable. Izuku scowled, drawing the Imstar's sword from its scabbard. Gai Rahim. Demise's blade bowed deeply, the edges of his cloak crisping. In the flesh, as you mortals would say. I am surprised and disappointed to find you still breathing, Nat. Izuku huffed, tightening his grip on the sword's hilt. What can I say? We humans are all kinds of stubborn. Gyarahim tutate. How true. And while I'd love to play with you some more, I unfortunately have work to do. He dropped down so that he was sitting atop the arch, one foot swaying limp with the other still propped up. I must say, I had forgotten how harsh a taskmaster Lord Demise can be. Oh, he has me running this way and that, making so many preparations for his glorious return. Create monsters here, stir up chaos there, so very busy. As such, I have no time to waste on gnats like yourselves. Todoroki scowled. So then why are you here? Gyarahim chuckled. Why, dear boy, I could hardly leave this nuisance to his own devices, now could I? Even if he is no threat to Lord Demise's plans, I have every certainty he'd find a way to stick his nose in where it doesn't belong. So I thought I'd call in a favor with an old friend. Izuku pet an eyebrow. I take it this is an old friend, in the same way that Scaldera was? Gyarahim laughed jovially. Oh, you do catch on fast, Nat. Indeed, it won't take long for my friend to burn you to a crisp, even with those curious tunics you all wear. And once I've finally beheld your blackened corpses, I'll be able to attend to my duties with a new spring in my step. I'll check back with you in a few hours. Do try to be dead by then, or I'll be very disappointed. The demon vanished, and the central lake bubbled. An enormous figure erupted from the center, spraying boiling lava over the nearby ground and causing the earth to shake when it landed. Red-hot magma coated its body like a second skin, and it turned on its two legs to stare down the group, letting out a primal roar as its battle cry. Izuku swore under his breath. Ddango! Get back! The group scattered, right as the monster's right foot slammed down where they'd been standing, a visible red shockwave flaring out from the point of impact. Phi emerged from the emissar's sword to float behind Izuku's right shoulder. To be specific, this is a Volcadango, a rare subspecies of Ddango that occurs when a normal Ddango bathes in magma for several hundred years. Like normal Ddangos, it can unleash large blasts of fire from its mouth and can perform a rolling attack similar to a King Ddango. In addition, a Volcadango can hold a covering of lava over its body as armor. It also causes shockwaves with its footsteps and can cause showers of lava after remaking its armor. Be advised that your Goron tunics will not fully protect against direct contact with lava. I calculate a 75% chance of lethal injury if you are hit by the lava rain, and a 100% chance of lethal injury if you are forced into the central pool. Izuku grunted, drawing the emistar's sword from its sheath. Duly noted. Katsuki, I don't suppose your AP shot will have the same effect as a bomb flower on this thing's insides, will it? The blonde shot back. Only one way to find out. Let's light this beach up like a birthday cake. The Volcadango opened its mouth wide, and the inside of its mouth glowed red with heat. A concentrated blast shot into the opening, and its jaws snapped shut. It clacked its teeth a couple times, before there came the muted sound of an explosion and it jumped, smoke leaking from its mouth. Unfortunately, the dripping lava over its body still remained, and it took a couple steps forward, seemingly no worse for wear. Izuku grunted, walking backward and making sure to keep the Hylian shield between himself and the beast. So the usual Ddango counter doesn't work, at least while the armor's up. I'd say we need to get it away from the lava, but there's not much room to do that. Todoroki, you're up. Ice shot up in a curved line around the perimeter, before exploding from the ground underneath the Volcadango. It shrieked, either in pain or surprise, Izuku couldn't tell. The ice melted away fairly quickly, but it served its purpose. The coating of lava was now hardened into black volcanic rock, with dim red lines running through it. Kinda reminds me of a grilled rock roast. Kirishima plucked a bomb flower from the wall, the leaves falling from its base and the organic fuse automatically lighting. The Volcadango began inhaling again, and the redhead tossed the plant directly into the beast's gaping maw. Once again, the jaw snapped shut, and it chewed for a few seconds, before its armor suddenly cracked in time with another muted explosion. Izuku quickly gauged the damage and called out, "One more blast should take out the armor." Katsuki! AP shotgun. A volley of concentrated blasts slammed into the monster's side, and the armor shattered into pieces, revealing that its tail was a throbbing red. Immediately recognizing the situation, Izuku shot forward, sliding under the Volcadango's belly and jumping high, before driving the MSTR sword through the tip of its tail. The beast roared, this time definitely in pain, and thrashed wildly. Izuku was picked up off the ground and flung across the room, his back slamming into the opposite wall. As he took a moment to gather his senses, the Volcadango leaped from the rocky perimeter, crashing down in the center of the pool of lava. Luckily, all 5 of them reacted quickly enough to jump over the wave of liquid rock that washed over the floor. Kirishima called, "You think that did it?" As if in response, the Volcadango erupted from the lake, smaller globs of lava raining down around the edge of the room. Momo clapped her hands together, crystalline shields forming around each student. The boss monster landed back on the rocky perimeter, a large red shockwave bursting out from its feet. More lava bubbled against its yellow-orange scales, and it roared a challenge. Guess not. The Volcadango slowly skirted the edge of the lava lake, keeping its gaze locked on Izuku. By sheer coincidence, the 5 students were spaced roughly equally around the room, with the beast currently standing between Momo and Kirishima. Izuku stood behind Momo with Todoroki at his back, and Katsuki was positioned behind Kirishima. The Volcadango reared back as though it was preparing a fire blast, but its mouth never opened. Izuku suddenly noticed 2 spots on its face glowing brightly underneath the lava, and he swore under his breath. "It's got nostrils. Hit the dirt." The Volcadango lunged forward, its mouth opening wide to unleash a massive ball of flame. Momo covered herself in Nehru's love as the attack washed over her, and Izuku dove towards the wall, huddling behind the Hylian shield and trusting its indestructible composition. Todoroki, rather than dodging, planted his feet firmly and unleashed a torrent of fire from his left hand. The Volcadango's fireball was halted, then forced back, right into the monster's face. The beast stumbled backwards, its eyes blinking as it shook its head. Izuku barked, "It's stunned." "Todoroki, cool off the armor." More ice shot forward, coating the Volcadango up to its shoulders. This time, the ice took longer to thaw, and the rocky shell was even dimmer than the first time around. Another AP shotgun slammed into the monster's flank, and it roared in pain. Kirishima took the opportunity to clamber up and over its back, before tossing another bomb flower into its gaping maw as he jumped off of its head. The Volcadango stumbled again, and Izuku nodded at Momo, before jumping towards the lava lake. There was a flash of green light, and suddenly he fell from the ceiling over the monster's exposed tail. Imsar's sword sank through the throbbing extremity, pinning it to the stone floor. The beast roared and thrashed, and Izuku was once again flung across the room, this time landing on the wall feet first before dropping down to the rocky perimeter. The monster jumped back into the lava, and they jumped over the second wave. Todoroki grunted. "Something tells me the rule of 3 is in effect here." Katsuki huffed. "Don't jinx it, Icy Hot." The Volcadango roared as it burst from the lake, droplets of lava raining down from above. Momo clapped, and more shields formed around the students before the rain hit. Another shockwave burst out from where it landed, this time between Katsuki and Todoroki. The lava armor was back, but it seemed thinner this time. Wasting no time, Todoroki immediately shifted his right foot, a wave of ice shooting out and encasing the Volcadango completely. It hissed and steamed, but otherwise stood strong for once. Kirishima hummed cautiously. "Think we're done here?" The ground shook, and cracks ran down the length of the ice. Katsuki groaned, "What did I just say about jinxing Clifford?" The ice shattered, and the Volcadango stomped out of the remains of its prison, its roar shaking the room. It leaned back, belly low to the ground, before launching itself forward, head tucking between its legs and tail curling up over its skull. It rolled across the ground towards Todoroki, who chose to jump out of the way, pressing himself against the wall as the Volcadango went by. Izuku ducked to the side, and Momo warped next to Katsuki in a flash of green light. Kirishima, for some reason, chose to stand his ground, hardening his entire body and crossing his arms. Izuku opened his mouth to call out a warning, only to pause as he noticed something. In addition to his rock-hard skin, Kirishima's body was coated in a layer of red-orange energy. The Volcadango slammed into Kirishima's crossed arms, and the redhead shouted wordlessly as he broke the X, blue sparks spraying out from the point of impact as the energy shattered. The monster was actually forced back, breaking its form and flipping it onto its back. Kirishima then proceeded to grab the beast's tail with both hands, turn 180 degrees, and slam it into the wall. By sheer luck, there happened to be a bomb flower there, which detonated on impact and sent cracks running along the Volcadango's armor. Katsuki leaped over and flung an AP shot down its gaping maw, its body bulging from the explosion as the armor shattered. Kirishima ped back his right fist, the skin hardening. He roared again as he brought it down, crushing the tip of the monster's tail and causing its red-orange blood to splatter against the rock. The Volcadango curled upwards, shrieking in pain as its body convulsed, before falling limp on its back. Its body gradually turned black, before exploding in a burst of magenta-tinted black smoke. Loud clapping echoed throughout the room, and the ground shook as a familiar conical head rose from the shrinking lava lake. "Well done, little brother. You're a true Gorin, through and through." Izuku grinned widely as a spirit rose from the tip of the head, taking the form of a large Gorin with a large white beard. A sky-blue cloth was slung over his left shoulder, and a chain connected to a metal plate bearing the Gorin crest was slung over his right. His massive forearms bore tufts of stark white hair, along with metal cuffs around his wrists. "What? No greeting for me, Derek? I'm hurt." Derek laughed heartily, the walls shaking. "It's great to see you too, little guy. But come on, it's not every day you see your descendant inherit your power." Kirishima glanced down at his hand, hardening it in a shower of sparks and marveling at the energy that coated it. "Oh, never knew I had this." Derek chuckled, crossing his arms. "Well, it's no surprise. I doubt you've really needed it before now. But now that you've got it, be sure to use it to the fullest. That there is my champion ability, Derek's Protection. It's a super tough shield that holds up to just about anything if you keep your head straight." Kirishima grinned and slammed his hardened fists together, producing a shower of blue sparks. "Manly." Derek laughed again. "Yep, you're definitely my descendant. Makes me proud to see the blood of the Gorins still burning brightly." Katsuki hummed. "Wait, so if you're hanging out here, then how come there were monsters?" Lightning Chick managed to keep her temple free of why not you? Derek grinned and rubbed at the back of his neck. "Hey, I'd love to chase off that big lizard, but you can't really fight when you're dead. Urbosa could still fight, 'cause her power can attack, but since mine is really only good for defense, not much I could do. But hey, now that all the monsters are cleared out of here, then I can make sure no more get in." Todoroki nodded. "Good to know." Izuku cracked an eyebrow. "Let me guess, when Varudania was out of juice, you got the Gorins to put its head in here?" Derek chuckled and patted the head's nose affectionately. "Yeah, this old girl certainly gave as good as she got for a while, but nothing stronger than time. Didn't want her to spend her last moments away from Death Mountain's crater." Momo hummed. "Well, if that's all, I think it's best we leave. We don't want Backdraft to be worried if we're gone for too long." Derek thumped his massive fist over his heart. "Remember, little brother, you're the pride of the Gorin people. Keep your head high and fight well." Kirishima nodded with a wide grin. "You got it, bro." Unfortunately, the good mood didn't last long. The entire cavern shook, and everyone was immediately on guard as lava started pouring from the walls. Derek cursed under his breath, one massive hand moving towards his back, probably reflexively reaching for his boulder breaker. Shoot! That tremor felt a lot worse than the usual ones. Todoroki frowned. "You can feel the difference?" More ghostly flames appeared in the doorway, coalescing into the shape of Darunia. "You live near an active volcano long enough, you learn to recognize different quakes." "I agree, Brother Derek, that one felt like the precursor to an eruption." Phi launched out of the sword's hilt to float behind Izuku's shoulder. "I have determined that the Volcadango has left a branching network of tunnels connecting to the volcano's primary magma chamber. The defeat of the Volcadango caused those tunnels to collapse, which in turn disrupted the fragile balance of this peak. In short, The volcano is about to erupt. Katsuki scowled. Fing perfect. A volcano this size, popping its top is gonna cause some serious damage. Not just from the lava and pumice. In accordance with Ddango breeding habits, the subterranean network is packed with eggs. Due to their natural immunity to extreme heat, those eggs will be launched all over the surrounding area in the eruption and hatch in the process. Izuku swore under his breath. So not only are we dealing with a volcanic eruption, there's going to be a rain of Ddangos over the nearby area in the aftermath. Wonderful. Shoyuta wasn't entirely certain what had alerted the other hero, but for some reason, Backdraft glanced up from where he was supervising Ishido's developing acid pistol technique. Shoyuta himself glanced up from the papers he was grading, cracking an eyebrow curiously. Something wrong, Backdraft? The man hummed, glancing in the direction of Mount Bandai. Dunno. My gut's screaming at me that something's wrong, but I can't place what it would be. The ground shook slightly, and the entire building froze, everyone in the wide room glancing up at the ceiling. The earth quaked again, harsher this time, and Shoyuta bit back a curse. Everyone outside. Now. He flung open a window and jumped out, a quick glance towards the peak confirming his suspicions at the sight of dark smoke. Something went wrong at the temple. The scent of metal reached his nostrils, and Shoyuta whirled on the spot, unraveling his capture weapon to intercept the pair of diamond spikes aimed at his eyes. The figure standing on the roof of the agency let out a low whistle, clapping twice. Well, you're rather spry for a human, aren't you? I must admit, I'm almost impressed. Almost. Shoyuta scowled, ignoring Backdraft's confused muttering and the class' half-panicked whispers. And here I thought we, puny humans, were beneath your notice. Gairahim chuckled, inspecting the tips of his fingers. Ordinarily, yes, but the current situation in the area has drawn my interest. To be quite honest, I'm disappointed. I was hoping that those gnats would be fried to a crisp, but it seems the heat is turning up for the volcano instead. So I thought I might stick around for the show. After all, nothing puts a spring in my step more than abject mortal terror. A volcanic eruption coupled with a mass Ddango hatching will bring that in spades. But I'm rambling. Do go ahead and try to prevent it, if you believe you can. It matters little whether you survive or not, so I admit I'm somewhat eager to see what you might be capable of. Out of nowhere, he paused, tilting his head as if listening to something above him. My apologies. It would appear that I am required elsewhere. A shame. I truly hoped I would see you all running and screaming in terror. Alas, I must settle for a mere parting gift. The demon vanished, and a ring of diamond-shaped sparkles surrounded the agency, fading to reveal a horde of bipedal monsters with pig-like snouts and crude wooden clubs. Thankfully, the class caught on quickly, moving to stand back-to-back with each other as Shoyuta did the same with Backdraft. The hydrant hero readied 2 tendrils of water from his spigots. If we survive this, Eraserhead, you'd better explain what the heck is going on. Despite himself, Eraserhead scoffed. Someone's optimistic. Some of us have to be. Izuku scowled at the bubbling lava surrounding the temple entrance. The place is ready to blow at any second. Any bright ideas? Katsuki grunted wordlessly. Unless you've got some kind of geological reset button in your back pocket, I'm pretty sure we're F'd. Momo nodded. It would appear the best we can do is minimize the damage to the nearby towns, then deal with the hatched Ddangos. Darunia frowned. I'd offer to help, but my experience is more in causing eruptions with my hammer, not stopping them. Izuku's eyes widened, and he smacked a fist into his palm. That's it. Volcanic eruptions are caused by a buildup of pressure in the main magma chamber, which is then released all at once in a violent burst. If we ease off that pressure bit by bit with smaller, more manageable eruptions, then we can prevent the big one. Todoroki huffed. Reasonable, except for one problem. How do you plan on causing multiple localized eruptions? There came a loud thud, and the group turned to see Kirishima hefting the Inferno hammer over his shoulder. Think this'll work? Izuku and Momo locked eyes and nodded in unison. Good thinking. Kirishima, you're on hammer duty. Todoroki, use your ice to try and catch any lava flows that might endanger the towns. Momo, use Furore's wind and the Triforce of wisdom to put Kirishima exactly where he needs to hit. Katsuki, you're with me. Katsuki blinked. Wait, what are we doing? The Triforce of courage flashed, and suddenly the thunder bow was in Izuku's hands. We're dealing with the Ddango infestation. Every time Kirishima ruptures the ground, there's inevitably going to be at least a couple eggs that fly out and hatch. We need to take care of them before they land and cause Hylia knows how much devastation. Darunia nodded. I will remain here with my blood brother and use our combined power to hold the mountain together as best we can. Good thinking. Now let's move. As Class 1B filed into ground beta, Suji blinked in confusion upon seeing Vlad King standing there. Wait, wasn't All Might supposed to be heading this exercise? The blood hero grunted. Something came up that required his immediate attention. Now, today's exercise dash. Suddenly, a sharp black diamond flew into Vlad King's chest out of nowhere, instantly coating his chest with blood. The hero coughed wetly and the class froze. A pity. The black-garbed one was able to sense my approach. I held hope that humans of this era would put up a greater fight, but it seems he was an exception, not the rule. A pale-skinned man dressed in white with a red cloak dropped down from above, landing in front of Vlad King. Honestly, I don't understand why my MSDR's new associate is so insistent that you rabble be dealt with. The intruder suddenly jumped back as Vlad King swung a bloodied fist out. Don't be so sure of yourself. We heroes are a hardy bunch. HM. So it seems. I could have sworn that I struck your heart directly. Consider my interest piqued. Even still, you're hardly a match for myself, certainly not as much as that gnat with the sacred blade. The villain calmly glanced back at the class, and a chill ran down Suji's spine. You are putting on a brave face for the young ones. How delightfully tragic. Perhaps I will have a bit of fun with this. Kamakiri jumped forward, a blade sprouting from his forearm as he swiped at the intruder. How about no? A loud clang reverberated between the buildings, and Suji went pale upon seeing that Kamakiri hadn't even broken skin. The intruder tilted his head, as though the student was little more than a mildly interesting species of bug. I see some of you are more willing to die than the others. Still, such weaklings are far beneath my personal involvement. That said, one gloved hand crashed into Kamakiri's face, and the student went flying into the side of a building. That seemed to break the spell, and the class fell into battle stances. The villain dramatically raised his left hand and snapped his fingers, and pig monsters with wooden clubs appeared around them in bursts of diamond-shaped sparkles. That I have underlings that are likely more your speed. Do try to make it at least a little interesting, Nedzu swore viciously under his breath. Curses. Of all the times for All Might to be away, it had to be now. I should have placed more faith in young Midoriya, Bakugou, and Yaoyorozu to be able to fend off any monster attacks that may have appeared close to Class 1A. Still, what's done is done. All I can do now is find a way to assist Class 1B. A cloud of purple fog appeared on the other side of his desk, and Shirakumo-kun stepped out, a worried expression on his face. Sorry for the intrusion, sir, but I just felt something weird. It was almost like Warpgate, but I demon sure wasn't the one doing it. Nedza huffed. That would be correct. Demise's general has just attacked Class 1B's training exercise in ground beta with a monster horde. The blood drained from the young man's face. That's bad. Indeed. If you have any suggestions, now would be an excellent time to speak up. Shirakumo-kun winced. I have an idea. But you might not like it. At this point, I will take anything that may keep our students safe. The lad spoke. Nedzu frowned. There may be some issues at first, but at this point, we may as well reveal our hand. Do it. Shoyuta bit back a curse, ducking under a bokoblin swinging club and punching it in the face before backflipping over another pig monster. Backdraft, what's your status? The hydrant hero shot back. Little busy right now. I can't get enough time to build up pressure, so I'm having to settle for washing them back over and over. Something pressed into Shuta's back, and he would have swung at it if Mineta hadn't identified himself with a pained groan. My hair works pretty well to hold him down for a little bit, but they just ripped themselves free, and my scalp's starting to hit its limit. A bokoblin went flying past him, and Shoyuta glanced over to see Shuji launching monsters left and right with powerful blows. They take blunt force like it's nothing. Unless we find a way to detain them for good, they'll just wear us down. Zero used a bokoblin's head as a springboard to jump away from his swinging club. I'm trying, but they just rip straight through my tape like it isn't even there. Kuda whimpered, and Ojiro called, even worse, they aren't responding to Kuda at all. It's like they aren't even pigs. Kaminari paused, just barely recovering in time to dodge a club aimed at his head. Wait a second. That's right, they aren't. These are the monster guys that Midoriya warned us about. Uraraka caught a bokoblin's club in her right hand and punched the monster in the face with her left, sending it reeling back. Her expression hardened, and she flipped the club around, catching it by the handle, and smacked the bokoblin hard enough to send it flying. When it hit the wall of Backdraft's agency, it exploded into a puff of black smoke, and she huffed. What was it that he told us, again? If we want to stand against Demise and his minions, we can't hold anything back. Kaminari nodded and clapped his hands together. The sky rumbled, and teal electricity exploded outwards from his body, rolling over Shoyuta and the others harmlessly but paralyzing the monsters in an instant. If I'm seeing this right, they're vulnerable to electric attacks. That was a low-power discharge as an experiment, but I'll see if I can charge up something stronger. Tokoyami huffed. Unnecessary. If these monsters are born of oblivion, then to oblivion they shall return. Dark shadow. A shadowy apparition shot out from the bird-headed boy's chest, slashing at the bokoblins with dark claws. It's no good, Fumi. They tear real easy, but the cuts don't stay there. The sound of an explosion reached his ears, and Shoyuta snapped his gaze towards Mount Bandai, cursing as he saw a geyser of lava erupt close to the peak. We're running out of time. If we're going to figure out a way to put these things down for good, it has to be now. Ask and you shall receive. Hatsum charged into the fray, wielding rose gold blades that were somehow also on fire. With each swing, another bokoblin went down, and fairly soon, the clearing around the agency was littered with wooden clubs. As Shoyuta took a moment to breathe, the girl's blades extinguished and flowed up her arms into patches on her shoulders. Tokoyami blinked. That I suppose that works. Hatsum grinned. On the way here, Greenie gave me a quick rundown of some of the uglies we might run into, and he mentioned that they're usually weak to fire, ice, and electricity. Since we didn't have Mr. Splithair on hand, I figured this was the next best thing. Backdraft turned to Shoyuta and grunted. Well, we survived. So, explanation. Now please. Shoyuta sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Long story short, one of the biggest supervillains in Japan's history ran into a primordial demon and merged with it. Now they're sending out the demon's old monster forces to wreak havoc while they adjust to their increased power. One field trip is primarily so that Midoriya, Bakugou, and Yaoyorozu can search through some prehistoric ruins around Japan to check for any tools that might be useful against the guy. Something crashed into the ground nearby, and the dirt settled to reveal All Might standing there, one massive fist ped. That everything is handled already, isn't it? Shoyuta shook his head. Not quite. If I'm feeling these tremors correctly, we've still got a volcanic eruption to deal with. As if on cue, another geyser of lava erupted from Mount Bandai, though this one was oddly nowhere near the crater. As all eyes turned towards it, crackling bolts of electricity shot through the air and pierced a couple of large masses that had apparently been ejected from the ground. All Might hummed nervously. Mighty as I am, I cannot stop a volcano from erupting. What do you suggest, Backdraft? The hydrant hero balked. Wait, you're asking me for a plan? Of course. Among all of us, you have the most experience with eruptions. There was a flash of green light over their heads, and Kirishima fell from the sky to slam a giant iron warhammer into the ground, lava erupting in front of him. Todoroki bro. Ice shot up around the geyser, cooling it into an obsidian column. Todoroki slid up on a wave of ice, glancing around the clearing and cracking an eyebrow. Did we miss something here? Midoriya dropped to the ground, his golden bow disappearing in a flash of yellow light. There was a bokoblin horde. What happened? Shoyuta grunted. Gairahim showed up, said something about being called elsewhere, and left the horde behind as a parting gift. What have you five been up to? Another geyser of lava shot out from the side of the mountain, and Todoroki immediately cooled it as Bakugou dropped in with a quiet curse. Trying to hold off a FING volcanic eruption, no big deal. Incoming. 4 glowing red ball punched through the agency's roof, and Backdraft swore under his breath. I still had a mortgage on that. Animalistic roars sounded, and the class instantly resumed battle formations. Midoriya scowled. Diamenit. We missed a batch. The building collapsed and ignited, and 4 giant lizard-like monsters emerged from the wreckage, coated in flames. Azui croaked, What are those things, Karo? Bakugo grunted. Freshly hatched dodongos. Unfortunately, their scales are stupid tough, even right out of the egg. The only way to take him out is shooting down the throat or hitting the tail. Shoyuta grunted. Wonderful. Suji scowled and jumped back as another monster swiped at her with its club. Wonderful. These things just won't go down, will they? Vlad King punched a monster in the face and barked, Fall back. These monsters won't stop unless they die. A chuckle echoed from a nearby alleyway, and the pale-skinned guy turned towards the sound. Well, that makes this easy. The pale guy scowled. You dare show your face, traitor? A pasty guy with a severed hand over his face stepped out onto the street, his left hand in a pocket and his right hanging loose. Can I really be called a traitor when but for one was already planning to possess me? The cloaked guy huffed and snapped his fingers, grabbing a jet-black saber out of the air. Regardless, you have gone against my MSDR's will. For that, you must be punished most severely. The hand dude chuckled and lifted his right hand, flexing his fingers into a clawed shape. Feel free to try, a-hole. Cloak guy leveled his sword at the hand dude, only to pause and tilt his ear up, like he was hearing something. Darechim. A pity. My presence is required elsewhere. The saber vanished, and he spread his arms wide. Consider yourself fortunate, traitor, that my emissary has seen fit to spare you this time. Should we meet again, however, you will not be so lucky. The guy vanished in a burst of diamond-shaped sparkles, and the pig monsters glanced between each other, like they weren't sure what they were supposed to do without the pale guy commanding them. Hand dude turned towards them and scowled. I'm getting real sick and tired of these DMN things. Mind if I deal with them? Vlad King grunted. Fine. Sweet. Allow me. Faster than Suji expected, the hand guy ran in and grabbed each monster by the face one by one, dashing to the next while his previous target crumbled to dust and black smoke. Within seconds, the only sign of the horde was their discarded wooden clubs laying on the ground. The new guy swiped his hand through the air like he was getting something nasty off of it. Word of advice, don't touch those things with your bare hands. Vlad King huffed. Duly noted. He glanced towards a nearby security camera. I take it we're revealing our hand? The principal suddenly popped out from a nearby manhole, dusting his vest off. I'm afraid so. I was foolish to believe that the campus would not be attacked. Directly until the enemy's preparations were finished. If we are to defend ourselves, we must be open about the threat we face. The Blood Hero sighed. Figures. Class, change out of your costumes and head to the auditorium. Nedzu will explain everything once all of the students are there. Any bright ideas? Kaminari hummed. I could try stunning them like I did with the pig guys a little bit ago? Momo huffed. Not likely. Ddango hides are notoriously resilient, including to electricity. Todoroki grunted. Regardless, the clear first step is to put them out. Allow me. Backdraft stomped forward, a wave pouring from his spigots and washing over the approaching monsters. It hissed and steamed as it made contact, but otherwise did its job. I'd be a poor hydrant hero indeed if I couldn't handle fire. Izuku glanced at the lingering puddles, and an idea came to him. Reaching for the Triforce of Courage, he pulled his hand back, the ice rod appearing in his grip. He swept upwards, and 4 pillars of ice shot up from the soaked ground, trapping the dodongos in place. Get them while they're locked down. Hatsum immediately lunged towards the closest one, rose gold metal flowing down her arm and shaping into a blade over her fist that she immediately stabbed into the monster's exposed tail. The ice crumbled as the Ddango burst into black smoke, and she grinned. Didn't even need the fire enhancement this time. Ashido clapped her hands together, and a glob of acid shot out from between her fingers, hitting another Ddango's tail and eating through it in seconds. I did it. Did you see, Backdraft-sensei? I did it this time. Uraraka grabbed a third Ddango by the tail and chucked it into the air, before grabbing a discarded boko club and hurling it at the monster. Her aim was dead on, and the impact broke both. Whatever these clubs are made of, it's strong enough to take out monsters. Sada grabbed the last Ddango's tail, and Kirishima wound up with the Inferno Hammer. Set me up, Sada bro. The large boy grinned and tossed the monster upwards. All yours. 4. Izuku held a hand over his eyes and peered at the rapidly retreating form of the still-burning Ddango corpse. Wow. You're getting pretty good with that, Kirishima. Excellent hit, 10 out of 10. Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat, and all eyes turned to him. As much as I'd like to celebrate a hard-fought battle, this incident clearly means we need to pick up the pace. More speed, huh? Good thing that's my specialty. Shocked gasps rose up as the unmistakable number 3 hero dropped to the ground. But more importantly, mind explaining what the heck just flew past me on my way here? Izuku and Izawa-sensei locked eyes and shrugged in unison. Guess we're tackling Futamigura Beach next. Okay, let me see if I've got this straight. Hawks paced back and forth behind his desk, hands in his pockets. Long before recorded human history, there was this kingdom that existed on the same landmass as Japan, plus a couple neighbors. This kingdom's royal line was apparently descended from a goddess, and was also locked in an endless cycle of reincarnation and war. This was the work of a primordial demon king, whose ultimate goal involved claiming an almighty force left behind by 3 other goddesses who made the world. And this force is capable of granting wishes. Now, that same demon king has possessed the boogeyman of the criminal underworld, and is summoning actual monsters to sow chaos. Meanwhile, the 3 pieces of that force reside in you. He pointed to Izuku, you, his finger moved to Katsuki, and you. He turned to Momo. In order to fight this demon king, you and the rest of your class are traveling around Japan to temples from this forgotten kingdom in search of magical weapons to give you a leg up. Did I miss anything? The Triforce bearers exchanged glances and shrugged. Izuku answered, nah, that's pretty much the meat and potatoes of it. Hawks plopped down in his office chair, steepled his fingers on his desk, and heaved a massive sigh. Magic, goddesses, demons, monsters, reincarnation, and wish-granting are real, and we've been into a war around all of it. Fun. Excellent. He inhaled through his nose, then gave Izuku a pointed look. And the reason why you lied to the commission about the reason for the field trip? Izuku returned the expression. Are you going to sit here and tell us that they wouldn't do anything it took to get their hands on something that can grant wishes? There was a pause, and then the number 3 hero sighed. Unfortunately, you make a good point. Momo nodded. Ideally, this all would have remained hidden until we had visited all 7 temples and defeated Demise again. However, after what transpired at the Tsunami Agency Don't you mean firefighter? The Tsunami Agency, we unfortunately no longer have that luxury. Hawks considered that. Fair. So, I'm guessing one of these temples you're looting is around Futamigura Beach. Katsuki grunted. Bingo. And before you take word of this to your bosses, just know that you can't get in unless you have a piece of the Triforce with you. So the commission isn't getting squat. The man held up his hands in surrender. Okay, I get it, shish. Though, since apparently all 4 of us know what the commission's like behind the public face, I might as well ask. There's been some rumors running around that UA's got more people on campus than usual. Care to confirm any of those? Aizawa-sensei pushed off from the wall with a grunt. Figured that stuff wouldn't go unnoticed. Since we're laying the hand out already, you might as well know that one of UA's testing grounds has been repurposed into a temporary neighborhood for less than legal residents. Hawks blinked. Nedzu's recruiting villains? The teacher huffed. Less recruiting, more gathering. The thing is, Demise doesn't give two sheets about the laws of puny humans. Once he shows his face, he's going to raise everything in sight. If we're going to win this war, we need fighters from both sides of the moral and legal spectrum. And afterwards? They're getting a 5-day head start. Ideally, some of them will have found legal alternatives to what they were doing before, but a good chunk will probably stick to villainy. Hawk sighed. The president's not going to like that. The president can stuff it. This business with Demise takes priority over the commission's precious status quo. Redestro gazed out over Daika City, his thoughts unusually turbulent inside his head. Behind him, his division commanders argued fiercely across the conference table. We need to focus on building up our defenses. Skeptic slammed a fist on the table. If our fair city is to become the capital of our new world, we must ensure that it is an unassailable fortress. Are you serious? Geaton crossed his arms. Our soldiers are more than enough defense. We must train their meta abilities into a force to be feared and reckoned with. Friends, please. Trumpet smoothed out his hair. Our forces are already quite powerful, but a new society cannot stand strong without the rule of law to hold it up. Spoken like a true politician. Curious leaned back in her chair with a loud huff. We need more intelligence on what is happening. Many potential recruits have disappeared off the face of the planet. We need to know where they're going. The arguments grew louder and louder, but Redestro ignored them in favor of the trepidation. Gnawing at his chest. Even knowing we are the second coming of the Meta Liberation Army, he was certain that we would not last against All for One. What could possibly be so disturbing that heroes and villains would need to band together? Suddenly, the boardroom went silent. Redestro turned towards his commanders, only to go pale as he beheld the figures standing atop the conference table. Ash-pale skin, white garb, and a blood-red cloak. My apologies. Was my arrival mistimed? The temperature dropped, and ice encased the intruder up to his chest. Geaton snarled, "Who are you? What is the meaning of this?" Curious plucked a pen from her coat pocket, the implement gaining the signature orange glow of her meta ability. "How did you get in here?" The stranger merely chuckled. How delightfully naive. Humans of this era are oh so interesting. As for your silly questions... Suddenly, the ice shattered, throwing everyone back. Redestro tensed, his stress bubbling up underneath his suit. Something is wrong. This is no ordinary man. That I am here to carry out my MSDR's will. I prefer his true name, but you may be more familiar with the human he now inhabits. I believe that man refers to himself as All for One. Redestro huffed. So you are of the League of Villains? The intruder tilted his head curiously. League of Villains? What a terribly dull name. How did anyone ever take that brat seriously with a name like that? No, I serve a much greater will. Unfortunately for you, it seems that your little band of rebels would contest that will. Skeptic scowled. I'm sorry, little band of rebels? We are the second coming of the Meta Liberation Army. We will fight to throw off the chains of oppression that have clamped down our natural abilities for too long. We number over 80,000 warriors strong. The intruder rolled his eyes. Charming. I believe that number refers to the gnats in the buildings below, yes? 80,000. That may be enough for a good warm-up. It's been so long since I last had an opportunity to exercise, my limbs feel a bit rusty. Stress surged through his limbs, and Redestro grew to tower over this insolent stranger. Do not mock our cause. If your emissary desires our destruction, he will have to come here and attempt it himself. The stranger calmly inspected his fingernails. A pity. I had held some vain hope that your fanaticism could have been persuaded to Lord Demise's benefit, but it seems that was a pipe dream. As for you, pain bloomed in Redestro's chest, and he froze. Slowly, he glanced down at the jet-black saber stabbed into his heart, before lifting his head to meet the intruder's cold gaze. It is nothing in the face of true power. Those words continued to ring in Redestro's ears long after the rest of his senses had faded. Suji was reeling. She thought One for All was a really old, really big secret, but this was a whole different beast entirely. Right next to her, Hitoshi looked equally dumbfounded. I'm starting to question if shooting for the hero course was the right call. Someone's phone chimed. There was a pause, and then Yanagi let out an uncharacteristic shriek. The entire class turned towards her, and she slowly laid her phone on her desk, her usually lifeless expression now twisted in shock. Suji glanced down at the screen, blood draining from her face as she read the article displayed there. Daika, former stronghold, current crater. Earlier today, Daika City played terrified host to a villain attack, the scale of which has never been seen before in the history of Quirk, Japan. With no warning, the entire city was swiftly razed to the ground, starting with the central Daika Tower and spreading outwards, and every single resident was found deceased when heroes arrived on the scene. However, it seems that disaster was present here even before this destruction. Investigative heroes called in to examine the scene discovered mountains of evidence pointing to one disturbing fact. Daika was no simple city. In fact, the area was serving as a stronghold and base of operations for a massive villain organization, claiming to be a second coming of the Meta Liberation Army. As Japan remembers well, the original Meta Liberation Army was founded by Destro, a self-proclaimed innovator and Quirk rights activist close to the dawn of Quirks. Son of the infamous Mother of Quirks, his original group was infamous for battling Japan's government and their outspoken views on Quirk deregulation. This new Meta Liberation Army followed the same ideology as its predecessor, but was planning to take it to a whole new scale. Reports indicate that all 80,000 residents of Daika City were members of this group, including all pro-heroes stationed there. In addition, the group was led by Shueisha Publishing Executive Director Kazuki Chitose, Feel Good Inc. Board Member Chikazoku Tomoyasu, Hearts and Minds Party Leader Hanabata Koku, and Detnerat CEO Yatsubashi Rikiya, the latter being a direct descendant of the original Destro. However, it seems that this new Meta Liberation Army drew the anger of some unknown villain group, as the entire city was razed to the ground within seconds. The culprits have yet to be identified, and a motive has yet to be determined, but there is a clear message present. The Meta Liberation Army is dead, and those with the same views are guaranteed to follow. A shame. Screams rang out as the principal was suddenly there looking at Yanagi's phone. They were warned, but it seems they did not take those warnings to heart. Kenda looked pale. Principal Nedzu, are you saying that the demise guy you mentioned in the assembly was responsible for this? The mammal sighed. Not personally, no, but his most devoted follower was most certainly involved. While some of the images were not released to the public, I received a report that included detailed autopsies of the army's commanders. He took a moment to look each of them in the eyes, then sighed. Yatsubashi was impaled through the heart, and each of the 4 commanders had a diamond-shaped blade in their foreheads. Suji issued a breath through her teeth. The guy that attacked our training exercise. Precisely. I owe all of you an apology. We grew complacent, thinking that Demise's forces would ignore the school. For that, your teacher was badly injured, and one of your own was nearly killed. I mean no shame in saying this, but please take Kamakiri Shounin's condition as a warning. The demon that attacked you cannot be harmed by conventional weapons or quirks, a trait that, fortunately, is not shared by the monsters that do his bidding. Should he turn his attention to you, know that you cannot do anything to even faze him. This is not an obstacle that you can overcome with hard work, but a simple fact of his biology. Yanagi sniffled. My parents, they lived in Daika. They always told me that I had the right to use my quirk however I pleased, but I never believed them. I thought that if I could become a hero, I could convince them that they were wrong. I never. Something shifted in that moment. Everyone else's terrified faces morphed into anger, and Suji couldn't help but agree. And as crazy as it might sound, it almost felt like One for All itself agreed too. Kenda stepped forward and laid a calm hand on Yanagi's shoulder, looking Nedzu dead in the eyes. We appreciate the warning, sir. That being said, if we can't hurt him, then his minions will have to do. Tetsu slammed his steel fists together in a spray of sparks and a loud clang. That BSTRD hurt one of our own. He just made it personal. Growls of assent rose up, and Netsu carefully scanned the class, before nodding resolutely. I understand. If you are determined to fight, then we will make sure that you have the knowledge and tools necessary to not just survive, but to overcome. Izuku glanced back at Tokoyami and Azui, the other two students that had chosen to join them for this temple. Tokoyami, you still sure you want to tag along this time? The bird-headed boy nodded resolutely. Something about this place calls to me. I cannot place the feeling, but I am certain of that. Azui hummed, a finger on her chin. Me too, Karo. It's not just the usual allure of a beach. There's something deeper in my gut saying that I need to do this, Karo. Katsuki grunted. Well, if your gut's telling you to do something, might as well do it. Let's go. Izuku nodded and stepped forward, laying his right hand on the giant stone doors before them. The ground shook, and tiny waves rippled through the water surrounding the rock outcropping just off the coast of Futamigura Beach. Coral decorations lined the walls leading down the stone staircase, and banners of seaweed were hung from the ceiling. Momo hummed thoughtfully. Peculiar. I would not expect plant-based decorations to still be alive after so many millennia without human caretakers. The torches by the door went out, only to reignite in turquoise flames that slowly floated towards the entrance. An airy giggle echoed from the depths of the temple, and the flames coalesced into the shape of a humanoid figure with a broad head and fins on her forearms. Well now, isn't this quite the reunion? When I said our engagement had to be put on hold, I hadn't quite meant it like this. Katsuki blinked. You're effing what now? Izuku rolled his eyes. I see you're still the same as ever, Princess Ruto. The Zora sage giggled into her palm. And you're still the perfect gentleman, aren't you? And this form? A perfect balance between cute childhood and magnificent adulthood. Still, I suppose a traditional exchange like the Zora Sapphire doesn't quite hold as much weight as the goddess choice of hero. A pity, but I suppose I can live with it. Azui made a light-hearted croaking noise, which Izuku took to be her version of a chuckle. You're funny, Karo. Ruto turned to her, and her eyes widened. Well, this is interesting. Zoras have always felt a kinship with our fellow sea dwellers, but to share traits with amphibians. You are a fascinating girl. Tokoyami suddenly looked away, the feathers on his cheeks rising. Perhaps not the choice of words I would have made, but an agreeable observation nonetheless. Ruto turned her gaze to the bird-headed boy and chuckled. Oh, the other one is going to get a kick out of you, mister. Tokoyami blinked. Other one. The Zora princess giggled into her hand again. That's a surprise for once you enter. Be warned, however, the temple has become infested with vile monsters recently, and the two in the lowest chamber are hardly suited for pest control. Dark shadow appeared behind Tokoyami and mimed smacking a fist into her palm. But I could use some practice in ripping through monsters, especially after the pig horde didn't tear so good. Ruto chuckled again. Your entourage grows more and more fascinating by the minute. I do hope you appreciate the gifts that were left behind for the next hero to arrive. The sage dissipated, and Azui gave another chuckling croak. I like her, Karo. Though, what was that engagement she mentioned? Izuku waved a hand dismissively. Ancient Hyrulean history. Won't be relevant this trip. If we had time, I'd explain, but we're working against the clock right now. Fair enough, Karo. Overhaul glanced up at the knock on the laboratory door, frowning behind his plague doctor mask. What is it? There's been an update. An urgent one. Recognizing his most trusted subordinate's voice, he set down the syringe and stepped away from the chair. Enter. Chronostasis cautiously stepped inside, glancing over at Eri and breathing a minuscule sigh of relief at her diminished horn before composing himself. You recall how the League of Villains Warper told us about a great evil coming, which would destroy both sides of society? Overhaul scowled. Don't tell me you actually believe the filth that was spewing from his lips. Unfortunately, he may have been right. Word just came in that an unknown force destroyed an entire city within a single afternoon. Overhaul paused. That was indeed troubling. Sighing, he pulled off the surgical gloves and slipped on his usual pair, walking back over and undoing the straps before turning to the nearby grunt. Take Eri back to her room. Something's come up that requires my full attention. Of course, Overhaul, sir. As the man and child left, Overhaul headed the other direction, easily maneuvering through the maze-like underground tunnels built underneath the boss family mansion. Aware that chronostasis was only a step behind him, he strode into the meeting room and plopped down on one of the couches, steepling his fingers on the glass coffee table. Report. The other day, Daika City was razed to the ground suddenly and without warning. The authorities still haven't pinned down any leads for culprits, but they did find evidence that the place was a stronghold for a new meta-liberation army. Overhaul scoffed. Those Quirk-obsessed revolutionaries? Good riddance, I say. Any word from our spies in the area? Chronostasis shook his head. That's the problem, though. The whole thing happened so quickly, none of our nearby contacts were able to get in quickly enough to see it in progress. Even worse, the few spies we had in the city itself didn't make it out. Overhaul paused, an uneasy chill running down his spine. Really? I double and triple checked with every contact we have in the Aichi prefecture, sir. Every human being that lived in Daika was killed, and all of the buildings were thoroughly demolished. Apparently, the only sign that there used to be a city there was the pile of corpses where Daika Tower used to stand. Overhaul quietly swore under his breath. And any news from our contacts in the Muzutafu area? They've all but confirmed the other half of Kurogiri's warning. There's been a surge in activity around UA's campus, and a couple particularly brave spies managed to sneak a couple peeks over the barrier. Apparently, one of UA's training grounds, a fake city, has been repurposed into a bustling neighborhood for the downtrodden of society. I see. Chronostasis paused. What's our move then? Overhaul considered his options and sighed. Given the circumstances, there's really only one call that will allow the Shai Hasaikai to even have a chance at reviving the glory days of the Yakuza. Nedzu. Overhaul nodded grimly. Nedzu. As much as I despise his ties to the society that oppressed our kind, I can't deny that he has the resources we need in the coming war. Because there is a war coming. Whatever force destroyed the Meta-Liberation Army cares not for puny human allegiances. This is not a war between men, but a battle for the future of humanity. Chronostasis nodded slowly. That if man hopes to stand a chance of not only survival but victory, he must stand with his fellow man. Or, in this case, fellow mammal. Kaizome leaned against the side of a building, frowning to himself as he watched Class 1B hack and slash at metal target dummies with a wide variety of blades. Some with katanas, some with tanto, a couple with claymores, and one particular white-haired girl backed by a floating ring of knives, like some sort of bastardization of Raijin's thunderdrums. Alright, that's enough. Kaizome's gaze shifted to the unfamiliar voice, one eyebrow raising as he recognized a relatively minor hero by the codename of Mr. Brave. I'm seeing a lot of you slowing down, so we're taking a break. No point in trying to practice when you're liable to drop your weapon on your foot out of exhaustion. Kaizome hummed thoughtfully, and a chipper voice from behind him chirped, Well, this is interesting. I would have expected you to prefer to keep to the privacy of your own apartment. Why the sudden interest in our first years? Kaizome grunted wordlessly, glancing back at where UA's principal stood deeper in the alley, paws clasped behind his back. I could not help but overhear the familiar clanging of steel on steel, and I was curious as to why such a sound would be heard on the campus of a hero school. Are you training these children to kill? Nedzu sighed, striding forward to stand next to Kaizome. Sadly, it is a necessary evil for the coming conflict. Were it up to me, I would much rather they stay off the front lines and remain innocent, as much as heroes in training can be, at least. But after the destruction of Daika City so thoroughly rattled one of their own, they are determined to pull their own weight against Demise's monsters. As a result, they must be given the tools and techniques they need to emerge victorious. Make no mistake, we are constantly impressing on them that these weapons are solely for combating monsters, not villains. Kaizome frowned, staring back out at the street as the class congregated around a set of tables with coolers filled with ice cubes and bottles of water. And is Mr. Brave aware of the situation as well? Nedzu chuckled drily. I would be quite surprised if there were any heroes not aware of the situation by now, considering that Hawks has undoubtedly reported to his superiors at this point. Kaizome paused, then stared down at the mammal. I don't follow. What does Hawks have to do with this? Class 1A was caught off guard by an ambush of monsters while they were stationed at Backdraft's agency, and the ensuing conflict drew the attention of the HPSC, who sent in Hawks to investigate. The commission was going to find out the truth eventually, but this was sooner than I would have liked. Kaizome considered that, then grunted and turned his attention back to the students, who were lounging near the water tables. My own skills with a blade were largely self-taught. While I am no novice, it is clear that Mr. Brave holds significantly more experience in disciplined swordplay. As expected, Nedzu clearly heard the underlying message that Kaizome's lingering pride forced him to omit. I'll chat with him once classes are over to see if he's willing to drop by. I can't promise he will, but if it's what you think you need, I'll do my best to look for possible instructors. Kaizome nodded wordlessly, eyes locked onto the white-haired girl who still had an array of daggers floating in her wake. Of the 21 students on the field, she was clearly most invested in the training. Nedzu followed his gaze with a quiet hum. I mentioned that Daika's fate rattled one of them. That would be her. I can only hope that she maintains her rationality, but grief can make humans do foolish things. Kaizome hummed, lost in his own thoughts. This is quite the odd position we've been put into. Villains band together in a close-knit community of outcasts, and heroes train in killing arts in preparation for facing an inhuman enemy. Whatever the outcome of this war, society will never be the same. Izuku slotted the small key into the lock and turned, and the chains crashed to the ground and shattered. Katsuki stepped up and heaved the stone door into the ceiling, revealing a dark shroud in the doorway. Yep. Mid-boss is this way. Tokoyami frowned and reached a hand into the shroud, eliciting a full-body shiver. This darkness is odd. A consequence of my bond with Dark Shadow means I am most comfortable in shadows, where the sun's light cannot reach me. But this shroud is overwhelming in a way. It is as though the darkness that I call home has been poisoned, made toxic by an influence darker than the blackest night. Momo hummed thoughtfully. Interesting. Perhaps that has something to do with the strength of the monster on the other side. Azui grunted. I guess we should take care of that, Karo. The group proceeded through the doorway, coming out the other side into a wide, circular room with an impressively high ceiling. Circles in the floor released constant updrafts of wind, and the thick stained glass overhead depicted a humanoid figure with wings in place of arms. Suddenly, iron bars shot up in the doorway behind them, and they took up defensive positions. The ground shook, and Izuku's eyes locked onto the far wall, noticing a carving that depicted some sort of bird with 3 squid tentacles in place of a tail. As he watched, the carving gained color and definition, and a loud squawk shook the room as the beast flapped its wings, rising up towards the ceiling. Phi emerged from the MSTR sword's hilt. This creature resembles the legends of Cyclorok, a ruler of the skies from ancient times. Its powerful wing beats are said to stir up mighty tornadoes and ravage the seas. The updrafts coming from the floor suddenly spiraled in on themselves, forming into miniature tornadoes. Tokoyami huffed. It would appear those legends speak the truth. Katsuki cracked his knuckles with a grin. Well, if it thinks it's untouchable up there, I'm plenty willing to prove it wrong. Let's rumble. Cyclorok screeched, and its tentacles punched into the wall nearby, pulling out huge boulders that it proceeded to throw. The group scattered, and the rocks slammed into the floor, crashing into the wall behind them before rolling to a stop. One of them rolled into a nearby tornado and launched into the air, slamming into the bird and shattering on impact. It squawked in pain, and Katsuki blasted upwards, essuring towards the beast with a manic grin. Say cheese, feather face. AP shotgun. A spread of concentrated blasts slammed into its chests, and Cyclorok screeched, clapping its wings together and producing a powerful gust of wind that slammed Katsuki against the wall. Azui's eyes narrowed, and she darted into the closest tornado, launching up and grabbing the blonde before the monster could bury its beak in his chest. At the same time, dark shadow shot out from Tokoyami's chest, grabbing one of the other two boulders and heaving it off the ground, spinning in place a couple times before throwing it at the gigantic bird. Eat rock. Unfortunately, gravity took hold before it could hit, and Izuku dove forward to pull Tokoyami out of the way before the boulder could crash down on his head. Careful! The apparition swore under her breath and pulled her host into a tight hug. Sorry, Fumi, I thought I could get it. It is all right. I am unharmed. Still, it appears we must utilize the arena if we wish to achieve victory. Katsuki, now recovered, slowly rolled the boulder across the floor into another tornado. All over it. Order up. The rock crashed into Cyclorock, and the monster squawked again as it reeled back. A bolt of crackling golden electricity slammed into the bird, and Izuku glanced over to see Momo standing by the doorway. With the thunder bow in her hands, Cyclorock crashed down on the floor, and Izuku saw an opening, darting forward and jumping high before plunging the MSTR's sword through the beast's forehead. The beast screeched, thrashing wildly and throwing Izuku off as the other four were blown back against the walls. It rose toward the ceiling again, the cut on its forehead leaking pinkish-black smoke. A squawk shook the room as its tentacles pried more boulders out of the walls, and once again the group was forced to dodge. Izuku barked, "Tokoyami!" "Of course. Dark Shadow, assist me!" Together, they moved a rock into one of the tornadoes, but this time, Cyclorock dodged backwards, and Katsuki bit down a curse as he dove out of the way. "My apologies." "Fucking whatever." Wikipedia, stun it. Electricity crackled, and another arrow slammed into the beast's chest as Azui shoved a boulder into a tornado. A loud crash saw the bird fall to the floor, and Izuku dashed in, slashing at the tentacles. There was a loud screech and a spray of magenta-black blood, and Cyclorock took off, now missing an appendage. "My turn." Thunder rumbled, and the monster squawked in pain as electricity locked it in place. "Heads up." A boulder launched into the air, only to just barely fall short of hitting its mark, and Izuku cursed as he danced to the side. "It's too high up for a tornado launch to hit. We either need to launch the boulders harder or launch something lighter." "Got it, Karo?" Tokoyami swore under his breath as Azui launched skyward. I do not think he meant that. He hadn't, but it worked anyway, as Azui's tongue wrapped around the bird's wings and neck, sending it crashing down again. Izuku lunged in, hacking off another tentacle, then the last one as Cyclorock struggled to break free. "Any weak points left?" Fi hummed. "None that I can pinpoint. Furthermore, it seems that your blade will not be able to deal any significant damage to the rest of Cyclorock's body. This is something of a conundrum." Katsuki shouted, "Frogger, get clear." Azui obediently leapt off of the bird's back, reeling her tongue in just as another boulder fell from above and crashed down on Cyclorock's head. Its squawk of pain was abruptly cut short, and magenta-black blood spilled over the floor, before it burst into black smoke. The boulders littering the room crumbled, and Izuku nodded in satisfaction, taking a cloth from Momo and wiping the MR sword clean before sticking it back in its sheath. "Good work." The atmosphere in the room lightened, and a ball of soft blue light floated out of the hole that Cyclorock's entrance had left in the wall opposite the doorway. As everyone glanced towards it, the light grew and shifted, taking the transparent shape of a young girl with a long ginger ponytail and a yellow beak in the center of her face. "Thank you. That beast was a plague on this temple and the lands around it. Many a catastrophe has blown from Cyclorock's wings." Izuku bowed his head with a smirk. "It was my pleasure, O great sage of Earth." The girl giggled and floated in a circle around him, coming to a stop in front of his face. "Just as light-hearted as the boy I knew. It seems that holders of the Triforce share more than just courage. Besides, you know I prefer medley." Katsuki cracked an eyebrow. "Gotta admit, I wasn't expecting to run into a Rito chick down here, given the Zora at the entrance." Momo gave the blonde a flat look. "Considering the fact that the two races share a common ancestor, I think it's reasonable." Tokoyami looked stunned. "Sage Medley? You are avian?" The Rito girl spun in midair to lock eyes with the bird-headed boy. "Indeed I am. And while distant I can sense that you are kin. Yet you are bound to the earth." Tokoyami lowered his head in shame. I am. Well, good thing you tagged along down here, then. I was once bound to the earth as well, and fortunately, the treasure that gifted me flight has stayed intact. Tokoyami's head snapped up. Pardon me? Medley clasped her hands together, and one of the updrafts dissipated, the circle in the floor spinning away as a chest rose up out of the hole. As you hail from those who resided on Dragon Roost Island, it is only customary that you receive your wings when you come of age. Although the great sky spirit Velu cannot grant you one of his mythic scales himself, I can bequeath to you the one I received myself. Tokoyami stepped up to the chest reverently, cautiously lifting the lid and pulling out a red, shield-shaped dragon scale with a single white feather pierced through it. Are you certain I may have this? Medley giggled. Well, it's not as though I have much use for it myself. Besides, we birds are meant to soar. Izuku cracked an eyebrow. What am I, chopped liver? Another circle slid aside to reveal another chest, and Ruto popped her head out from the wall over the doorway. Of course, the Zora have left you a gift as well. These fins will allow you to take to the seas as though you were born in them, and will return to your arms when thrown. Excellent. Suji breathed heavily as she stepped back from the reinforced vertical plate, wiping the sweat from her brow as she took in the fist-shaped indents lining the metal. A door creaked open, and she glanced back to see Hitoshi walk into Gym Alpha. Abusing your hands again, bank teller? Suji rolled her eyes and walked over to the nearby bench, grabbing a water bottle and chugging it. Buzz off, hypnotist. What do you want? Someone coughed, and she glanced past Hitoshi to see Gran Torino leaning in the doorway. Take a break, kid. Working yourself into a frenzy isn't gonna do anyone any good in the long run. Suji huffed. What, Natvi? You're a ZET when I'm teaching. When you're on track to keel over from exhaustion before the semester ends, you're a kid who's in way over her head. Suji grunted and stood up, walking back over and putting her fists back up in a classic boxer stance, one for all crackling around her body in a familiar aura of orange lightning. Whatever you say, Gramps. A hand landed on her shoulder, and she glared at Hitoshi, who was wearing an uncharacteristically concerned expression. I'm serious, Suji. You're pushing yourself way harder than you should be, and you're only gonna crash and burn if you keep it up. Suji shrugged his hand off with a scowl. Oh, suddenly you're an expert on my limits? Gran Torino scoffed. You sound just like Tashinori. She paused. Come again. The old man sighed and sat down on the bench, holding his cane with both hands and staring off into the distance. Back when Tashinori was still a wide-eyed brat, he and his mentor were really close. They never admitted it, but they came to see each other as family. So when she died at the hands of the worst supervillain in history, well, you can imagine how poorly he took it. So he tried throwing himself into his training to get as strong as possible as fast as possible, so he could avenge his... The old hero gave Kyu a pointed look. Naturally, that wasn't gonna fly. So I had to beat it into his thick skull that he needed time to get away, cool his head. 'Cause with that D-dash, getting angry just leaves you open. So he left the country, went overseas for a good few years while getting a handle on his emotions and Quirk. When he came back, he had a better head on his shoulders, and he was able to take out that villain's power base, one bit at a time. He worked his way up the chain of command, until he finally came to blows with the evil D himself. Those. About 6 years ago, and while it almost cost him his life, he came out on top. Suji blinked. And the point is, you won't get anywhere letting your anger lead you around by the nose. You need to clear your head, do something that isn't beating your knuckles bloody against a metal plate. You gotta find a good balance between working yourself to grow stronger and relaxing to keep your emotions in check. Sure, muscle fibers tear to grow stronger, but they can't heal back tough if you keep ripping them to shreds. Got it? Suji breathed in deeply through her nose, letting one for all flow back into its reservoir just below her heart. Alright, fine. It's just, when we got attacked by that guy Rahim a-hole, I couldn't do a DMN thing to help. None of us did anything. Vlad-sensei got stabbed a bunch, and Kamakiri nearly got his but killed because I froze. Some keystone I am. Something whacked her in the face, and her hand shot to her forehead as she glared at Gran Torino. Oi! If he hadn't, I would've. Her glare shifted to Hitoshi, who was staring at her coldly with his arms crossed. You think you're the only one in 1B who feels like they didn't measure up? Unlike you, I don't have a nifty strength stockpile I can use to amp myself up. Those stupid pig monsters didn't even talk, so it's not like I could have done a DMN thing. And you know that DMN hurts my pride. But I'm not letting that one setback keep my psyche in a chokehold. I'm using it as fuel to improve, sure, but it's not occupying my every waking moment like it clearly is for you. It's like the old fart said, you need some time away from the problem. Suji sighed deeply and dropped her head in defeat. Fine. You win. I'll take a break. Hitoshi nodded. Good. Clean up and head over to 1BS classroom. Itsuka got permission from the teachers to set up a movie marathon. Will there be popcorn? There will be popcorn. Suji smirked weakly. Bet. Enji scowled. You mean to tell me that you lied, to my face, might I add, about the reason for Shudo being taken on this field trip? The rat was unfazed. It was a necessary evil. We needed to ensure that information did not leak prematurely, though it ended up happening anyway, in fairness. Enji bristled. And you think me incapable of holding my tongue? The blonde buffoon gave him an unusually cold look. Should we be concerned about your ability to hold your tongue? Enji paused. What is that meant to insinuate? Netza clasped his paws together. 1. As homeroom teacher has relayed some concerning revelations regarding your son. Namely, the knowledge that he apparently swore a personal oath to eschew half of his quirk in combat situations. Specifically the left half. Enji huffed. Shudo is throwing a childish tantrum. I had hoped that time away from my influence may have helped him to grow up. Oh, it did, Enji, but perhaps not in the way you expected. But that is beside the point. The point is, what reason would he have to denounce the fire half of his quirk? Child he may be, young Shudo is still a person, and I find that people do not often do things without reason. Certainly not things as dramatic as swearing off an entire half of their being. Enji narrowed his eyes. What is your point? My point is that I am keeping a close eye on you, Todoroki Enji. Like it or not, your prowess is needed for what approaches. But should we survive, know that I will not sit idly by when one of my students is being mistreated. Izuku slotted the circular chunk of blue rock into the door, completing the depiction of Cyclorock in the center. The ground rumbled, and the door slowly opened, groaning against its hinges and scraping against the floor. Another wall of darkness greeted them, and Izuku grunted wordlessly. Ready? Katsuki huffed, smacking a fist into his palm. Ready? Momo nodded firmly, the Triforce of wisdom glowing. Ready? Fumikage summoned his new jet-black wings, before pulling them back into the new tattoos running along his arms. Ready? Tsu hefted the giant flamberge she'd stolen from a silver darknut a few rooms prior. Ready, Karo. Good. Be ready for anything. Passing through the shroud, the group found themselves in an incredibly wide room with a high ceiling, the floor looking like a pair of glasses viewed from the front. On the left wall rested a giant eagle head, and on the right wall sat an enormous elephant head, both crafted from the same beige material. The ceiling bore two circular stained glass windows, one above each head. The window above the eagle head depicted a Rito with cloud-white feathers brandishing a gray-limbed bow. Meanwhile, the window above the elephant head depicted a Zora with blood-red scales wielding a gleaming silver trident with teal accents. Suddenly, a diamond-patterned wall shimmered into existence behind them, and low chuckling echoed throughout the room. Out of reflex, Izuku reached for the Imstar sword, eyes flitting about. Quit hiding. Since you asked so nicely. The personification of Demise's blade appeared in the middle of the room with a burst of diamond-shaped sparkles, a jet-black saber already in hand. For shame. Was it too much to ask for you to be burnt to a nice crisp? Katsuki huffed. Fing duh. Dark shadow appeared behind Fumikage, smacking a fist into her palm. Oh joy, the JRK who sent those pig monsters that wouldn't tear like good little animals. Been wanting a piece of him. Gairahim chuckled. My, You do know how to find the most curious of characters, boy. Does this pretty little bird think himself a denizen of darkness? Fumikage huffed, crossing his arms over his chest with his hands curled into claws. You and your monsters have poisoned the shadows I call my home. I will drag you into the light where you will burn to ash if I must. The demon shivered with a smirk. Scathing. And the other? Sue hefted her giant sword. I'll make sure the rivers I rejoice in will run red before they become home to your kind, Caro. Gairahim giggled with delight. Ooh, feisty. This is a rather nice change of pace from the pathetic humans that cowered before Lord Demise eons ago. I must say, it's rather refreshing to come across opponents with tongues as biting as their blades. Though, I'm rather ashamed to admit that you caught me at a bit of a bad time. You see, Lord Demise has ordered me to infest this place with monsters and malice, but it seems that you have beaten me here. And I'd rather not disappoint him, but I doubt you'll sit idly by while I do my job. Katsuki let off an explosion in his left hand. Diamen right we won't. The demon sighed. A pity truly. Still, I'm feeling rather outnumbered. This won't do, not at all. He moved his hand forward, and the group scattered as black diamond spikes rained down where they'd been standing moments ago. A snap of the demon's fingers split the room into 3 areas, with Katsuki and Fumikage standing below the eagle head, Momo and Tsu below the elephant head, and Izuku alone in the center. Black smoke poured out from the enormous decorations, coalescing into 2 massive black-skinned Hinoxes. Izuku swore under his breath, glancing back and forth. Hang on. Katsuki popped a couple sparks. Focus on your own demon fight. We've got the sheet. Momo summoned the thunder bow, a quiver forming on her back. We will be fine. Devote your attention to your opponent. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Izuku steeled his gaze and slipped the Hylian shield onto his left arm, spinning the M-Star sword in his right hand as he stared down Gairahim. Demise's general chuckled haughtily and leveled his saber at the holder of the Triforce of Courage. When we last fought, it seemed that your blade had dulled over the ages. Shall we see if you have regained your edge? Izuku slid his left foot forward, holding his shield up defensively as he readied his weapon. Come find out. Gairahim stalked forward slowly, holding his saber vertically in front of him. Izuku let the demon approach, watching and waiting. As soon as his opponent stepped within range, Izuku stomped forward with a move. Gairahim deflected the blow with ease and lunged in for a counter, only for his saber to slam into the Hylian shield. The demon stumbled back, and Izuku reacted, slashing viciously at his opponent. Jumping back out of range, Gairahim swept his hair to the side and grunted in satisfaction. Well now, that actually stung a bit. You may be something worth noticing after all. Izuku leveled his blade and made a beckoning motion with the tip. The time you spend running your mouth is time I'm still alive. Quite. Gairahim vanished from view, and Izuku spun on his heel, the demon's saber already swinging at his unprotected back. Just before the blade made contact, Izuku swept his shield into the weapon's path, blue sparks spraying as Gairahim was sent reeling. Unfortunately, the force pushed him out of Izuku's reach, and he recovered before the Triforce holder could capitalize. Interesting. I wasn't prepared for that tactic. You're full of tricks, aren't you? Izuku smirked. Wouldn't do me much good if I told you, now would it? Gairahim chuckled and jumped back, skidding to a stop just before the doorway. He crouched low, holding his saber by his waist, and diamond spikes appeared in an arc above him. Izuku narrowed his eyes and readied himself, drawing his sword back as the spikes quivered. The topmost one shot at him, and he batted it to the side, then swung back to intercept another, sidestepped the third, deflected the fourth, and blocked the fifth. Gairahim shot forward, practically flying over the ground, swinging out as he got within range. Izuku backflipped, the demon's saber hissing through the air below him. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, and as Izuku's feet hit the ground he dashed in, delivering a swift combo of 6 slashes to his opponent's face and briefly winding up before delivering a final blow. Gairahim's saber was knocked out of his hand, and the demon skidded back as his weapon embedded itself in the wall above the door. Demise's general breathed with exhaustion, raising a hand to cover half of his face before glaring at Izuku. You grow more and more annoying every time I encounter you, Nat. Izuku huffed. What else is new? Now beat it. Tisich, consider yourself lucky that I have a schedule to commit to. Were it not for my timetable, I would put you in your place. The demon stood upright and ran a hand through his hair, before huffing and vanishing in a burst of diamond sparkles. Izuku nodded in satisfaction and sheathed his blade. That's right. Run, while you still have the appearance of superiority. The ground shook, and he glanced over to see Tsu bury her giant sword in a collapsed Hinox's eyeball. Glancing to his right, he saw Dark Shadow swipe a dark claw at her opponent's face. A barrage of electrified arrows slammed into the Hinox's backside, and as the massive monster stumbled, Fumikage plunged feet first into its head, shattering its horn. The giants burst into black smoke, and Izuku nodded in satisfaction as the diamond-patterned walls vanished. Good work! Light filled the room, and the eagle's beak and elephant's trunk started to glow a familiar bright blue. Turquoise flames emerged from both heads and floated down to the floor, coalescing into a blue-feathered Rito and a red-scaled Zora. The Rito crossed his wings, appraising Fumikage with a critical eye before giving a huff of satisfaction. For one so new to his own feathers, you're not too shabby in the air. The Zora looked Tsu up and down, before nodding regally. You hold the grace of a gentle tide and the fury of a raging tsunami. Well done. Izuku rolled his eyes. Oh, so I really am chopped liver. Great. Revali scoffed. I liked you better when you had a vow of silence. Maifa sighed. We've been over this, Revali. Fumikage coughed into his fist. Based on our classmates' accounts of the previous two temples, I take it you both are champions? Revali smirked. Correct. Revali, proud champion of the Rito. Maifa nodded. And I am Maifa, champion of the Zora. Katsuki crossed his arms and cracked an eyebrow. Okay, so, I know I shouldn't be surprised that the two of you got put together, but I still figured that each champion would guard a temple themselves. Revali huffed and swept a wing through his head feathers. Well, I would have been able to defend a temple just fine on my own, but somebody had to protect dear Maifa. Izuku gave the bird a pointed look. Ravioli, you know dim and well that Maifa doesn't need protecting. The Rito bristled and started ranting incoherently, while the Zora giggled into her hand. Unfortunately, the good mood was cut short when the ground rumbled, sending everyone into battle stances. Gairahim called out from somewhere, A parting gift, boy. Let's see how you fare when this beast drowns the entire island above. Maifa floated up and laid a hand on Varuda's trunk, closing her eyes intently. Curses! He has summoned an enormous octopus just off the coast, and it is shaping the waves into large tentacles. Revali flapped up to Vamedoa's head, perching on its beak and closing his eyes. Even worse, the thing's whipping up twisters, and it's sitting in the middle of a giant whirlpool. Only a Zora or a Rito could even hope to get close. Fumikage crossed his arms over his chest, jet-black feathers bursting out into large wings. Perhaps not. Tsu tossed aside her giant sword and cracked her knuckles. We'll just have to give it a shot, Karo. The two champions exchanged glances and nodded in unison, each floating down to their respective descendant. Revali crossed his wings, a mint-green tornado surrounding him before moving to shroud Fumikage. Take my mastery of the wind, and summon a gale that would make your ancestors proud. Maifa clasped her hands together, teal bubbles forming around her head before floating into Tsu's chest. Take my command of the waves, and reclaim the ocean as your birthright. Go, and prove that nature stands with the goddess chosen hero. Izuku slipped the Zora fins onto his forearms, the Triforce of courage thrumming in tune with his heartbeat. Drop your socks and grab your Crocs, we're about to get wet on this ride. Left jab, sidestep, right hook, duck, left uppercut, right knee, left elbow, right jab, deflect, left blade kick, sidestep, left jab, right hook, right catch, left hook, right hook, left hook, right hook, F dash. Suji reeled back, clutching at her face. Vlad-sensei barked, "Stop." Kendo breathed heavily, stepping back to her side of the ring and wiping the sweat from her brow. "You okay, Kyu?" Suji cracked her nose back into place with a pained grunt. "I'll live. You good to keep going?" Vlad-sensei coughed sharply. "We're out of time for the PRD. If you want to keep sparring after classes, get a teacher to sign off for supervision in gym beta. Actually, I'd like for Kyu Xiaojo to stay behind for a bit." Suji snapped to attention as Yagi-san walked up. "There's something I'd like to discuss with her in private." The blood hero nodded, and the rest of the class filed out, Hitoshi shooting her a concerned glance before shutting the door. Suji laced her fingers together and stretched her arms above her head, feeling her joints pop in quick succession. "Is something wrong, sir?" "I'm not certain. I've heard that you recently had to be convinced to take a break from training before you hurt yourself." Suji grunted. I know, I need to let my muscle fibers heal before I can tear them again. Vlad-sensei's been hammering that down our throats all week." "That's not my point." Yagi-san sighed, slowly running a hand through his hair. "Kyu Xiaojo, do you feel like you're not measuring up?" She blinked. "No, not really. I mean, I feel like I can keep up with the rest of the class fairly easily." "Your peers just... But do you feel like you're not measuring up to me?" Suji paused. "A little bit, yeah. I mean, I inherited your quirk, enough raw power to change the weather, and I still lose to Shishida in quirked arm wrestling matches. Why wouldn't I feel like I'm not measuring up?" "Because you're not me." She blinked. "Yeah? I feel like that's obvious. Nor do I want you to be me. What do you think One for All is?" Suji frowned. "Is this a trick question? Please. What is it to you?" She took a moment to think. "A legacy. A 1 in a million power passed down through generations. Your quirk, passed on to me. That would be the problem." Suji blinked. "Sir? One for All is not my quirk, necessarily. Yes, I held it for several decades, and yes, I passed it down to you. When I was the bearer of One for All, I admit I came to think of it as my quirk. But once it left my hands, it was no longer mine. The power is yours, Kyu Xiaojo. Yours to use as you see fit. If you choose to use it to become a symbol like I did, that is all right. If you decide it's too much hassle and choose not to use it, that is all right. If you use it simply to help as many people as possible, that is perfectly fine. Please, do not let the past of All Might decide the purpose of One for All, and especially do not let his past judge your worthiness of it." "Sir?" Yagi-san slowly laid a hand on her shoulder. "Do you know why I chose you to be my successor?" She paused. "Because I was strong enough to use One for All? Not at all. If strength were all that mattered, I would have chosen Hatsum Xiaojo, and Endeavor would be the #1 hero. No, I chose you because you had a dream. A dream that many would think impossible, but you clung to regardless. A dream that you had an ironclad conviction to see through. Do you remember what you said during your second match of the sports festival tournament?" Suji blinked. "No, actually. You said you were charting your own course in life. That, and I quote, 'No puffed-up dumbass who thinks they know better than me can make me do otherwise.' That was when I knew I had found my successor." Something hard in Suji, something that she hadn't even known she was carrying, started to soften. "Really?" Yagi-san chuckled. "Do you know why I was chosen to be the 8th bearer of One for All? There I was, with no quirk, nothing but a metal pipe in my hands, trying to face down hardened criminals twice my size. I would have died if Skydancer hadn't arrived. And do you know what I told her?" "What?" I said, "I had that handled, Toots." Against her will, a snort squeezed out of Suji's throat. "Seriously?" Yagi-san let out a bark of laughter. "Seriously? Of course, that was when my adrenaline was still running hot. Once I got over myself, I practically stalked her across town, begging her to let me be her pupil, or at least an assistant." Suji chuckled. "And she said yes?" "Not at first. As I recall, she was actually rather irritated. Of course, this was during the height of All for One's tyranny, where everyone cowered in fear of everything. In such a time, I'm not surprised she was so dismissive of a quirkless teenager whose best could only protect a 3-meter radius around him. But to me, that was all I could do in a time like that. If I couldn't hold out a hand to help when everyone was so occupied with their own 3 meters, then what good was I? The old man chuckled drily. I don't know what made her change her mind. Whatever it was, she decided to pass one for all to me. And for a long time, I thought of it as a torch she'd handed me. A sacred baton, a legacy I was destined to uphold, and a fight I was fated to finish. But do you know what I came to realize, Kyu Xiaozhou? What? I realized that one for all had become mine. With that power in hand, my dream of being a symbol of peace was suddenly within reach. Naturally, I reached for it and I grabbed hold. All Might burst onto the scene, stopping crimes and rescuing people with unparalleled scope, unmatched in the breadth and thoroughness of his heroism. I stood for a brighter future, a world where people could laugh and joke without fear. One bony finger reached out and poked her in the chest. I chose you as my successor, Kyu Xiaozhou, not for your strength, but for your heart, your conviction in your goal. Just as One for All was mine, it is now yours. The 9th wielder of One for All is not another All Might, just as the 8th wielder was not another Skydancer. You are not All Might, and you will never be All Might. You are something all your own. You are Keystone. A flash of green light saw Izuku plunging out of the sky, landing on Tsu's back as wind and water blasted him from every angle. The froggy girl immediately surged forward, cutting through the choppy waves like they weren't even there. Fumikage soared overhead, the wind somehow always at his back. Ahead of them, a massive octopus sat at the center of a huge whirlpool, guarded by tornadoes of varying size and strength. As the trio approached, water surged up from the waves, coalescing into the shape of tentacles the size of tree trunks. Phi emerged from the Emistar's sword, easily keeping pace. There is no record of a monster like this in my database, but analysis reveals it to be something of a hybrid between two major foes of past heroes. The monster itself resembles a big octo, a menace of the Great Sea. The tentacles are similar to those used by Morpha, an aquatic amoeba engineered by the former possessor of the Triforce of power. Izuku grunted, feeling the Zora fins on his arms shudder expectantly. Duly noted. Think I'll call it Morphocto. Something tells me the primary strategy is gonna be the same as for big octos. Most likely. Tsu crested a particularly large wave and surged into the air, and the nearest tentacle immediately reached for them. Planting his feet, Izuku jumped, forcing himself above and shoving Tsu below. At the same time, Fumikage swooped overhead, forming dark talons over his feet and grabbing Izuku's shoulders. I have you! The watery tentacle swept out again, but with his new vantage point, Izuku could spot a clump of red fleshy material hiding just below the waterline. Lifting himself over the grabbing tendril, he shouted, Tsu! There's something underwater. My guess is it's holding the tentacle together. Get it exposed and I'll handle it. Got it, Karo? She immediately plunged under the waves, and moments later, the fleshy core was launched skyward by a water construct in the shape of a shark. A barrage of electrified arrows slammed into it, and the mass burst into water droplets. Morphocto roared and multiple twisters surged towards them. Narrowing his eyes, Izuku stored the thunder bow and shook himself out of Dark Shadow's talons, dropping like a rock towards the waves. As soon as he hit the water, the Zora fins hummed to life, and he surged forward, Tsu quickly coming alongside him. Will Fumikage be okay, Karo? Izuku angled upwards and surged out of the water in time to see Fumikage catch the tornadoes on his wings and literally swing them back at Morphocto. The winds battered at the giant monster's front-facing eyes, and it roared again, this time clearly in pain. The winds are mine to command, fiend. Izuku smirked and dropped back underwater. I think he'll be fine. Let's take out the tentacles before focusing on the big one. All right, Karo. Izuku resurfaced, taking careful aim with the thunder bow and loosing a shot that hit one of Morphocto's eyes directly. The monster roared in pain, and the watery tentacles started to converge on him. Grinning, Izuku allowed himself to be caught by Fumicage's talons and drew back, waiting for the right moment. As expected, the second that the tendrils were clustered together, Tsu rocketed up from the depths, launching the cores skyward with a giant water construct. Thunder rumbled, and Morphocto screeched as the remaining cores burst into droplets. "The oceans are my domain, Karo." Izuku nodded and dropped, landing on Tsu's back again as she carved through the waves like a knife. As they approached, the whirlpool beneath kicked up speed, but the froggy girl acted like it wasn't even there, swimming against the flow with ease. Several of Morphocto's eyes locked onto them, and the closest few started to glow, magenta energy gathering over the pupils. Izuku swore under his breath and shouted, "Fumikage!" "I think not, monster. Let the wind claw at your vision." A massive tornado kicked up around the monster, and it shrieked in pain, lasers shooting out from its eyes and missing entirely. Nodding his thanks, Izuku took aim, waiting for his opening. The tornado died, and Izuku's hands blurred, a volley of crackling arrows slamming into the multitude of visible eyes. A sharp gust of wind blew Morphocto a full 180 degrees, and another barrage slammed into the rest of the eyes. The monster roared in defiance, and the top of its head split open to reveal a giant black eye, its orange iris locking onto Izuku and shrinking in clear hatred. Glowing magenta goop spilled out of the socket past the eye, dripping into the ocean and staining the waters a putrid purple. Izuku barked, "Don't touch the contaminated water. It's being laced with malice." "Got it, Karo." "Fumikage." Tsu's back arched, and Izuku was launched up into the other boy's waiting talons. "May the wind guide your true." Izuku was thrown even higher, a gentle wind at his back despite the whipping gale around him. Izuku closed one eye and drew back, and the wind seemed to coat his arrow. To those on the beach, it looked like a bolt of lightning struck diagonally, piercing through the giant eyeball and disintegrating it in a fraction of an instant. Morphocto screeched in pain, the waters around it rising up into the shape of a tsunami. "Not happening, Karo." The watery malice was met by an equal tsunami, with Tsu at its crest. Her hands glowed bright blue, and the malice hissed and bubbled as it dissolved away. At the same time, a sudden updraft lifted the massive monster into the air, and Fumikage flapped his wings, an enormous tornado ripping Morphocto to shreds. "Begone from this world." As its screeches were swept away by the wind, the clouds overhead began to clear, sunlight pouring down on the calming waves. Izuku landed on Tsu's back, wiping the lingering rainwater from his forehead. "Good work, you two." Revali appeared before Fumikage, nodding in satisfaction. "You do your ancestry proud. Conquer the skies, pride of the Rito." Maifa rose from the waves in front of Tsu. "Excellent work. Safeguard the seas, pride of the Zora." Shoyuta grunted in satisfaction as the clouds began to clear, before ducking under a swinging club, wrapping his scarf around the offending bokoblin, and throwing it into a bunch of others. "Yaoyorozu!" The girl swept her blazing hand, and an explosion vaporized the clump of monsters. With the large monster defeated, the weaker ones should cease quickly. Bakugo blasted a black-skinned bokoblin into pieces. "Ah, but I'm just getting warmed up over here." Uraraka snagged a discarded club from the sands and hurled it into a blue bokoblin's face, the monster poofing into smoke as the weapon shattered into splinters. "Hey, not all of us have infinite stamina, Mr. Successor of an ancient artifact of power." A geyser of flame incinerated another clump of monsters, and Kirishima hefted his new hammer onto his shoulder. "Come on, Uraraka, you gotta admit this gets a little fun after a while. It's kinda like the entrance exam, don't you think?" Ashido flung a glob of acid into a bokoblin's face, wincing as it shrieked in pain and ran away, even as it was dissolving into black smoke. "Something tells me that you and I have very different definitions of fun nowadays, Idru." Kaminari cleaved through a bokoblin, teal lightning falling from the sky and incinerating the two halves of the monster. Hefting his new Hatsum-forged claymore onto his shoulder, he wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at Shoyuta. "Aizawa-sensei, can I go take a quick swim to cool off? It feels like my limbs are on fire." A mint-green gust of wind blew into the blonde's face, and Tokoyami dropped to the sand, his wings bursting into feathers and leaving behind his tattooed arms. Does that help? A little. Thanks, Toko. Suddenly, a wave washed over Kaminari, leaving Azui standing there with the kid on his but a few feet away. Better, Karo? Kaminari grinned and tossed out a thumbs up. Better. The water just off the shore erupted into a geyser, and Midoriya landed on the beach, slipping what looked like giant fins off of his arms as the sand under his feet darkened. Are all the weaker monsters taken care of, sensei? Quickly scanning the beach, Shoyuta grunted in confirmation. Seems like it. No civilian casualties, either. Hawks evacuated everyone the second that big octopus showed up. Good. I vote we head for Ryugudo Cave next. Shoyuta cracked an eyebrow. Any particular reason? If you want a logical response, it's the only one left that's not in a populated area. But something tells me we should leave Kyoto for last. Nothing concrete, just a gut feeling. He considered that for a second, then shrugged. Fair enough. Raising his voice to address the entire beach, he shouted, 1A. Once the beach is cleared out, clean off and head back to the ship. We're heading out ASAP. Ashido, Kaminari, Kirishima, and Hagakure ummed loudly in unison. But Sensei Thai. Ida adjusted his glasses with a huff. That's enough, you four. If we are to head out, then that is that. Come now, double time, we must get this beach cleaned as soon as possible. Bakugo rolled his eyes and started towards the public showers, only to stop when Yaoyorozu clapped a hand on his shoulder. That means you too, Katsuki-kun. Huff, Wikipedia. I've done enough beach cleaning already. Hatsum piped up, that just means you're good at it. Come on, if you help out, we'll be done way sooner. Her voice gained a calculating hint. And the sooner we finish up, the sooner I can work on that baby you wanted me to build. Midoriya cracked an eyebrow. You wanted gear? What? Bakugo coughed into his fist, changing course towards the closest discarded club. None of your business, nerd. Just call it insurance. Tamura paced back and forth in the hallway, gloved hands in his pockets and a scowl on his face. Come on, dipshit, it's not gonna get any better the longer you put it off. The door swung open and he jumped back, curling one hand into a claw out of reflex. Thankfully, the occupant didn't seem too startled. Is there something you wish to discuss with me, young Tamura? Tamura shoved his hand back in his pocket and coughed awkwardly, glancing around the empty hallway. Kinda. Can I come in? All Might chuckled. Of course, of course. Surprisingly, the guy's office wasn't exactly lined wall-to-wall with merch like Tamura had been expecting. If anything, it looked like your stereotypical office, complete with a single picture frame on the desk and a potted plant in the corner. Didn't take you for a plant guy. All Might followed his gaze and chuckled drilly. Well, I've always had a fondness for Yakushima, and that sapling was grown from a seed taken from the Jamansugi. Still, I take it you didn't track down my office to discuss my taste in herbology. Tamura let out a dry snort, plopping down in the chair across from the big guy's desk. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, he finally asked, Can you tell me about my grandma? I was wondering when that subject would come up. The guy stepped out from behind the desk, sitting in one of the beanbag chairs in the corner of the room and patting another with his giant hand. Please. This is far too delicate a topic for some stuffy office chairs. Tamura considered that, then moved over and plopped down next to the hero. It's been sitting in the back of my head ever since that video call with the sword brat, Midoriya, right? At All Might's nod, he soldiered on. Kuro, sorry, Shirakumo said that I used to be Shimura Tenko, but I couldn't remember ever being called that. I couldn't remember anything before but for one picked me up off the streets. Except, starting about a week ago, the occasional memory's been popping up out of the ooze in my brain, like somebody tried to drown him and now the bodies are floating up. All Might winced. That is a particularly gruesome analogy. Not like I've got a better one. Tamura sighed, running a hand through his messy hair and resisting the urge to scratch at his neck. All I know is that hearing stuff about my life before, well, him tends to stir up bits and pieces. From what little I've recovered so far, I know my old man wasn't big on heroes. He didn't talk about him much, But whenever the topic came up, he'd always rant that they just abandoned people when they were needed most. Doesn't help that, but for one kept hammering that line of thinking down my throat when I was a kid. All Might opened his mouth, but Tamura held up a hand. Not that I agree with him anymore. Took a few weeks talking things out with Shirakumo, but by now I just treat everything that D said like a complete lie. Which, probably isn't too far off base, but that's beside the point. I want to know what my grandma was like. What kind of hero she was. I want to know if I could try to make her proud. All Might chuckled. I think she'd be proud that you're alive, Tamura. Nana was always a bit sentimental, something that seemed to annoy Gran Torino to no end at times. She always looked for the best in people, which was a bit hard to do in a time that brought out their worst. Yet, without fail, she would always find something good there. Well, with one exception. Tamura scoffed. Betcha I can guess who that was? The hero nodded grimly. Skydancer may have been her code name, but I feel that may be the best name she ever held. She always had this sense of joy about her, bouncing from fight to fight with a bubbly air that never failed to brighten my mood. In truth, that exact bubbliness inspired my attitude as a hero, someone who always smiled, even in the darkest of times, to inspire hope in the hopeless. Despite himself, Tenko Tamura inched closer. What else? Well, to be quite honest, she had a poor brain-to-mouth filter. I never felt like I had to second-guess what she was saying, because it was always what came to her mind. Even if it wasn't the gentlest thing to say. Really? Like what? The man chuckled. Well, the first one that comes to mind is the time we first met. She just saved my sorry behind from getting pummeled by 5 guys, all with strength-enhancing quirks. And you know what she said to me? What? She said, "Go put that pipe back and apologize to the sink you stole it from." Tamura snorted. Get out. No, really. There I was, a quirkless teenager covered in bruises and holding a length of pipe, staring up at your grandmother floating over the pile of thugs she'd just beaten senseless. What other stuff did she say? All Might snorted. Well, there was this one time, just before I took the entrance exam for UA's hero course. She had just kicked my butt again in one of our training sessions, and I had asked if she could leave my poor keister alone for 1 week. Tamura leaned in. And how'd she respond? If I remember correctly, she said, "Keister? I swear, officer, we were just holding hands. I love dudes, honest." He tried. Really he did. But something that stupid broke through every barrier Tamura Tenko had left, and he devolved into crazed snorting, just barely managing to keep breathing between chortles. Okay, you've got to be pulling my leg on that one. That is too damn good to be true. All Might Yagi grinned widely. Nope. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Deep within the recesses of One for All, the 7th's head snapped up, her eyes narrowing. The 5th turned to her, one eyebrow raising in an obvious question. Something wrong? Is he back? She bit her lip, casting her gaze out into the void. No. I don't know how, but I just know that Toshi's sharing embarrassing stories about me. And I'll be dead if I let that go unanswered. 1. Are we clear to open the connection? The first hummed thoughtfully, reaching out with one incorporeal hand to brush the fabric of the quirk. It hummed in response to his touch, and he nodded. It's adapting to the 9th's body impressively quickly. Here I thought her inborn quirk would be a problem, but it's almost perfectly crafted to accept One for All. Almost like it was destiny. The 7th chuckled. Excellent. I'm opening the bridge. The 2nd scoffed. We're probably only gonna get seconds with the kid at best. You really wanna waste that time telling her embarrassing stories about 8's childhood? The 6th shook his head. Forget it too. Once 7's got her mind set on something, there's no stopping her. Before their eyes, orange-tinted black smoke poured from the ground, parts of it solidifying into the form of the 9th. The girl glanced around, eyes widening as she took in the void, before glancing down and grabbing at where her jaw should be. Suddenly, she firmly grabbed the smoke and yanked, her mouth forming in seconds. What the hell? The 1st blinked. That is interesting. I knew your body was acclimating, but for it to be this fast. The ninth glanced around, lingering on each vestige for a few seconds before coming to the seventh. Her eyes shot wide open, and she blinked twice. Skydancer? The seventh blinked back. You know me? Well, not personally, but Pops was a huge fan of you in Gran Torino when he was a kid. Does the name Crimson Tsunami ring any bells? The seventh snorted. Oh yeah, that dingus. You taking this surprisingly well. The ninth shrugged. With how this school year's gone so far, I figured I might as well be ready for anything happening. So if Skydancer's here, and that golden guy over there looks kinda like All Might's skinny form, I'm guessing one for all shenanigans. The first chuckled. Shenanigans may be an apt descriptor. I am the first holder of one for all. The others refer to me as one, but my original name was Shigaraki Yoichi. A pleasure to meet you, Kyu Suji. The ninth grunted. Charmed. So, is there a particular reason this is happening now, while I'm trying to sleep? The fifth jerked a thumb at the seventh. She got a hunch her successor was telling embarrassing stories about her and decided she wasn't gonna take that lying down. One for all's built up enough juice that we'd start showing up in your sleep eventually. She just sped up the timetable a bit. So much for seconds at best. Ha-too. The second crossed his arms with a grunt. I'll admit it. I was wrong this time. Happy. The seventh rolled her eyes and stepped forward, grabbing both of the ninth's shoulders. Listen to me. Next time you see Toshinori, tell him that the next time he mentions my non-existent filter, you're going to tell Sorahiko about the microwave. The ninth blinked. But I don't know about the microwave. The seventh grinned. He does. I do. But Sorahiko doesn't, and Toshi would like to spend the rest of his life keeping it that way. The ninth grinned back. Understood. Oh, and just to make sure he gets the message, can I get your name? Shimura. Nana Shimura. Got it? And next time, I'll bring some martinis. Shaken, not stirred. The ninth dissipated, and the third slowly clapped. That she's got taste, I'll give her that. The second grunted again. Meh. More of a John Wick guy, myself. And that, Chief, is the one thing we will never agree on. Rock on with these sparkling gazes. We've come to lend a paw and help. Coming out of nowhere. Stingingly cute and cat-like. Wild, wild pussycats. Shoyuta resisted the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose, stepping forward with his right hand held out. Was the song and dance really necessary this time? Shino rolled her eyes, even as she accepted the handshake. Come on, Sho, we've got to keep with the routine. Especially when it seems like everything's going to hell in a handbasket and people need cheering up. Ryuko chimed in. Besides, don't pretend like you don't love it. I have said no such thing and I never will. Tomoko smirked, tapping one pawed finger against the side of her head, right next to her colored-over eye. Come on, Sho, you can't hide from my sight. Fortunately, Yuara cut off his teammate with a loud huff. Ragdoll, please. Eraserhead is here on business. Unfortunately, he then proved himself a traitor in the same breath by giving Shoyuta a calculating smirk. This time, someone cleared their throat, and Shoyuta glanced back at where Mineta had his hand raised. Not to interrupt, but, whose kid is that over there? I thought we were trying to keep civilians out of the line of fire. Following the midget's finger, Shino glanced back and sighed, a weary kind of sigh that told Shoyuta that she both wanted and didn't want this kid around at the same time. That's my nephew, Kuda. Come say hi. The brat scoffed. Forget it. I'm not saying hi to idiots who want to be stupid heroes. He stormed off in a huff, and Bakugou let out a low whistle. Precocious brat you got there. Midoriya elbowed the blonde with a grin. Reminds you of somebody, doesn't he? I've got no goddamn clue what you're talking about, nerd. Right. Shoyuta stepped in close to Shino as the class filed into the cat-themed agency. Sensui and Namizu's kid? Shino nodded numbly. He didn't take the funeral well. Shoyuta ifted in a breath through his teeth. Guess you should be aware. Then, Muscular was recently spotted nearby. Ripped through some newer heroes and declared he was going to finish the job. You and I both know what he means by that. The head of the Wild Pussycats SE in a breath, glancing past Shoyuta into the forest around the building. The town he hit that day is close by. Plus, we never made a big deal out of it, but my relationship with Namizu wasn't exactly a secret either. You don't think? Shoyuta grunted. Unfortunately, from what I've seen, Muscular doesn't exactly tend to. He's a mass murderer, and psychotic in all the worst ways a person can be. The fact that there's 5 pros and 21 hero students here won't faze him. If anything, he'll angle straight for us to cause the biggest massacre he can. Shino swore under her breath, glancing at the door of the agency. Should we evacuate? No. The last thing we want to do right now is leave the nearby towns without their first line of defense. Much as I hate to admit it, we need to be his target, if only so he doesn't go after anyone else. Are you crazy? That's basically suicide. Shoyuta frowned, shooting a glance at where the Sky Conqueror was now hovering over the agency's roof. Given what some of my Hellions are capable of, maybe not. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Lady Fate steered us here at this point in time for a reason. Shino rolled her eyes. Don't tell me you believe in predestination. Not usually. But with goddesses and demons already at play, I think the safest bet is to assume anything is on the table. Minoru shivered nervously, instinctively stepping behind Midoriya as he took in the combination of stalactites and stalagmites that formed a fanged maw of rock in front of the temple doors. I know it was probably a coincidence, but did nature have to make the entrance so terrifying? Bakugo rolled his eyes. Get over yourself, idiot. It just looks like fangs, big whoop. Yaoyorozu hummed thoughtfully, scanning the outer wall with a critical eye. I'm not certain. There appears to be some form of magic engraved into the bricks. It's dark, but it's not evil. I'm not certain what to make of it, but it's possible that it influenced the shape of the nearby rock formations to be intimidating. Midoriya nodded. It's not completely out of the question. Given the Hylian tribe we're likely dealing with, shadows are perfectly reasonable. Minoru shuddered, but forced himself to stand upright. If these 3 aren't scared witless, I can't let myself get creeped out. Come on, you've fought literal pig monsters, you've got this. Midoriya stepped forward, laying his right hand on the doors in the center of the painted eye. The symbol turned black, and the cave rumbled as the massive chunks of stone swung open. Unlike most of the other temples, there weren't any stairs leading down, but a wall of darkness still kept Minoru from seeing any further inside. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and Minoru spun on his heel, his vision suddenly occupied by piercing red eyes. Gah! The newcomer stepped back, letting Minoru realize that he'd been snuck up on by Oweno. Quit that. Ladies are just as badass as men. Remember how much cooler Kaminari got when he came out of that Gerudo temple. Remember how much cooler Uraraka's been getting. Remember what you talked about with Kiyama-sensei. The lady huffed, though Minoru swore there was a hint of approval somewhere in there. She turned to Midoriya and nodded. Hero. Midoriya nodded back. Lady Impa. You bring companions with you this time. I do. This is not a journey I could accomplish alone. Indeed. The task set before you is a mighty one, but not a task you are unfamiliar with, I wager. The lady, Impa, gotta remember that, turned back to Minoru, cracking one eyebrow. Is this one's presence necessary? Minoru coughed into his fist and brushed off the lower half of his costume, grateful that he'd gotten a new one recently. Looking back, his classmates had been right to verbally rip him to pieces on the design of his first hero costume. He'd been turning over ideas for a redesign in his head since the USJ, and he was lucky that Hatsum was willing to listen and able to not only meet expectations, but surpass them. His current outfit was a simple dark purple jumpsuit with green boots and gloves, along with green vine decals snaking up his limbs. Additionally, he wore a green belt around his waist with adhesive purple nubs, letting him hang stuff there if he needed to in a pinch. His face was covered by a thick purple headband with holes cut out for his eyes, and the knot was covered by a decorative green ball that could light up in an emergency. All in all, it wasn't the flashiest of hero costumes, but given how much he liked some of the theoretical underground exercises Aizawa-sensei had given them, he figured he didn't need much flashiness anyways. Plus, he still had his great branding intact. Locking eyes with Impa, he confidently said, "I know I'm not the toughest guy on the team, but I'm not gonna sit back and let everybody else carry me. I'll pull my own weight." A brief staring contest ensued. He'd fully admit he wasn't the bravest hero student ever, but Minoru knew by now when to stand his ground. Even still, he broke first, glancing away and lacing his hands together behind his back. Almost as an aside, he muttered, "And I kinda maybe wanted to feel a bit more useful." Impa huffed. "You have a long road in front of you." Minoru nodded. "I know." Squaring his shoulders, he met her eyes again, doing his damnedest not to let his gaze dip. "But I'm gonna travel it no matter what. If I can't run, then I'll walk. If I can't walk, then I'll crawl. If I can't crawl, you'd better believe I'm gonna drag myself, one hand at a time. Because I've seen guys who saw the road ahead and gave up. I'm not going to be one of them." Impa tilted her head, like Minoru had just shown himself to be a mildly interesting bug. "I see. Then by all means, travel." She dispersed into ethereal turquoise flames, and Midoriya let out a low whistle. "Dang, Mineta. Where'd that come from?" Minoru huffed. "Just because you guys have been getting the spotlight with the temples doesn't mean the rest of us haven't been working hard, too. I know I was, well, a bit of idiot at the start of the semester, but it wasn't until we got to Mount Lady's agency that I realized that I even was AD-dashed. Bakugo grumbled. "Sure seemed like you thought with yours. I'm not going to lie, at the time I did. But as soon as I realized that people didn't like what I was doing, I started thinking about what I could be doing differently. What I should be doing differently. And on the way here from Fukuoka, I talked to Kiyama-sensei over a video call. I know I've got a lifetime's worth of trash to clean up, but I might as well get started, right?" Midoriya chuckled. "Right. You want to take point?" Minoru shivered. "Hey, I'm reforming, not stupid. I'll stay behind the guy with the indestructible shield, thanks." Shoyuta frowned, going over the Pussycat's recent incident reports. "Something's not adding up here. With how much Gairahim has been getting around, we should be seeing a lot more monster attacks in the area, especially since he keeps showing up where we are. Why have there been fewer sightings?" Shino hummed thoughtfully, pawing through another drawer of the file cabinet near her desk. "Beats me. Pics, anything from your scouts?" Ryuko shook her head. "Nothin', man. The perimeter's totally quiet, and I'm not getting anything weird in Ryugudo Cave. Rag." Tomoko tilted her head to the side, glancing towards the ceiling like she usually did when focusing on her quirk. "All the kitties are fine right now, as far as search can tell. Kuda's exploring the cave, though, so maybe get one of your beasties to watch for him." Yawara sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Mandalay, I thought we agreed to close the caves off to civilians on account of, recent events. Why is Kuda there?" Shino bristled. "I couldn't just keep him locked up inside, Tiger. Even if he wasn't moody, he's a growing boy. He needs exercise." "I know that, but letting him explore in a non-reinforced cave system when bloodthirsty monsters are on the loose and earthquakes are hitting every few days?" Shoyuta winced as the two started shouting at each other. Leaning in closer to Tomoko, he muttered, "Is it really that bad?" The green-haired woman winced. "It's been catastrophic lately. Tensions are running hot. Ideally, we'd be able to take some catnaps to cool off, but, well?" Shoyuta sighed. "Unfortunately, I do." Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something deeper than just stress. His instincts were telling him that these feelings weren't completely natural. "Stop. Blades down." Suji stepped back from her designated training dummy, wiping the sweat from her forehead as she set her claymore down. "DMN. Was just getting into a rhythm, too." Mr. Brave rolled his eyes as he walked up, clapping a hand on her shoulder. "Maybe you were hitting your stride, but some of your classmates were starting to flag. And if they're taking a break, so is everyone else, because we don't have enough instructors to stagger the training." Suji nodded. I know. She watched as some of her classmates ambled towards the water coolers, before jerking her thumb towards a nearby alleyway. "So, were you aware of tall, dark, and brooding over there watching the session?" Mr. Brave followed her thumb and grunted. "Yeah, I was." He does that. Good to see you've picked up some awareness. He's mostly self-taught, but I've been helping him fine-tune his stuff. Suji cracked an eyebrow. And he is? Someone I wouldn't want to be alone with under normal circumstances, if I'm being honest with myself. But the current circumstances are anything but normal, Suji finished. Bingo! Raising his voice, he called, "All right, who's ready to get back to work?" A chorus of assent rose up, and he grinned. "That's what I like to hear, kiddos. Head back to your assigned dummies and wait for me to give the call. Now, real quick, what's lesson number 1? 3 centimeters of point is just as effective as 30 of edge. Good. And lesson number 2. Do not emulate Kamakiri. Kyuka knew she shouldn't have followed. She should have stayed away. She could literally hear his heart jackhammering inside of his chest every time he spotted her or one of her classmates. Logically, she should have kept her distance. But something in her gut told her to follow the kid when he skulked off into Ryugudo Cave. Of course, she made sure Aizawa-sensei knew where she was. She wasn't a complete idiot, thank you very much. After getting confirmation that she was good to go, she quietly tailed Kuda into the caves, not even needing her quirk thanks to the natural acoustics. It didn't seem like the kid was really exploring, no. His heartbeat was calm, rhythmic, like he was doing something he'd already done a dozen times before. He didn't pause once to get his bearings, tracing a path he'd probably already traced before. She should have stayed away. But her gut told her she should follow. And maybe she was also a bit curious. Sue her. After a little while, the sounds of the kid's footsteps cut out, and she quietly peeked around the corner, eyes widening. The kid had basically put together an honest-to-God hideout in the heart of the mountains, complete with bean bags and an actual freaking carpet. She couldn't help it. She let out a low whistle. Of course, the kid's eyes snapped to her immediately, widening for a split second before narrowing. Who the hell told you could come into my secret base? Piss us off. Kyuka stepped around the corner, holding her hands up in a clear gesture of peace. Easy, kiddo. I'm not telling anyone, all right? I was just wondering why a little kid like you was wandering into the caves without adult supervision. You set this place up yourself. The kid's cheeks flushed, and he curled in on himself a bit. Yeah. What about it? Pretty impressive. You're what, 5? 6, he basically spat. Right, my bad. Still, pretty impressive for a 6-year-old. Tisich, whatever. Beat it. Despite herself, Kyuka chuckled. Oh, what, no girls allowed? Kuda bristled. No hero brats allowed. Kyuka held her hands up and backed around the corner. Beating it. Just, make sure your aunt knows where you are, alright? She knows. Alright. Seriously though, cool place. I said dash. Beating it. Izuku peeked around the corner, suppressing a shiver as he saw a cluster of re-deads blocking the hallway. I swear to Hylia, was this place some kind of burial chamber when Hyrule was around? There are way too many undead enemies around here for comfort. Mineta huffed. You're telling me? At least the monster skeletons fall apart super easily. What are we dealing with now? Izuku ducked behind the wall as one of the re-deads started to turn, taking a moment to catch his breath. Re-deads? They're slow, but they're notoriously resilient and prone to stunning prey with super loud screeches. Even worse, when one dies, any others in the area cluster around it, and there's a whole pack around the corner. We're not getting by undetected. Mineta frowned, slowly peeking around the corner. The dwarf shuddered and moved back, one hand coming up to rub at his chin. How tough are we talking here? They don't even flinch at sword strikes. What are you thinking? Mineta reached up and plucked a ball from his head, squeezing it twice between his fingers before tossing it around the corner. After a half-second pause, Izuku peeked around, grunting in surprise as he saw a re-dead stuck to the far wall. As he watched, the monster tried to push off, but to no avail. That might work. How many of those can you pull off before your head starts bleeding? Mineta peeked out, his mouth moving silently as he probably ran a quick head count. Enough. It'll be easier if I could get multiple of them stuck on a single ball. Izuku hummed, scanning the hallway. Glancing up, his eyes widened as he spotted the Sheikah symbol painted on the ceiling, with a hole where the pupil would be. Think you can bounce yourself up to check that out? Mineta followed his gaze and grunted. Probably. You think they'll notice me? Don't think so. The variant we're dealing with is nearly blind. Alright. If they start swarming me, I'm counting on you to save my butt, okay? Izuku smirked. Got it. Mineta tossed another ball onto the floor, before running out, jumping onto it, and launching up to the ceiling. He tossed out another ball that stuck right next to the hole and grabbed onto it, using his other hand to grab the rim and pull his head up and inside. Luckily, none of the Redeads seemed to notice, still slowly milling about the hallway. After a few seconds, Mineta pulled his head back out and swung back and forth a couple times, before letting go and falling towards the corner where Izuku hid. Angling his descent towards the ball he'd stuck earlier, Mineta bounced back out of sight of the monsters without making a single sound. It's a chute, but it's not an alternate path. It goes straight up, without any handholds on the inside. I couldn't see what was at the end, though there was some kinda dark wall blocking my vision. Izuku scowled. Just great. Did you spot anything that looked like an activation mechanism? Mineta frowned, peeking back around the corner. I thought I spotted something on the other end of the hallway. Don't think I could have made it that far, though. He suddenly paused, glancing down at the floor. Hey, you think that's worth checking out? Izuku looked down, blinking as he saw a square panel with the Shika eye etched into it, roughly 2 feet long on each side. Maybe. Don't know how I didn't notice that earlier. Mineta chuckled. While not many people look up, a lot of people don't tend to look down either. One of the few benefits of being short. Crouching down, he tapped his knuckles against the panel, which slid aside to reveal some kind of duct. Lowering himself in, Mineta grunted and glanced up at Izuku. It's tight, but I'll fit. Seems to run parallel to the hull with the Redeads. I'll head through, see where I end up. He smirked. Holler if you need help. Izuku rolled his eyes with a grin. Get moving. Mineta crawled out of sight, and Izuku glanced back around the corner, a scowl briefly crossing his face before vanishing. A few seconds later, Mineta's head poked out of the ceiling at the other end of the hall, making an OK symbol with one hand. Dropping to the floor, the dwarf silently walked over to a pressure plate near the door and stepped on it. The ground shook, and the floor underneath the Redeads swung open, the monsters screeching as they fell into the pit. Mineta stepped off the pad, and Izuku walked over once the floor had swung back into place. Guess that works. Mineta grinned. Bet you're glad I came along, huh? A little bit. Hopefully the others didn't run into too much trouble on the other path. Eat sheet, zombie fuckers. Momo sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose as Katsuki proceeded to tear through the Redead horde like a lawn mower through tall grass. Do you not understand the concept of delicate construction? Katsuki blasted a Redead's head off its body and turned to her with a shrug. Hey, I figure the place held up through eons of earthquakes and sheet, my explosions probably won't be much worse. His left fist swung up and back, punching off the head of a Redead that had been sneaking up behind him. 1 second later, an electrified arrow pinned it to the wall through an eye socket. Momo lowered the thunder bow and rolled her eyes. Of course, silly me for being worried about the ceiling coming down on our heads. Kaizome froze, his hand on the door to his apartment. Down the hall, the subject of his shock was similarly frozen. Despite the time since he'd last nipped at what he'd seen as a threat to peace, Kaizome recognized well the telltale signs of a Yakuza member. More importantly, a member of a specific Yakuza. Considering his options and the circumstances, Kaizome sighed and let go of the door handle, turning and calmly walking towards the other man. May as well rip the band-aid off quickly. I don't believe we've met in person before. He held a hand out in greeting. Akaguro Kaizome. The masked man glanced down, then shrugged and accepted the handshake. Setsuno Tia. What are you in for? Kaizome rolled his eyes, sticking his hands in his pockets. Were this an actual prison, likely for several counts of vigilantism and murder? You. Setsuno chuckled. Oh, nothing they could pin on me. We're careful to make sure crimes can't be traced back to us. Leaning in and lowering his voice, the blonde asked, What's your real name, though? Kaizome gave the man a deadpan stare. I gave it to you. If you are asking for my moniker, I have been known as Stendhal and more recently as Stain. The man's eyes widened. Stendhal? Seriously? That one vigilante a few years back that was giving loads of Yakuza a hard time. Kaizome grunted. That was one of my pastimes, yes. Is that going to be a problem? Setsuno's eyes narrowed, and he reached for a back pocket. Depends. Are you going to make it a problem? Were the situation anything else, I would. But as it stands, infighting would only serve in the enemy's favor. Almost offhandedly, he added, besides, Stendhal and Stain were simple stopgaps. When this war is over, I will not be hunting villains and frauds as I used to. Setsuno seemed to consider that, then shrugged and let his hand hang loose. All right then. He glanced at the door he was standing in front of, then turned back to Kaizome and jerked a thumb at it. Wanna come in? Turns out Nedzu stocked the place with actual booze. Kaizome shook his head. A distraction. I must prepare myself for the coming battle. He paused, then sighed. And in any case, it is not as though it would affect me. My body neutralizes anything harmful in substances I consume, so as to prevent illness from drinking blood. However, it unfortunately also neutralizes the effects of alcohol. I physically cannot get drunk. Setsuno let out a low whistle. DMN. That must SCK. Well, on the off chance you ever change your mind, I bet Sakaki would be thrilled to hang out with a guy his quirk couldn't poison. I will consider that. What does this Sakaki look like? Setsuno chuckled. Oh, you'll know him when you see him. Dude is 3 sheets to the wind 24/7, so he doesn't like walking places, if you get my meaning. I see. Setsuno blinked, then glanced around. Actually, come to think of it, I haven't seen Rappa in a hot minute, and Tingai's been hanging around his room a bunch, so they aren't stuck together. Wonder what that guy's up to. Wham 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 wham. That all you got, Rapper? You hit harder at the masquerade. POW. That all you got, Tiger Bunny? I've stubbed my toe harder. Nedzu popped out of an air duct, one ear twitching in annoyance at the loud yelling and sounds of violence. What is the meaning of this? Iranaka Joy, otherwise known as Mimic, sighed wearily from where he sat as a doll in the corner of the room. She happened to drop in while he was outside. Apparently, they have some kind of history. They've been going at this for nearly an hour straight, and nothing I say can snap either of them out of it. Nedzu watched as Miruko launched a devastating kick that sent Rappa Kendo flying into a padded wall of the gym that had been constructed in the testing site-turned-villa neighborhood. To his credit, the man was only embedded in the wall for about a second before prying himself out and launching back in with a barrage of punches. This time, it was Miruko's turn to go flying. The entire time, both fighters were laughing raucously. Nedzu sighed and pinched a spot between his eyes, not exactly the bridge of his nose, but it conveyed the proper emotion. How did she even spot him? I thought I made it clear that the testing site was to be left alone for non-faculty heroes. A cough reached his ears, and he glanced up to Seahawks hanging from a nearby rafter. That'd be my fault, sir. I picked her up on my way here from my agency in Fukuoka, and we happened to pass over the neighborhood on the flight in. She recognized the guy's hair, and, well, you know how she gets when she finds a sparring partner. Nedzu gave the hero a pointed look, ignoring the loud crash as Rappa was buried up to his waist in the floor by Miruko's Luna arc, as well as the subsequent bang as she was punched through the ceiling. Unfortunately, I do. Luna fall. Catch her. Hawks blinked. Sir? Now. His tone made it clear there was no room for argument. Swallowing nervously, the winged hero did as he was told, grabbing a plummeting Miruko under the arms and holding her in midair. Hey! I was getting into my rhythm, featherbrains. At the same time, Iranaka shot out from the doll he inhabited to pin Rappa's arms behind his back. Come on, I was hitting my target heart rate. Nedzu loudly cleared his throat, and the two hotheads froze, slowly turning towards him. I do not take kindly to ruffians destroying the gym I so carefully curated for all members of this community. Miruko swallowed. Sorry, Bo Dash. Rappa swallowed. Sorry, SI Dash. He cut them off with a grin. Ground Omega is perfectly available for that, if you'd like. We do not have any heroics exercises scheduled there for today, and I imagine you'd both enjoy the fresh air. Everyone else in the room blinked silently, and he rolled his eyes. Come now, I'm not so heartless as to deny such spirited youngsters a chance to get their blood pumping. However, I will deny them a chance to destroy public property. In the future, be sure to warn me when you plan to spar together, and make sure that you do so where you will not accidentally hit someone else. The two hotheads grinned at each other. Rappa pulled himself out of Irinaka's grip and raced out the door, while Miruko pried herself out of Hawk's arms and jumped out through the hole in the roof. The winged hero dropped to the floor and leveled Nedzu with a tired look. Did you really need to enable her? Irinaka leveled Nedzu with an identical look. Or him, for that matter? Nedzu smirked. Gentlemen, I am, above all else, an educator, and I'd be a poor one indeed to stifle one's natural talents. Besides, trees can be easily replanted, and I'd rather not give Cementos more headaches than he needs to be subjected to. Midoriya hauled the door up, lifting it onto his shoulders before heaving it into the ceiling. Minoru glanced past the taller boy, a chill running down his spine at the wall of darkness just inside the doorway. Well, that can't be good. Midoriya grunted. Definitely not. Keep your guard up and eyes open. The taller boy took the lead, holding his shield out defensively as he stepped through. Minoru followed closely behind, hands ready to snap to his head and start plucking at a moment's notice. Stepping out of the darkness, they emerged into a wide, circular room with another doorway on the opposite side, plus a locked door to the right. Minoru nearly jumped a foot into the air, spinning around to plant his back against Midoriya's calves. He swore under his breath at the sight of iron bars blocking the way they came. Great. We can't go back. Midoriya huffed. Or forward. The doorway over there got barred too. And the third door is locked with no chest in sight. Minoru peeked around the taller boy, biting back a swear as he saw the same thing. Great. We're trapped. Hopefully the other two can figure something out. Suddenly, dark smoke poured from the floor just in front of the opposite doorway, coalescing into two indistinct humanoid figures with glowing blood-red eyes. Minoru bit down his instinctual whimper and forced himself to keep standing, his right hand flexing. Midoriya's eyes narrowed, and he drew his sword from the scabbard on his back. Fight. Anything. You can tell me. The blue lady appeared, floating behind Midoriya's other shoulder. Something is blocking my ability to lock onto these foes and analyze them. You are unfortunately fighting blind in that regard. Great. I'll take point. Mineta, support me where you can. Minoru nodded, but something didn't feel right. During the trip through the temple, he'd gotten a good feel for when a monster had its sights set on killing him. A sort of evil intent. He wasn't getting that here. But that's crazy, right? The two shadowy figures locked eyes and nodded, and one of them lunged forward, the other pulling back with the shadows around it expanding into the shape of a bow. Midoriya charged forward, catching the shadow's right hook on his shield. Minoru hopped back, grabbing a ball of his hair and chucking it at the other shadow, only for it to be intercepted by a ghostly arrow. The shadowy archer took off to its right, and Minoru did the same, the two of them circling the perimeter of the room as Midoriya and the shadowy fighter clashed in the center. The ground shook as gleaming steel bounced off ghostly fists, and the air rumbled as Ghostly S continued to intercept Minoru's orbs. Minoru tossed another ball, only this one wasn't intercepted, as the archer had apparently decided he was a better target. Eyes widening, he just barely managed to duck as an arrow hissed through the space his head had just occupied. As it passed, a shudder ran through his entire body, and the ball of his mohawk spiked out. The arrow slammed into the wall behind him, and electricity surged out from the head. Electric arrows? Midoriya slashed again, and his opponent launched another punch, this one hissing past the sword and slamming into the floor, and the two combatants flew back as the ground exploded. Exploding punches? Hang on a sec. Eyes narrowing, Minoru flicked his gaze towards the doorway he and Midoriya had left, spotting the Shika eye over it. Ducking under another arrow, he tossed a clump of his hair onto the floor and jumped on it, bouncing over to the symbol. Upon closer inspection, The eye had a button in the middle of the pupil, which Minoru immediately slammed his fist into. The shadows flickered, and he caught a glimpse of dark green on the melee fighter's arms. But Midoriya, stop fighting. They're not monsters. Midoriya paused, catching another shadowy punch on his shield. You sure about that? They're sure fighting like em. I'm sure. Just trust me, put your sword away. Twisting to the side to narrowly avoid another arrow, Minoru dropped to the floor and jumped over the other shadow's head, grabbing onto the Shika eye above the other doorway and punching the button there. Immediately, the shadows dispersed, revealing Bakugou and Yaoyorozu standing where the figures had been. Bakugou blinked. The F-dash? Where'd those dark link fuckers go? Minoru huffed, dropping to the floor. They were never there in the first place. Apparently, the temple was designed as a training ground for Shika soldiers, or something. This room was probably meant to test their observational skills, to make sure they could recognize their teammates without actually seeing their faces. Each side could only see the other side as indistinct, shadowy figures until the mechanism was disengaged. I only figured it out 'cause one of Yaoyorozu's arrows missed me and discharged. Yaoyorozu blinked. That would explain why your bombs never exploded even when I didn't shoot them. Bakugou grunted. And why the shield held up as well as it did. The bars in the doorways slid back into the floor, and the Shika symbol in the middle of the floor split down the middle, the two semicircles moving aside to let a chest rise up. Midoriya took a step forward, then paused and turned to Minoru. You know, I think you've earned this one. I fell for the trap just as much as them, you're the only one who figured it out. Minoru nodded his thanks and stepped up, hauling the chest open and pulling himself up to reach inside, taking out a pair of golden gauntlets with the Shika eye on the backs of the hands. Those look like they could be useful. Midoriya chuckled. You could say that. Go ahead. Minoru slipped them on, and they seemed to shrink before his eyes to match his size perfectly. Oh. Heh, fits like a glove. Bakugou glowered at the locked door. Still no way forward. I swear, if we missed a key on the way here. Minoru flexed his gloved fingers, feeling stronger than he'd ever felt. Don't count on it. Clenching his hands into fists, he shot forward, ping one arm and punching the lock. The entire door shattered, spilling into the corridor on the other side. Midoriya chuckled. Figured that's what they do. You're starting to get a good eye for the traps in here, Mineta. Minoru shrugged. Traps are kinda my thing. I learned a while ago I'm not gonna do much in a head-on fight, so I looked into ways I could help out from the backlands. He glanced down at his right hand and flexed it. While I could change that with these, I think I'll leave the charge to you guys and keep supporting. He slipped off the gauntlets and tossed them to Midoriya, who stashed them in a pouch hanging from his belt. Might as well not have the temptation on my hands. Fair enough. I'm trusting you to be the eyes ahead. If you spot something, let us know before we run into it. Minoru grinned and gave a thumbs up. You got it. Logically, she should have left it alone. The kid clearly didn't want any hero students hanging around him, and at least Mandalay was aware of where he was. But she wasn't entirely cool with the idea of a 6-year-old wandering through the caves by himself. And maybe she saw a bit of herself in the brat. Sue her. Hey, Aizawa-sensei? What's the kid's deal? Aizawa-sensei blinked, slowly setting down the incident report and turning his full attention to her. Why the sudden interest, Jairu? Kyuka twirled a jack around her finger, shifting her feet awkwardly. I think it's a little weird that he's wandering around by himself when he's only 6. And he seems to have this thing when it comes to heroes, and I was curious. Her teacher seemed to consider that, then sighed and turned back to the reports on the table in front of him. It's not my story to tell. Go find Mandalay and ask her, and don't push if she chooses not to, all right? All right, sir. Mandalay sighed, leaning against the wall of the agency and staring out the closest window in the direction of Ryugudo Cave. His parents were the water hose hero duo. Torrent and Wave, though I knew the latter as my sister Namizu. Kyuka winced. I remember my dad was distraught when he heard the news. He really liked M, and I think they went to some of his band's concerts. Deep dope. Mandalay blinked. Yeah, she always did have a thing for rock. Never understood it, personally, but that's a me thing. But yeah. Thing is, though, Kuda didn't take it particularly well. Especially since a lot of people at the funeral were praising them for holding the villain back from going after civilians. He's not big on quirks or heroes. Kyuka frowned. Must be annoying for him to be around you for all the time, then. Mandalay glared at her, and she held her hands up defensively. I'm just saying. The kid's not exactly shy about giving his opinion, so for a kid that hates heroes to be around heroes 24/7 can't be too great from his perspective. The heroine paused, then sighed. I hate that you're probably right. Still, not like there's much I can do about that. I'm his only family, and I couldn't just leave the team. We all rely on each other too much for any one of us to tap out for any length of time. Kyuka hummed thoughtfully. Mind if I talk to him for a bit? Kid his age, he could use some conversation with people that aren't adults. Mandalay shrugged. If he'll let you. As expected, the kid's head snapped up as soon as she rounded the corner, and he hauled himself out of his beanbag chair. I said no hero brats allowed in here. Kyuka held her hands up in surrender, one of them holding a Bluetooth speaker. Look, if it means anything, I wasn't gonna talk about hero stuff. Kuda huffed, standing a few feet away from her with his arms crossed defensively. He stared at her for a few seconds. Promise not to talk about heroes? She smirked. Promise. I brought my playlists, and this place has some really nice acoustics. He slowly walked over to his beanbag and flopped into it. What the heck are acoustics? Kyuka chuckled and sat down cross-legged on the carpet in the middle of the space, setting her speaker down next to the beanbag. Acoustics. It's a fancy way of talking about sound quality. You know how concert halls tend to go higher towards the seats in the back? Kuda frowned. I thought that was just so people in the back could see the stage without having to be taller than people in front. That does something to the sound. Kyuka grinned. Yep. That slope makes the sound carry easier, so it sounds a lot clearer to the people further from the source. What music do you like? The kid frowned, staring up at the ceiling. Dunno. Haven't really gotten a chance to listen to a lot of stuff. Bummer. Well, I've got a few different styles loaded here. Why don't we go through them and see if something clicks? Kuda grunted. Just as long as there aren't any hero theme songs. Never really liked most of those, personally. Mind if we start off with one of my favorites? Fine. I'll fully admit I'm biased cause my dad played the drums for this one, but I still like it. The sounds of a guitar solo filled the room, and Kyuka shifted herself so she could lean against the wall, closing her eyes and humming along like she always did. After a couple seconds, she cracked one eye open, seeing Kuda leaning towards the speaker with clear interest. Smirking to herself, she set her weight against the wall and let herself sink into the music. Kid deserves a break after what he's gone through. Muscular grinned maniacally, slowly prying the black diamond out of his expanded arm muscles before shattering it between his fingertips. You might actually be worth fighting. The guy in front of him looked him up and down, sighing dramatically like this whole thing was a huge inconvenience. You are an incredible annoyance, human. I'm trying to stir up chaos, but you continue to tear through my minions. What reason could you have for disrupting my operations in this way? Muscular shrugged. Operations, schmoperations. Only thing I give a CRP about is who can give me a good fight. The guy paused. How interesting. Perhaps you may be persuaded to Lord Demise's cause after all. Tell me, how would you like the power to crush your every foe underfoot? Muscular considered that for a moment, then grunted. Not my style. Fight's no fun if it's a complete stomp. I'm all about the thrill, and if I steamroll everyone I meet, then life's not worth living at that point. I see. Perhaps a different offer, then. What say you to endless battle? Muscular perked up. That sounds like a blast. What's the deal? Simple. I need you to find one boy and do what you do best. Bring his head to me on a silver platter. He scowled. Just one brat? Come on, give me a challenge. Oh, the challenge comes later. Kill that boy, and I will reward you with unending combat. A horde of mindless monsters, baying for your blood every waking moment for the rest of your life. And while they may go down, they will not do so without a fight, and they will not stop coming. A manic grin stretched over the carnal murderer's face. Where the hell do I sign? Suji glanced up as the doors to Gym Delta hissed open, just barely ducking under the one-pointer's swinging arm. Pause. The droid obliged, sliding back and standing at parade rest. Rolling her shoulders, she turned to see Hitoshi walking up with his hands in his pockets. Oh, Hitoshi. Something up? Hitoshi grunted wordlessly, glancing down at her gloved fists before scanning her sparring partner. You're not abusing your hands, are you? Suji rolled her eyes. Are you gonna hold that moment of weakness over my head for the rest of our lives? Only if you keep giving me reasons to. Well, for your information, no, I'm not actually punching the thing, this is dodge training. Keeping it light for now, considering final exams are coming up in a bit. Hitoshi winced, glancing at the doors. That's actually why I tracked you down. Can we talk for a bit? Suji blinked, heading towards the closet bench. What's up? Hitoshi rubbed at the back of his neck awkwardly. I'm honestly a bit worried that they're gonna throw something completely off the walls at us for finals, and I'm gonna fail. I mean, look at how crazy the semester's been so far, with that attack on the USJ and the recent monster stuff. Suji frowned. Well, the worry about the finals being off the wall is reasonable, but why are you worried you'll fail? Hitoshi, you've been working just as hard as anyone else in the class. Hitoshi sighed. Yeah, but what if it doesn't mean anything? If I know the principal, he's gonna give us a challenge to prepare for what's coming. We already know my quirk is worthless against anyone in Demise's army, and let's be honest, I'm still a stick figure. What if all my hard work comes up short? What if I fail the final? Suji grunted. Then someone's gonna give you personal attention to work on what needs improving. Look, Ned's is an educator. He wants all of us to succeed, but he also wants us to acknowledge our weak points and try to shore them up if we can. If he sets a challenge and you don't pass, it means he's gonna find a way to bring you up so you'll pass the next one. She paused. Were you worried that you'll get booted from the hero course if you fail the final? Kind of. I mean, we already know the school board likes to max out the hero classes at 20 each if they can. Suji rolled her eyes. Yeah, and Vlad-sensei would lose his mind if he was stuck with 20 while 1A gets 21. Hatsum went off to join them, remember? Hitoshi blinked. I completely forgot that detail. How the hell did I forget about Hatsum? Suji smirked. Beats the hell out of me. But the point is, you're not going anywhere, Hitoshi. Like it or not, you're stuck with the hero brats, and passing or failing the final won't change that. Got it? Hitoshi breathed in, then let out a long sigh, his shoulders drooping like a weight had been lifted off them. Got it? Thanks for the pep talk. Suji grinned and patted him on the shoulder. Don't sweat it. If you're up for it, I can get another bot in here. Wanna join me? Hitoshi seemed to consider that for a moment. Why not? I could always use a brush-up. That's the spirit. Izuku scanned the other three faces. Ready? Katsuki nodded, smacking a fist into his palm. Ready? Momo nodded, fingering the arrows in her quiver. Ready? Minoru nodded, cracking his knuckles. Ready? Izuku nodded back and turned on his heel, unsheathing the ceremonial tanto they'd found a few rooms back and inserting it into the ornate lock, then turning. The mechanism clicked and whirred, before snapping open and dissolving into shadows, along with the blade that served as its key. The massive doors split apart, the ground rumbling as they slowly swung open, revealing a small alcove with 4 openings in the floor, each one large enough to fit a person standing upright. Minoru stepped forward and crouched low, running a finger along the inner edge of one. There's a tripwire a few feet down, right through the middle. My guess is that each will close once someone goes through it. He locked eyes with Izuku. We're gonna have to split up. 1 person per. Nodding in agreement, Izuku reached into his pouch and pulled out the power gauntlets, tossing them to the dwarf, who pulled them on without a word. Alright, any indication of what's on the other end of each? Minoru ran a hand along the stone, squinting. I think I'm making out some older Shika writing here. Yaoyorozu, you're the primary translator. Can you see this? Momo walked over and crouched, humming softly. Sadly, no, I don't see anything there. You may be the only one of us who can make it out. However, I do think I have a solution. She laid her right hand on the dwarf's shoulder, and the Triforce of wisdom pulsed. Minoru turned his gaze back to the floor, his lips moving silently as he scanned the writing. Got it? There's a label for each. From left to right, it goes power, wisdom, courage, and shade. Katsuki huffed. Good enough for me. See you guys on the other end. The blonde stepped over and dropped through the far left, a circle of stone slamming shut over the hole a second after he vanished. Momo sighed and moved to stand over the next. I suppose we shall see what this brings us. May Hylia be with you. She disappeared from sight, and Minoru stood up, holding a fist out to Izuku. Think you'll be fine without me to support you? Izuku rolled his eyes and returned the fist bump. All my predecessors did just fine on their own. Worry about yourself. Stepping forward, he took a deep breath to steel his nerves and dropped into his scabbard and shield somehow not scraping against the stone walls. After a few seconds, he dropped out of the ceiling into a wide, square room, with a pile of bones and metal laying in the center of the room. Fi emerged from the Emperor sword's hilt to float behind his shoulder. Caution! There is a powerful foe present. Izuku nodded, drawing his blade. I figured as much. The ground rumbled, and the pile floated into the air, gathering into the shape of a skeletal warrior with a shield over its left arm and a sword in a scabbard by its left hip. The skeleton knelt down and grabbed a conical helmet with spikes around the rim, lifting it up and setting it on its head before drawing its sword. Izuku spun his sword in his grip, sliding the Hylian shield onto his own left arm. Come then. The warrior slowly advanced, its shield held in front with its sword out to its side at the ready. Izuku matched its stance, slowly approaching with his eyes locked onto its sockets. The second that he entered its range, its arm twitched for a split second before it swung. Izuku backflipped, the skeleton's sword hissing through the air underneath him. As soon as his feet hit the floor, he darted forward, right arm already swinging forward in a vicious counter, only for his blade to slam into the warrior's shield. Biting back a curse, he set his feet and brought the Hylian shield up, just in time to catch the skeleton's swing. Even still, the force of the blow sent him sliding back, just barely avoiding hitting the wall. Izuku grit his teeth, bringing his shield back up and readying his sword arm again. Won't be able to get it from the front. Need a different approach here. The skeleton watched him come, and he almost swore it tilted its head at him curiously. The two fighters slowly began to circle, each silently daring the other to make the first move. The warrior apparently decided it would, leaping forward with a vicious overhead swing. Izuku tensed, then jumped to the side at the last second, landing on his shoulder and rolling around his opponent before pushing off the floor and slashing upwards. This time, his counter landed correctly, and bones rattled as the Insar's sword sliced through its spine. Landing on his feet, Izuku quickly brought his shield up to block the warrior's wide counterswing, though this one wasn't as forceful. He let out a satisfied grunt and hopped back, each fighter taking a moment to collect themselves. All right. Hits from behind seemed to work. The skeleton's jaw creaked open, and it let out a rattling roar, darkness pooling at its feet before splitting apart into a pair of shadows that rose up into the shape of two ghostly pose. The skeleton leveled its blade at Izuku, and the ghosts advanced, slowly swinging their lanterns. Narrowing his eyes, Izuku raised his sword towards the ceiling, and light spread from the tip down the length of the blade. The second that the entire sword was lit up, he swung horizontally, a swirling disk of energy shooting forward and slicing through the approaching monsters. As an added bonus, it even slammed into the skeleton's chest, sending it stumbling back. Recognizing an opening, Izuku darted forward and jumped, delivering a mighty overhead slash that knocked the warrior's helmet off and sheared through its left arm. Its shield fell to the ground and shattered into pieces, and the beast let out another clattering roar, throwing out a clumsy backhand that forced Izuku to disengage. Staring him down, the beast raised its left hand, and shadows flowed up its body, coalescing into a second sword. The warrior slowly advanced. Its blades crossed over its chest in a defensive stance. Izuku stomped forward with a move, his blade clanging off the skeleton's weapons. The monster answered with a dual slash, only for Izuku to shove his shield into the attack, canceling it out and forcing the warrior off balance again. Izuku struck, slashing viciously and repeatedly until steel clashed against steel, and the skeleton swung with its other blade. Dancing out of the sword's path, Izuku took a moment to breathe, spinning his sword in his grip to loosen his nerves. The warrior advanced slowly, one sword held across its chest with the other pulled back. The point glinted, and Izuku swore under his breath, ducking just as the skeleton spun on its heel, both blades swinging out in a near-perfect spin attack. Metal hissed over his head, and Izuku drew back his right arm, waiting for his opening. After a full second of spinning, the warrior lost his momentum and stumbled back, eye sockets dark and its head rattling. Recognizing the signs of dizziness, Izuku lunged forward, slashing at each arm to force the weapons out of the monster's hands. He followed up with a shield bash to the face, sending it stumbling back, before launching himself into the air, spinning parallel to the ground before delivering a thundering slash. The skeleton was cleaved in two, before collapsing into a pile of bones and metal scraps on the stone floor. Its skull hovered in the air for a split second before landing on top of the pile, its spectral eyes glancing up at Izuku for a second. There was a brief gust of wind that almost sounded like a huff of satisfaction, before the pile turned dark and burst into black. Sheathing his sword, Izuku heaved a sigh of relief as the door at the back of the room slid up on its own, before tossing a glance at Phi. Am I crazy, or did some of its moves seem almost familiar? Perhaps. It is possible that the monster was given the techniques of a fallen hero to more easily combat another one. Yeah, that makes sense. Izuku exited the corridor to see Katsuki, Momo, and Minoru waiting for him in a large room, two doorways to his left and one to his right. Any trouble in your routes? Katsuki grunted. I fought a skeleton guy that was crazy strong. It punched the floor hard enough to make shockwaves. For some reason, it also liked playing Dead Man's Volley with electrical blasts. Momo frowned. My opponent was a skeletal archer. Its arrows could burn, freeze, shock, explode, or glow extremely brightly. Izuku blinked. Mine was a skeleton with a sword and shield, and it got a second sword when I broke the shield. It also had techniques from previous heroes, including a spin attack. Minoru hummed thoughtfully. That's weird. I didn't end up fighting any kind of skeleton. The guy I fought was a big shadowy head with two floating hands. Most of the attacks involved the hands slamming down on the floor, but if I dodged, I could pick 'em up with the power gauntlets and chuck 'em right back in the guy's face. Izuku frowned. Sounds like each Triforce wielder faced a skeleton with abilities similar to previous Triforce holders, while Minoru fought the real dungeon boss. Almost like each opponent was tailored to us specifically. Momo hummed. Is that even possible? Minoru shrugged. Well, if we all won, I don't think it's worth worrying about too much. Come on, let's see what's left. The dwarf walked over and hauled up the door at the other end of the room, then pulled off the power gauntlets and tossed them to Izuku. The trio followed into a small room, just big enough to fit a single coffin in the middle, surrounded by the Shika Eye. A scroll stretched across the back wall, filled with Shika writing and diagrams that seemed to depict ninja techniques. The door slid down behind them, and turquoise flames emerged from the coffin's lid, coalescing into the shape of a Shika woman with fair skin and long white hair tied into a large bun with a red ribbon. The Shika Eye was tattooed on her forehead, with the tear ending just above the bridge of her nose. A straw hat with a red brim and crescent-shaped dangling hooks was slung over her back, and she took in the group with cautious hazel eyes, her gaze finally landing on Izuku. Oh, this is indeed a surprise. I haven't had visitors in ages. Izuku bowed his head with a slight smirk. Lady Impa. Minoru blinked. Wait, I thought the sage at the entrance was Impa. He paused. Unless I'm being an idiot and they're two different people from different eras who happen to have the same name. The second one. The dwarf nodded. Okay, cool, great. Anybody got some soy sauce for the foot I just stuck in my mouth? The Shika elder hopped off the lid of the coffin to kneel in front of Minoru, a small smirk on her face. Don't be too hard on yourself. You did destroy the evil plaguing this temple after all. Izuku blinked. Wait, so those last enemies weren't put there by the Shika to test the next heroes? Impa straightened and gave him a look he couldn't read. Hold that thought for a little bit. You'll find the answer with time. Still, there isn't much time to waste here. A man of tremendous power and violence approaches this place, and his objective is your head. However, there is a civilian in his path who is in equal danger. Izuku swore under his breath. Muscular. And the civilian you're talking about must be Kuda. Impa nodded. Exactly. With things as they stand, he will reach the boy before you can intervene. However, your small companion is faster. Katsuki cracked an eyebrow. Faster than me? Impa gave the blonde a flat stare. If you'd rather not collapse the cave system, then yes, he is faster than you. Momo sighed. And given Kuda is still in the caves, not collapsing them is a priority. Minoru shivered. I dunno, I've heard about muscular. I don't think I'm really qualified to hold off someone like that, honestly. Impa smirked. Nobody said you have to. She flicked her hand, and the scroll along the back wall curled up and floated over to Minoru, a strand of red ribbon tying around it. This scroll contains many of the Shikoa's ancient techniques. You have already proven yourself receptive to many of them. Make no mistake, though, this is not a gift, but a training regimen you must force yourself to undertake. You will need to earn them. Minoru took the scroll in hand reverently, bowing his head before lifting it to meet Impa's steely gaze. I understand. If you're choosing me to inherit your clan's sacred arts, I swear I'll do my best to use them to the best of my abilities. Impa nodded once. That is all I require of you. Go. The dwarf was off like a shot, bouncing into the ceiling that Izuku swore wasn't there a second ago. The Shika elder turned to the trio and crossed her arms with a smirk. Well, do you not have somewhere to be? Momo nodded and held up her hand, emerald green wind swirling around it. Of course. Farewell. There was a flash of light, and suddenly they were standing at the entrance to the temple. Minoru shot out from a hole over the entrance, instantly bouncing off a wall and around a corner. The sounds of yelling reached their ears, and the trio took off immediately. Great. What kind of chaos are we getting into? Minoru bounced from stalactite to stalagmite, brows furrowed in concentration as he tore through the cave system. Lady Impa had said he'd need to earn the Shika arts, but he'd definitely received something. His senses never felt more alive. He saw every detail of the rocky walls around him, as though he'd gotten LASIK surgery. He smelled every scent left in the air, to the point he could pick out where he and the trio had walked earlier. He tasted every particle of dust that landed on his tongue, able to identify even the smallest differences between them. He felt every twitch of his hero costume, every single nook and cranny in the rocks he grabbed and launched from. He heard every critter scrabbling into its den, every voice shouting in anger, every gust of wind through the crags. And the pained cry that echoed through the caves into his ear. Papa! Mama! And the determined shout that followed. Buzz off, creep! And the demented laughing that followed that. And who are you to tell me what to do, girlie? Kuda and gyre. So the other one must be. Minoru bounced around a corner, one leg already swinging out a vicious roundhouse kick before he even saw what was going on. His foot connected, and he was rewarded with a pained grunt as he flipped around to hit the far wall feet first before dropping to the floor. She told you to buzz off, creep, so buzz off. As long as we're here, you're not laying one finger on the kid. Muscular straightened, muscle fibers emerging from his skin to wrap around his left arm. That actually hurt a bit, shorty. Too bad for you, that just makes you worth killing. Minoru scoffed, pulling out a ball of his hair and spinning it on his left index finger. I've already faced down a guy twice your size today, and he didn't even touch me. You're welcome to try your luck. Kuda whimpered. Dad. Muscular pulled back his arm, fingers clenching into a fist. Sorry, pal, but I'm not going down until I finish what I started. Won't be satisfied until the entire bloodline's gone. The man lunged forward with deceptive speed, but to Minoru's recently enhanced perception, the villain was practically moving at a snail's pace. It was almost laughably easy to stick his bald hair onto the approaching fist, grab Kuda and Jairu, and pull them out of the way as Muscular crashed into the wall of the cave. The ground rumbled, and Minoru locked eyes with Jairu. He's stuck, but not for long. Do you trust me to get you both out of here? The purple-haired girl stared into his eyes, before nodding. I do. Work your magic, grape juice. Alright, hold on tight both of you. The wall exploded as Muscular pulled himself free, roaring wordlessly before glaring down at the chunk of rock stuck to his fist. The F is this sheet supposed to do? Supposed to slow you down. The villain glanced up, his remaining eye narrowing at the sight of the purple brat standing a few feet away with the other two brats gone. Should have run while you had the chance. He lunged, his right arm rocketing forward and punching clean through the brat's head. Only, it didn't feel like his fist had met flesh. Muscular blinked. The hell? The brat chuckled, apparently uncaring about the giant fist going straight through his skull. Wow, your eyesight, SCKs. I didn't even try to make this look convincing. Suddenly, the midget flickered and turned bright blue, and something grabbed a Muscular's leg. Before he could react, he was dragged through the cave at blinding speeds before being unceremoniously thrown into the dirt, digging a trench as he skidded to a stop in front of a building. Lifting his head and spitting out a clump of dirt and rocks, he saw that the building was actually the Pussycats Agency. That punk is dead. But first, I've got about 30 lives to send to the litter box in the sky. Someone flicked his prosthetic eye out, and he swung out blindly, only for his fist to slam into what felt like a brick wall. Turning his head to see what he'd hit, his vision was suddenly filled with black metal. That was the last thing Muscular saw before he blacked out. Didn't even find the brat I was supposed to kill. Izuku walked up to the Pussycats Agency and blinked at the sight of Muscular laying against the building, out cold with his left eye socket empty and minor burns on his face. What happened to him? Kirishima shrugged. I dunno what his deal is, but my netabro dumped him here and he was ranting about killing the Pussycats, so I smacked him in the face with the hammer and he went night-night. Izuku glanced at Minoru, who huffed, crossed his arms, and turned his nose up imperiously. He said he wasn't going to be satisfied until the whole bloodline was dead. Not my fault he couldn't take a hammer to the face after getting dragged through a cave system. Shoyuta watched silently as Muscular was hauled towards a villain transport van, only for the arresting officers to pause as Jairu ran up with the Izumi kid on her shoulders. The brat slid to the ground and stared up at the large blonde man with an unreadable expression, before delivering a swift right hook to the villain's crotch. "Ha! You little fucker, when I get free, I'm coming for you." Detective Tsukachi rolled his eyes and slapped an automatic GG over the villain's mouth, and the officers slid the restrained maniac into the van's cargo bay and slammed the doors shut. Jairu crouched down and patted Kuda's shoulder, and the boy let out a strained chuckle, like he was torn between disbelief and satisfaction. Jairu smirked knowingly. Feeling any better? Yeah, I think I am. Shino walked up next to Shoyuta and lightly punched his shoulder. Softy. Shoyuta cracked an eyebrow. Says the literal ant. She rolled her eyes, turning towards Kuda and crossing her arms with a smirk. After a few seconds, she sighed and locked eyes with Shoyuta. Sorry for nearly biting your head off a few times over the past couple days. I've been really stressed with Kuda being so grumpy and Muscular coming after us and all the monster attacks, but it's not much of an excuse. Midoriya walked up with a grunt. Don't blame yourself too much. Turns out, the local temple plague happened to be raising tensions with its mere presence. Shino blinked. Wait, seriously? The kid nodded. Yep. Checked with Sage Impa and Phi, and they confirmed that it could manipulate both literal and figurative shadows, the latter of which takes the form of negative emotions. In short, it could intensify hatred and animosity. So don't beat yourself up too much. Shino frowned. Is that why Kuda was so grumpy? Midoriya hummed, glancing across the clearing at where the kid was clambering up onto Jairu's shoulders. I think it might have made it worse, but it wasn't the entire cause. It couldn't create emotions that weren't there, only increase what was already present. Kuda got angry about heroes all on his own, not that I entirely blame him. But he seems to be doing better. Shino smiled softly. Yeah. Guess the Jiru girl got through to him. Shoyuta huffed non-committally and turned to Midoriya. Are we ready to ship out? Midoriya ped his ears skyward, probably holding a brief telepathic conversation with Yaoyorozu, before nodding. The area's clear of all monster infestations, and the cave stabilized. We're good to go. Shoyuta nodded and raised his head, cupping his hands around his mouth to project his voice. Won it. Gather your gear and get back to the ship. We're heading out in 10 minutes, with or without you. Jiru jogged over, hoisting Kuda off her shoulders and setting the kid on Shino's with a grin. Sorry, duty calls. Kuda leaned forward, grabbing one of her jacks with worry clear in his face. You can't stay a little longer? Jiru chuckled and held up a fist. Wish I could, but I don't want to get left behind. Tell you what, I'll give Aizawa-sensei some playlists he can send to your aunt and she can forward them to you. That sound good? Kuda brightened and let go of her jack to return the fist bump. Works for me. Come back when you can, alright? You don't to CK. Jiru chuckled. High praise. Don't worry, I'm not planning on kicking the bucket anytime soon. She jogged off towards the main building, and Shino craned her head back to stare up at Kuda. Getting into music, eh? Kuda grunted and cracked an eyebrow. What's that mean? Well, it's just that Namizu was a bit of a metalhead herself. That seemed to get the kid's attention. Really? Yeah. She even put together a CD of her favorites. I've got it stashed back at the house with her and Sensui's stuff. Could I listen to it? Sure. I'll dig it out when we get a break. Shoyuta turned and headed towards the Sky Conqueror, doing his best to ignore the tightness in his chest. Come on, you're the unapproachable expulsion dispenser of UA. Don't get attached. Another part of him shot back. Too late for that, dipshit. Unfortunately, he couldn't disagree. A bead of sweat ran down Suji's neck as the class filed off the bus to Ground Alpha to find a bunch of the teachers standing in a line in front of the giant building. This is the site for our finals. So why are they here? Glad King barked. 1B fall in. Time for your practical exam. Hananuki's hand shot up. Sir, what exactly will we be doing? Is this going to be combat against robots like the entrance exam? Nedzu suddenly hopped up onto their homeroom teacher's shoulder. Normally, that would be the plan for the first semester finals of the hero curriculum, yes. However, this semester, as I'm sure you're all well aware, has been anything but normal. Kendo smacked a fist into her palm. Agreed. Quite so. As such, your semester examination will take a much more personal touch from the faculty. To be specific, you will split into pairs and face off against your teachers in direct combat. Shocked gasps ran up, and Hitoshi frowned, raising his hand. Except, don't we have an uneven number of students? How'll that work? All Might coughed into his fist. Actually, there is one exception. Due to extenuating circumstances, Keystone will not be taking the exam like the rest of you. Tsuburaba groaned loudly. Oh, come on. Why does she get to skip out on finals? Nedzu and All Might exchanged glances, and the principal sighed. For the sake of transparency, we may as well come clean. Shortly before the staff met to discuss pairings for the exam, I was approached by, well, a spirit from ages long past. She informed me, in short, that Keystone has a much more important task to undertake in Kyoto than a mere exam. Suji blinked. I do. All Might nodded. You do. If it is all right, Principal Nedzu, may we be off? The principal smirked. By all means. Your presence is technically no longer required here. Calling on One for All, Suji immediately launched herself towards the main campus, All Might bounding past as Ground Alpha quickly faded out of sight. As soon as they were out of earshot, she skidded to a stop, and the hero landed next to her. All right, where are we heading? Fat Gum's Agency. Would you rather travel under your own power, or may I carry you? Suji flexed her hand, feeling the power thrum under her skin. Unbidden, a grin stretched across her face. I don't think I've really gotten the chance to go on a good run yet. I was mostly keeping it light when I thought I'd be taking the final exam. Race you there? All Might chuckled. You are welcome to try. Do you know the route there? She held up her phone, already open to her GPS app directing her towards Fat Gum's agency. I'll figure it out. Good. I will meet you in 1A there. As the Sky Conqueror set down on the roof of Fat Gum's agency, Izuku stepped out onto the exit ramp to see All Might standing a few feet, staring out over Esuha City expectantly. He walked up to the hero, mouth opening in a question, only for a figure clad in orange lightning to jump up onto the building across the street, then leap across the gap. All Might, currently deflated, glanced at his watch and chuckled. 7.5 minutes behind me. Not bad, Kyushaojo. The orange lightning dissipated, revealing a girl around Izuku's age wearing what looked like UA's gym uniform turned into an American cheerleading outfit, complete with blue and red sneakers. I aim to please. She glanced over at Izuku, cracking an eyebrow and scanning his own hero costume with a critical eye. You must be Midoriya. Izuku chuckled and stepped forward, hand extended. That's me, Midoriya Izuku. I think I recognize you from the sports festival tournament broadcast, Kyu Suji, right? Kyu smirked and accepted the handshake, and Izuku internally noted her strong, yet restrained grip. Right on the money. On that topic, where's the girl who kicked my butt? There came an excited squeal, and Mei launched herself off the gangway to latch onto Kyu like a baby koala. Muscle girl. The hero course has been doing wonders for you. You're even taller than when we beat the shit out of each other. Kyu laughed and dug her knuckles into the smaller girl's hair. Yeah, I am. And Hitoshi would like words with me on that. Mei brightened. Oh yeah, Hypno guy. How's he been? Tired as ever. How's the road trip life been treating you? Mei beamed. Oh, it's been great. Nedza gave me a whole workshop that I can sleep in. I've made so many improvements to my babies, and even some new ones. Izuku grinned. Well, glad to see you two know each other. Though, is there a reason you brought a 1B student here, All Might? If I'm not mistaken, today's the day for their practical exam. All Might lost his grin, and he let out a weary grunt. Ideally, she'd be taking the final with her classmates, so we could gauge her progress as well, but we were told her fate lies in Kyoto. Izuku blinked. By who? The forest sage, I believe her name is Saria? Izuku let out a low whistle. Wow. She left her temple to give Nedzu a direct message? Must be some fate. The hero nodded. I wish we had more to work from, but all she told us was, the inheritor and the mechanic must join the blessed trio for the final step. Momo hummed, having disembarked in time to hear. The inheritor? Why would that refer to her? Kyu coughed into her fist, pushing Mei off and glancing around. Well, is there somewhere private we can talk about that? I'm not okay with airing dirty laundry out here for everyone to overhear. Izuku glanced over to see Aizawa-sensei heading up the rear, indicating that the entire class had left the ship. He turned back to Kyu and jerked a thumb up the gangway. Let's take it on board then. Kyu dropped into the lounge, staring around with wide eyes as the hatch sealed shut behind her. Oh, you guys have been riding in style the whole trip, huh? Katsuki shrugged. Most of us spend the actual travel PRDS doing personal training in our rooms. The lounge only really gets used for meals. But back to the point, why'd the forest elf call you the inheritor? Because I inherited All Might's quirk. Izuku froze. Come again. Kyu sighed, running a hand through her hair and glancing over at All Might. You want to tell the story, or should I? The emaciated man chuckled and clasped his hands together. It is your quirk now. The explanation is yours to give. So, you know about All for One, right? Katsuki grunted. Secret boss behind the League of Villains was going to use Krusty as a new, healthy body, fused with Demise, and is getting ready to conquer the world once he acclimates. So, well, he used to have a younger brother. Incredibly weak and lacking a quirk, but he made up for it in kindness and empathy. At some point, All for One forced a quirk onto him, a power stockpile. However, unknown to both brothers was the fact that the younger one actually did have a quirk the whole time, one that let him pass his quirk to someone else. Not much of an ability by itself, but when the power stockpiler entered the equation, they fused to create something new, something amazing. A quirk that could be passed from person to person, gaining in power with each successive holder. At first, it wasn't much, but over the generations, One for All became a force to be reckoned with, able to change the weather with a single punch. Izuku the in a breath through his teeth. All Might's quirk. Bingo! He was the 8th holder of One for All. I'm the 9th. Which is why they knew Inheritor referred to me. May whistled. Explains why you didn't use the orange lightning thing during the sports festival. If that's One for All, I'm guessing you didn't have it yet. Kyu pointed at the inventor. Precisely. Our working cover story is that my quirk, Force Loan, has been passively building up a stockpile of physical energy over the years. When that Monoma guy copied my quirk in the tournament and boosted me, it made me aware of the stockpile, and now I can share that energy with myself. At least, that's what I tell people. Izuku blinked. Wait. All Might's quirk was a decades-old strength stockpile that could be passed to someone else. Noted. Kyu winced. You don't sound too thrilled by that. Izuku scowled, standing up and moving to stare out the closest window, hands clasped behind his back. I would have given anything to have a quirk when I was a kid. I wouldn't have even cared how strong it was, just so long as I'd have one. Do you realize how frustrating it is to know that there was an answer to my problems the whole time? All Might frowned. It can't have been that bad, could it? Izuku spun on his heel to give the hero an icy glare. My homework, torn from my hands and ripped to shreds. My classmates, hurling insults, fists, quirks, and death threats. My chances of fighting back, non-existent, because the local gym doesn't allow quirkless people to take equipment away from actually contributing members. So, was it that bad, All Might? The hero lowered his head in shame. But I'm sorry. I can't rebuke that. Izuku inhaled sharply through his nose, then let out a defeated sigh. I apologize. I've been sore about it for a while, to say the least. So to learn that there was a way for me to gain a quirk the whole time. Kyu shrugged. Can't blame you. Looking back, I was lucky to even have a quirk at all, even if it only weakened me on paper. Hell, even Pops got lucky. His family was rich enough to afford a private tutor, so he was able to escape public school bullying. Even still, he was only able to buy primordial tech sneakers for a good chunk of his life. Izuku groaned. Don't get me started on primordial. For the humans of yesteryear, my butt. Katsuki coughed loudly, drawing everyone's attention. As much as I hate to downplay your guys' suffering, we've got a job to do here. So, since Elf Chick said that the Inheritor and the Mechanic were to join the Blessed Trio, I'm guessing number 9 and Dreadlocks are tagging along. May shrugged. Seems like it. Kyu jumped up and dusted herself off. Right. Guess we'd better get moving. She turned towards the central hatch, and Izuku gasped. No way. You're a fan of Guardian Angel? Kyu spun on her heel, eyes lighting up. You knew about her? Katsuki grunted. You kidding? She was only the nerd's second favorite hero, right after All Might. Hell, she was third on my list, right behind the big guy and Miruko. She beamed. No kidding. Well, she was my mom, so I figured I'd do my best to carry her legacy with me onto the field. She tugged at her gloves. These came from her actual costume. Lucky me they fit into the color scheme I was planning to use. Momo giggled. How wonderful. Remind me to introduce you to Tenya at some point. Kyu cracked an eyebrow. You mean the youngest Ida? I've met him a couple times at Hero Galas. Speaking of, where's Todoroki? I haven't given him a noogie in a hot minute. Aizawa-sensei chose that moment to poke his head into the lounge. Would one of you care to explain why Todoroki has taken refuge in an igloo in Fat Gum's office? Kyu grinned evilly and cracked her knuckles. Thank you for telling me where to find him, sir. The hero scanned her face, glanced at the kanji and logo on her back, took in everyone else's expressions, and shrugged. You're Vlad's student, so you're technically not under my jurisdiction. That said, Todoroki is under my jurisdiction, so fatal injuries are off limits. Kyu snapped up a salute. Understood, sir. I will do my best to ensure it is just short of fatal. The girl shot past the man before he could respond, and he watched her retreat before shooting All Might a pointed glare. Remind me again why you picked her as your successor? All Might smirked. That attitude is precisely why I chose her. Of course, Yaoyorozu, go after her and do something I don't know or care what. Midoriya, Bakugou, Hatsum, go head out towards the last temple. The other two will join you when they're ready. Nedzu silently scanned the large conference room, taking in the determined faces of every pro-hero that had answered his call. Present Mike, Midnight, Cementos, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Vlad King, Hound Dog, 13. His fellow educators. Endeavor, Pux, Best Genist, Isha, Pres, Maruko, Yuroi Musha, Ryukyu, Gang Orca. 9 of the prestigious top 10. Mount Lady, Snish, Backdraft, Selkie, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, Fractal, Tiger. Those he had trusted to aid 1A on their unorthodox journey. Majestic, Fixless, Fourth Kind, Gunhead, Manual, Mr. Brave, Ms. Joke, Shishido, Mr. Blaster. Those he once called his students, and those he was proud to call his co-workers. He stood, and at once the room fell silent. Thank you all for coming. None of you were required to join this undertaking, but I appreciate such a large number of you so willingly lending yourselves to the task ahead. Miruko cracked her knuckles. You said there'd be a fight. That's all I needed to hear. Mr. Blaster glanced over at Present Mike and smirked. When the rat sends out the call, you answer. That's just how it is. Mount Lady grinned. You've done so much for me already this year, it's only fair that I do my best to help you out. Nedza bowed his head to each in turn. Regardless, you have my sincere gratitude. Be warned, the foe we aim to face is no simple villain. He hit a button, and the screen behind him was filled with the face that took center stage in the nightmares he normally kept locked deep within his memories. Our target is the right hand of All for One. Endeavor inhaled sharply. I know that man. That is the director of Jaku General Hospital. Was it a front this whole time? Nedza shook his head. Fortunately no. The hospital was founded on honest grounds, and was only made the hideaway of this foul man in recent years. The kindly quirkless Ujiko Daruma is merely the latest of a long list of false identities. Edgeshot twirled a kunai on his index finger. And how will we demonstrate probable cause to launch an offensive? Right on schedule, a dark mist formed behind Nedzu, and Shirakumo stepped out, locking eyes with each of Yue's teachers before covering his face in fog. The mammal raised a paw before any attacks could be initiated, and as the cloud receded, the lad announced, I was to be All for One's left hand, and his chief method of transport. I've shared all I know about his base of operations, including its layout and defenses. The police have been notified and are on standby, and the brace that maintained my servitude has been thoroughly analyzed by a third party. Combined, we have more than enough evidence to sentence Shigaraki Kyudai to an eternity in the depths of Tartarus. Mr. Blaster scowled behind his goggles, the rings on his palms starting to hum dangerously. That BSTRD picked the wrong generation to expose himself. Nedzu laced his paws together on the conference table. A mutual sentiment, but caution must be taken. Shigaraki has armed himself with a veritable arsenal of weaponized corpses, referred to as Nomu, which vary widely in strength and other capabilities. Given the identity of his benefactor, we are left to assume that any of them could display any quirk you could potentially imagine, and each one carries several. Hawks let out a low whistle. Sounds like a party. And that is only the beginning. We must also anticipate the deployment of monsters like those that have been raising chaos around the country in recent days. In the case of both them and the Nomu, standard disabling tactics will be ineffective. The only methods that are sure to make progress are fatal. Xless frowned. That's a lot to ask of us. We are heroes, after all, dedicated to the preservation of lives. Nedza bowed his head briefly. I understand, but bear in mind that which we prepare to face is no human threat. The Nomu are reanimated corpses, and the other beasts are the furthest thing from human. Even still, if any one of you feels they cannot bring forth lethal measures, I will not hold it against you if you choose to back out. He scanned the room once more, finding unease, but none of it was in such quantity to indicate regret. Ms. Joke leaned forward, her expression uncharacteristically serious. I'm not about to hang back when a threat like this is looming over everyone's heads. I've got a few tools in my kit that I reserve for the most extreme cases, and while I haven't needed them before, that won't stop me from pulling them out here. Manuel nodded. Same here. If it's between them and the lives of innocent civilians, I refuse to hesitate. A chorus of assent rose up, and Nedzu did his best to hold back a victorious smirk. Thank you. I recognize that this is not an easy thing to ask of any dash, he paused, glancing at Maruko. Well, most of you. Still, I cannot stress enough that this will not be seamless. Any number of factors can and most likely will go wrong in this operation. Endeavor huffed and crossed his arms. Such is hero work. Gang Orca nodded. Precisely. Still, with such numbers, we can at the very least watch each other's backs. Nedzu bowed his head briefly. Naturally. We move in 1 week's time. Should fortune be with us, Garaki Kyudai will receive his due. Izuku glanced around the interior of the mall, scratching his head. Honestly, I was expecting the place to be packed like the Kiyoshi Ward Mall usually is. Where'd everyone go? Yagi-sensei huffed. Nedzu requested that the mall be closed off to civilians while your group is in the area. For good reason, we'd rather not risk any random person coming up to the temple and being able to enter while you 5 are inside. Oh, I was wondering why there were so few customers around. Izuku spun on his heel, his face lighting up with a grin. Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Standing a few feet away was a tall, tanned man with thick brown hair, dazzling blue eyes, a long red nose, and a diamond pattern of freckles on each cheek. The man sported his own wide grin, walking up to Izuku while wringing his hands. Such a pleasure to see you as well. It's been far too long since I was able to personally make a sale. I've been so busy running this mall and keeping an eye on the temple. Momo blinked. Izuku, who is this man? Izuku grinned. This is Beetle. Beetle chuckled and bowed deeply. A pleasure to meet all of you. This poor Hylian hasn't done good business in ages. May blinked. Hylian? But I thought dash. The man turned on his heel, heading down the main thoroughfare of the mall. This way, this way. I'm sure you'll find something of use. Izuku immediately started after him, Momo quickly falling into step next to him with a worried expression. Are you sure we can trust him? If he is truly a Hylian like he claims. Katsuki grunted. I'm with Wikipedia. I dunno if we can trust this bozo. He's clearly got some screws loose. Izuku rolled his eyes. You're paranoid. It's Beetle, we're fine. He stopped, crouching down in front of a small table set in the entrance of a tent positioned next to the temple doors. Beetle himself sat cross-legged on a mat inside the tent proper, hands on his knees. Kyu huffed. Are we sure this guy is even human? What is he? Izuku grinned. He's Beetle. That's all I need to know. What ya got for us, big man? Oh, how those words are music to my ears. Take a look. With a clap of his hands, Beetle's table was suddenly filled with various items. A great many things have passed through my stores in recent times, but I made sure to keep a few of the classics on hand, just in case. Izuku hummed thoughtfully, rummaging through the man's stock and grinning as he pulled out a distinct rectangular pouch. How much? Ooh, a fine pick. That's one of my first products. That adventure pouch is handy for carrying around many items. At a mere 100 rupees, it's practically a steal. Kyu frowned, pulling out her wallet. Hope he takes alternative currency, 'cause I've only got yen on me. Izuku grinned, grabbing the cloth satchel from his belt and reaching into it, his arm going in far further than logic would dictate and pulling out a massive green gem that realistically would never fit. Good thing I kept saving up between dungeons, then. Beetle smiled widely and took the large green rupee, stashing it behind his seat. Thank you for your purchase. Ah, the rich scent of rupees once again blesses my nostrils. Katsuki blinked. What the hell did I just watch? Izuku snorted. One of the perks of the Triforce of Courage. Don't ask me why, I don't have an answer. He clipped the pouch to his belt and hummed, briefly scanning the rest of the items. Yeah, I think that's everything we need. Anything else, we can probably scrounge or create. Beetle smiled. Well, it was wonderful seeing you. Good luck down there, and remember that I'll still be here if you change your mind. Izuku bowed his head in thanks and rose, turning on his heel to scan the temple doors. Huh. Those look like Sheikah runes, the newer ones. Momo frowned, the Triforce of Wisdom shining a bit brighter. If I'm not mistaken, the inscription reads, a monument to a brilliant researcher and a great leader. Gone before her time, but never forgotten. I wonder what that could mean. Izuku tapped the Hyrulean royal crest set in the center of the stone, and the symbol of the Triforce glowed briefly before the massive doors rumbled open. Cool blue flames filled the torches leading down the stairs, and ethereal turquoise fire flared to life at the bottom, slowly floating up to the entrance and coalescing into the last figure Izuku expected to see. About time. I was aware you were likely to come here last, but I was honestly beginning to grow somewhat bored. I'm fortunate that Beetle was around for some idle company. Momo blinked. I don't understand. What is this? Princess Zelda giggled into her hand, fluffing her long blonde hair. Surprising, no? I imagine you have all been acting on assumptions that have just been proven false. Katsuki grunted. You could say that. Well, this is hardly the proper atmosphere for a conversation of this level of importance. Why don't we take this to the lower chambers? Surprisingly, the temple was laid out rather differently from most of the others they'd explored so far. If anything, the floor plan resembled a research lab, with a main hallway going straight past a variety of rooms stocked with Sheikah guardians of varying sizes. Mei was practically drooling the whole time, pressing her face to every window they passed and marveling at the technology around her. Holy Hylia! So much potential for babies. Zelda smirked knowingly. I see Robbie's endless thirst for invention was passed down his bloodline. For future reference, the doors are coded to automatically open for anyone wielding a piece of the Triforce, or for someone of Sheikah descent. Perhaps later, though. The ghost stopped in front of a pair of massive Sheikah double doors, which hissed open at her presence, revealing a large room with a wide window along the far wall, like some sort of observation deck. On the other side was a veritable ocean of malice, tossing and turning violently even as golden light battered against it from the ceiling. Zelda floated over to the window and stared out over the demonic goop, before sighing and twisting to face the wide-eyed quintet. Well, I suppose you must have questions. Go on. Momo glanced around, her expression full of disbelief. How is this even possible? I thought the pieces of the Triforce were destined to reside with the spirit of the hero, blood of the goddess, and hatred of demise. Zelda hummed, tossing a glance at the window. Were it not for mine and Link's actions, you would most likely be correct. However, in the battle against Calamity Ganon, something happened that changed what was meant to be Hyrule's endless fate. After its weak points were destroyed, I was able to pull my body back into the physical plane after the century I spent sealing that monster within Hyrule Castle. I used my powers as a descendant of the goddess Hylia to hold Ganon down, so that Link could deliver the killing blow. Katsuki hummed. But then we both saw something on the demonic pig's underbelly, a glowing golden seal. Rather than targeting the final eye in Ganon's head with the bow of light, Link drew the Emistar sword, plunging it into the center and shattering it. Unbeknownst to both of us at the time, that seal was what maintained Demise's curse. When it was destroyed, the demon's consciousness was briefly revived, which in turn granted me the memories of the first Zelda, the goddess Hylia herself. Ganon attempted to flood the land with his malice, but with the power and wisdom I gained, I was able to contain it within a small area of Hyrule Field. Izuku glanced out the window. I'm guessing that's where it ended up? Exactly. Link, thank the goddesses, was able to throw the MR sword far enough away that it wasn't destroyed, but the two of us bore the brunt of Ganon's final act. With the memories I had gained, I was fully expecting to be reborn into a new life, but then I awakened as a spirit, watching over the remaining malice. Even more, Link was there with me, even more of a silent shadow than he had been in life. Momo frowned. So the three of us are not reincarnations of you, Link, and Ganondorf? No. The three of you have no connection to the cycle of violence that we had been trapped in for so long. You should have picked up on this being the case at the end of the last temple. Izuku blinked. So I wasn't imagining that skeleton guy being weirdly adept at the hero's techniques? Katsuki smacked the side of his fist into his palm. And I wasn't imagining my guy being so weirdly similar to Ganondorf's fight. Zelda nodded. Indeed. Those were the shades of our incarnations brought about by the Ocarina of Time. Kyu blinked. What's an ocarina got to do with anything? Hylia, while primarily the goddess of light, also has some dominion over the flow of time. One of her creations, the Ocarina of Time, was able to send its holder back and forth across time when played. This temporal hopscotch, however, splintered the flow of time into 3 branches. As a result, the wielders of the 3 Triforce pieces at that point were, shall we say, imprinted onto the holy artifacts, anchored to the mighty force that Demise originally sought, and swore he would claim either in person or through his wrath made flesh. May frowned. Okay, and? What's that got to do with the skeletons? Patience. In the 2 other timelines, the war for the Triforce continued to involve Ganondorf Dragmire, along with reincarnations of the hero's spirit and the goddess blood. But in one timeline, the Gerudo King was defeated by one who possessed the Triforce of Courage, yet not the spirit of the hero. That irregularity shocked Demise's curse and somehow drew the other timelines back together, eventually culminating in the Great Calamity and the founding of the Hyrule that I called my home. Moreover, it caused the Triforce to vanish from the world, with no signs of where it might have gone. Izuku blinked. So then, how'd the pieces end up with us? Zelda frowned. That, I do not know for absolute certain, but I do have a hypothesis. After defeating Calamity Ganon, I remained here to watch over his lingering malice and hopefully contain it from infecting anyone else in the eons to come. However, bits and pieces of it were able to escape my notice over the millennia, and the remnants of Demise polluted the minds of men with unspeakable evil. You may recognize some of those names from recorded history. Julius Caesar, Benito Mussolini, Adolf Hitler. However, my worst failure was significantly more recent. From what I could gather, Demise had been slowly building up his consciousness within the malice, and around 200 years ago he broke free. Embedding his mind within a portion of malice, he escaped the seal and injected it and his will into a recently born human, the older of a pair of twins. Qusyin a breath through her teeth. All for one. Precisely. Still, not all was lost. I was able to, in a sense, piggyback on his escape. I left a Trojan horse within the malice. He sent out as much of Hylia's divine blood as I could safely hide. It would not carry any of her sealing capabilities, but it would counteract Demise's influence for as long as it lay within the host. Katsuki swore under his breath. Let me guess, somehow, the host accidentally got rid of it. Exactly. I think that Demise had found it, and decided to eject it along with something else the host was giving away, a quirk. In the process, the two were bound together, before combining with a third, unexpected element. Kyuu's eyes shot wide open. You're telling me the blood of the goddess Hylia is tied to One for All? Zelda smirked. Got it in one. Congratulations. Momo frowned. So then, where do the 3 of us come into play? Zelda hummed. If I had to hazard a guess, the imprints on the pieces of the Triforce recognized that Demise was preparing to return, and so when he was almost ready to manifest, so too did they. And they found hosts in children around the same age, each embodying a virtue of the golden goddesses. Katsuki glanced down at his hand. I always was a fighter. Guess I was born with power on the brain. Momo hummed. I have always had a longing to know as much as I could possibly learn. I suppose wisdom is in my blood. Izuku unsheathed the Instar sword, slowly inspecting its shine. Honestly, I never was one to back down. I guess that's courage. Zelda suddenly froze, staring intently at the blade. You woke Fi. Momo blinked. That I did. How did I do that? This is bad. Fi's sleep was the seal. Izuku went pale. Seal on what? Out of nowhere, black smoke poured out from the blade, hissing past Zelda and sinking into the pool of malice. The ground began to rumble, and there was a slurping sound as the demonic ooze started to recede. Zelda swore under her breath, flying to the window and slapping her glowing hands against the glass. It's no use. The fragments of Demise's physical essence have already merged with the remnants of his hatred. Only one piece is missing: his mind. Katsuki grunted. So we still have a chance. Last I checked, he and but for one were pretty checked out of this reality. There came the distant sound of an explosion, and Izuku swore under his breath. That can't be good. Toshinori landed in the ruins of Jaku General Hospital, a scowl already on his face as he readied a mighty blow. All for one. The face that had dominated his nightmares for decades stared back at him, glowing orange-slitted irises within black sclerae tightening. The eighth. This body has many memories of you, none of them pleasant. Good. That means I left the impression I'd hoped for. You may have made an impression on All for One, but we are far beyond your feeble human might. You made a fatal mistake coming to us. Your death will be slow and painful. Endeavor coughed wetly, slowly getting to his feet despite the gaping wound in his side. You will not win. Heroes. No better than cockroaches. You refuse to be squashed. Toshinori's scowl deepened. Your tyranny will never come to pass, All for One. The villain opened his mouth to respond, only for his head to snap to the side like a bloodhound smelling fresh meat. After all this time, all of me is free. The black drained from the left eye, leaving it with a normal white sclera and a blood-red iris. What are you talking about? Foolish mortal. Did you truly believe this was an equal partnership? Your body was merely an interesting distraction, but this, my true form and full might will rise once again. No, I won't allow it. The villain's right arm suddenly snapped around, grabbing the left wrist and squeezing. A deafening crack rang out, and All for One roared in pain. Demise snarled, You have no choice in this matter. You were an amusing pawn, but no more. You have served your purpose. With a sickening crunch, magenta ooze poured from the man before him, leaving behind a whimpering pile of flesh and bones that was still just barely conscious. The ooze seeped into the ground within seconds, and Toshinori swore under his breath, lifting his meaty left hand to his ear. Nedzu. All for One has been betrayed by Demise and left crippled. The demon mentioned resuming his true form. What is the situation at the temple in Kyoto? A quiet curse confirmed his worst fears. I have received word from young Yaoyorozu. Evidently, Demise's physical essence has been pulled from within the Empire sword and merged with a large pool of malice, the essence of his hatred. He needs only reunite with his mind to be whole once again. Thanks to the princess, I am getting readings for the motion of malice through the ground. It seems that both pieces will congregate just outside Mizudafu. The final battle is upon us. Toshinori bit back a curse and scanned the immediate area, taking in the lingering black smoke, Nomu corpses, and injured heroes. The raid team is fully out of commission. You will have no backup from anyone here except me. Nedzu sighed. I was afraid of that. Fortunately, we still have our reserves at UA, and young Shirakumo is able to get 1A here on the double. Still, I am afraid we are caught unprepared. There came a beep, and the voice of young Hatsum somehow joined the encrypted call. Not to worry, Nedzu-sensei. Turns out Hyrule made some preparations of their own. Your main trio is on their way, with number 9 in hot pursuit. Get the Misty guy to grab all the others in the class, but leave me here. I'm making a few last-second upgrades to the ship so it lives up to the title of Divine. Nedzu hummed. Understood. Yagi, get here as soon as you can, and be prepared for anything. Kaizome's head snapped up as alarms started blaring throughout the fake city. Nedzu's voice echoed from the loudspeakers, Attention, all residents of illegal persuasion. We have confirmation that the enemy has finished their preparations and is converging in Mizudafu. Please collect whatever equipment and allies you deem necessary, and make your way to the center of the city. Kurogyri will transport you to the battlefield in 3 minutes' time. As one, the neighborhood of villains rushed towards their assigned domiciles, panicked shouting filling the air. Kaizome, for his part, headed straight for the assigned gathering point, having followed his gut feeling to keep his arsenal close to hand that day. The final battle is upon us. Regardless of the outcome, society will not be the same after today. Hitoshi's head snapped up as the alarms started blaring. Principal Nedzu announced, "Apologies for the interruption, but we have confirmed that the enemy is preparing to attack Mizudafu. All non-hero students, please report to your designated stations. Class 1B, stand by for transport to the battlefield." A second later, dark purple mist swallowed the class, swiftly depositing them outside Mizudafu police station. Already, dark clouds were gathering overhead, crackling with ominous magenta lightning. Barely 10 seconds after they'd arrived, Tsuji dropped out of the sky like an actual lightning bolt. "Everybody here?" Kendo nodded. "Near as we can tell." More purple mist formed nearby, dropping a veritable army of villains onto the streets. 1B took up defensive formations, only for Nedzu to drop between the two groups. "Stand down. For victory to be chanced, we must put aside moral differences and focus on the enemy army." The obvious hero killer grunted and slid a jagged katana out from a sheath, laying the back of the blade on his shoulder. "How much time do we have to ready ourselves?" Nedzu checked the watch on his left forepaw. "The enemy will arrive in approximately 1 minute. Students of you, arm yourselves." Kodai immediately reached into a pouch on her hero costume and pulled out a tiny case, which quickly grew and opened to reveal the arsenal of blades they'd been training with over the past few weeks. One blonde girl with messy pigtails started drooling, even as Hitoshi grabbed his own katana and locked eyes with a crackling orange Tsuji, exchanging nods. "For better or for worse, this ends today." Wind roared past Izuku's face as the motorcycle tore across Japan with unparalleled speed, the display over the handlebars giving him just enough warning to prevent from crashing into anything. Momo clung to his back from the passenger's seat, and Katsuki stood on the rear panel with his arms crossed and his expression set. A notification popped up, and Izuku pulled at the brakes, the Sheikah vehicle screeching to a stop in front of a mixed crowd of students and villains brandishing various weapons. Nedzu walked up as the trio dismounted, his fur ruffled. "How long until young Hatsum arrives?" Izuku shrugged the Hylian shield onto his left arm, drawing the Emtar sword with his right and staring down the street at where black smoke was gathering. 2 minutes, tops. "A pity. I believe Demise will reform before then." A burst of diamond-shaped sparkles signaled Gairahim's arrival, and the demon bowed low, before a rush of diamond shapes decorated his reversion to his true obsidian black form. "Behold, mortals, the incredible form of your new..." The demon king himself, Lord Demise. Malice surged out of the ground, shaping into a giant demon boar that let out a glass-shattering roar. Black smoke gathered around the beast, covering it completely and shrinking rapidly. A massive humanoid figure stepped from the thinning smoke, covered in jet-black scales and wearing an ornate black and gold cape around his waist. Fiery hair blazed from the back of its scalp, and its baleful red eyes locked onto the trio of Triforce wielders. An uncontrollable shiver went down Izuku's spine. "Demise!" The demon stood silent, before holding his palm out to his side. Gairahim spread his arms wide, and the gem in the center of his chest shattered outwards, an obsidian black hilt emerging from his core. Demise's hand twitched, and an enormous black blade shot out of Gairahim to land in his waiting grip, appearing to be a demonic variation on the MSTR's sword itself. Demise raised his blade, and Izuku swore under his breath, then shouted, "Get down!" The demon swung, and a mighty wind tore the surrounding buildings off their foundations. In a single move, an entire acre of the city was razed to the ground. So, the humans would dare to challenge me, even without their precious goddess to cower behind. Pathetic. Suddenly, a red that appeared on Demise's chest, and he paused, glancing down at it. humming filled the air, and the unmistakable voice of May called out, "See on this, Demon King." The clouds overhead pulled aside, and brilliant blue light poured from overhead, raining down on Demise and immediately carving a crater in the earth where it fell. The demon roared in pain, his left hand coming up to cover his face. "Taste the fury of the Gerudo." Teal lightning bolts rained down on Demise. "The Gorons send their regards." Lava erupted under the demon's feet. "Be ripped to shreds by the pride of the Rito." A monstrous tornado tore into Demise. "The waters of the Zora will cleanse the world of your evil." Massive water constructs bombarded him from every angle. "In the name of the Sheikah, you fall today." Explosive barrels appeared and detonated in a chain reaction. "Enough!" A mighty roar forced back the onslaught. Denki, Aijuru, Fumikage, Tsu, and Minoru appeared behind the trio, each wielding their respective champions' iconic weapon. The Sky Conqueror fizzled into existence overhead, now featuring an obvious Sheikah laser cannon on the top. Demise stomped out of the smoking crater, any sense of calm completely absent from his expression. "You will all die, slowly and painfully. I need not concern myself with your rank and file, but you ate. You will perish personally at my blade." Black smoke poured from the ground behind the demon, solidifying into a veritable army of monsters. Bokoblins, Moblins, Lizalfos, Hinoxes, and Linnels of varying sizes and forms, plus so many more that Izuku couldn't hope to name them all. The Triforce of Courage gleamed on the back of his right hand, and Izuku stood tall, his heart pounding in his chest. He leveled his blade at the Demon King, staring across the battlefield into his foe's eyes. Today marks not the beginning of an era of darkness. Today is the day that the world is finally purged of your evil. Today is the day you fall for good, Demise. Not by divine intervention or demonic magics, but by mere human hands. Lifting his sword skyward, he roared, "For mankind!" And with an answering roar, the battle commenced.